Chapter 925. Zhang Xiaohua comforted his wounded heart and landed on the ground. He sat down cross-legged and opened all the pores on his body. Facing the sky, he circulated the Worry-Free Sutra. If he did not properly absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth, wouldn't it be a waste of heavenly treasures? The water-like heaven-earth yuan qi was like a sweet rain. Zhang Xiaohua's opened pores were like countless small mouths that greedily absorbed the yuan qi into her body. Wow, this is indeed a place that nurtures the earth's core. The yuan qi here is even richer than what the Worry-Free Sutra says. The Worry-Free Sutra only says that the heaven-earth yuan qi is endless like smoke. Here it's like spring water. Cultivating is just like drinking water. Could it be that the heaven-earth yuan qi in the blessed paradises was like this when I was cultivating the immortal Tao? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think of what Huan Wuxin had said. Even if it's not a blessed grotto heaven, as long as the vital qi of heaven and earth here has 30% of the vital qi of heaven and earth in this restriction, no, even if it's just 10%, I think the immortal Tao can flourish. Or perhaps little fish Nya will also be able to cultivate the first level of the Worry-Free Sutra. Sigh, I wonder how little fish Nya is doing now. For some reason Zhang Xiao's mind became restless and she thought of Nye Qinyu, who was far away in the Rejuvenation Valley. At this moment, in the Rejuvenation Valley, Nye Qinyu was looking out of the window. Countless peach trees had already fallen. Although the Rejuvenation Valley was like spring all year round, the leaves of the peach trees would also fall. They wouldn't stay there all year round. Big Brother Ren. Sigh, I wonder how Big Brother Xiaohua is doing in the incense cult. He has been gone for a long time and there hasn't been any news from him. I wonder how he's doing. Has he found him? Sigh. Calling him Big Brother Ren sounds more intimate. This Zhang Xiaohua doesn't sound as catchy as Ren Xiaoyao. Big Brother Ren boasted that he read the 3-character classic for 3 months. This name is quite appropriate. In the Carefree Travel Manual, there is a fish in the northern underworld and its name is Kuan. The Kuan was so huge that no one knew how many thousands of miles it was. It transformed into a bird and its name was Peng. The back of the Peng is thousands of miles long. When it flies in anger, its wings are like the clouds in the sky. Isn't Big Brother Ren the Kun Ping? Ren Xiaoyao of heaven and earth? However, wouldn't it be lonely to be alone? Is the freedom between the two of them the real freedom? Thinking of this, Nye Qinyu blushed slightly, her eyes filled with tenderness. However, when she saw the fallen leaves all over the ground, she felt a little sad. She muttered to herself, the fallen flowers are in love with the heartless flowing water. Little Fishy is so infatuated with Xiaohua. He can't eat or sleep well. He's always thinking about the laughter and the words he said along the way. I wonder if the distant Xiaohua can think of Little Fishy the same way? But, Big Brother Ren, if you don't have Little Fishy in your heart, why did you teach Little Fishy the mysterious martial arts mental cultivation method? This mental cultivation method. Little Fishy only remembers it in her heart. She avoids others every day and practices it in the inner valley. Although she doesn't feel any qi, but Little Fishy feels that this is really a top-notch martial arts mental cultivation method. Even a person with a body like mine can practice it. This internal strength mental cultivation method is probably extremely rare even in your Beidou school. Big Brother Ren, you taught this mental cultivation method to me. How can I not know your heart? Don't worry, Big Brother Ren. Although my aptitude is not good, but in order to fly together with you, stand shoulder to shoulder with the pugilistic world, I will definitely master it. When she thought of the words fly together and stand shoulder to shoulder with the pugilistic world, Nye Qinyu's face became even redder, like a ripe apple. The mentality of a young girl was clearly displayed on her face. At this moment the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. Before Nye Qinyu could compose herself, she heard Little Orange anxiously shouting, young mistress, disaster is coming, disaster is coming." Nye Qinyu's face was still red as she scolded, "What disaster is so urgent? Could it be that the sky has collapsed?" She seemed to be very angry at Little Orange for interrupting her thoughts. "Oh, young mistress, it's no different from the sky collapsing." Little Orange had just climbed up the stairs when he shouted, "The fragrant cult has sent word that within 10 years, our Rejuvenation Valley will no longer be under their protection." Ah? When she heard this, Nye Qinyu's face turned pale. She had already thrown the thought of scolding Little Orange to the back of her mind. She quickly stepped forward and grabbed Little Orange, asking anxiously, When did this happen? How did the fragrant cult send out the message? They haven't reached the right time to appear in the Jianghu, right? Ah, Nye Qinyu must have used too much strength as Little Orange felt a sharp pain in his arm. He said, just now, young mistress, I heard that the disciples of the fragrant cult had come and told the master that they will announce this news to the entire Jianghu tomorrow. However, he was secretly surprised. Young mistress used to be so weak, but now she seems to be stronger than me. What kind of strength pill did she take? Disciples of the fragrant cult? Nye Qinyu's face turned even paler. In the Jianghu, which disciple dared to impersonate the fragrant cult? Only the disciples of the fragrant cult who stayed behind in the Jianghu would dare to call themselves that. Let's go quickly. Nye Qinyu did not hesitate and rushed downstairs. When Little Orange came to his senses, Nye Qinyu had already gone downstairs. My goodness, when did young mistress become so nimble? Little Orange looked at Nye Qinyu's back in disbelief and quickly chased after her. In the Huichun Hall, Valley Master Nye was sitting in the hall with a bitter face. His two disciples, Mu Qingxian and Fei He, were standing at the side with their hands clasped behind their backs. Father! Nye Qinyu shouted as soon as she entered, I heard that the fragrant cult sent news. Before Nye Qinyu could finish, Valley Master Nye raised his head and forced a smile. Yes, that's right. The disciples of the fragrant cult just came. But why? Why? Valley Master Nye smiled bitterly. The disciples of the fragrant cult didn't say why, but this time among the medicine boys Ren Xiaoyao and Chong Chong. I thought it would be enough to get rid of the hall master of the pill repository hall. But who would have thought that the hierarch would know? If I had known, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Valley Master Nye's face was full of regret. The hierarch of the fragrant cult? Nye Qinyu was even more surprised. In her heart, Nun Jingyi was the #1 person in Jianghu. How could she know such a small thing in the pill repository hall? Father, is it Brother Rin or Chong Chong who caused the trouble? How would I know? The disciples of the fragrant cult didn't say anything. It's either him or him. Must be Chong Chong. Nye Qinyu insisted. Although Brother Rin is young, he is very steady. He wouldn't have done anything that would give the game away. Cough cough, if Nye Qinyu knew what Zhang Xiaohua did in the fragrant cult, who knew what she would think? Well, there's nothing strange about it. Her eyes would be full of stars again. Brother Rin is really daring. But Chong Chong, that child, I also watched him grow up, he's even more clever. Valley Head Nye spoke out his thoughts. But Brother Ren's martial arts are high. He would never be discovered by the people of the fragrant cult. Silly child, it's because of his high martial arts that he's easy to be discovered. Our Rejuvenation Valley chose a little medicine boy. Nephew Ren's martial arts are so high. Isn't that very eye-catching? But Brother Ren, Nye Qinyu was also speechless. Valley Master Nye was right. Zhang Xiaohua's figure, age and martial arts all showed that he was not a pure medicine boy. But Brother Ren, he's our fragrant cult's son-in-law. Nye Qinyu's face was a little red. The pill repository hall's hall master and manager young, aren't they? When he reaches the hierarch of the fragrant cult, they probably won't even dare to let him go. Valley Master Nye was too embarrassed to swear in front of his daughter. Father, I still think there's something wrong with Chong Chong. Nye Qinyu still insisted. Valley Master Nye waved his hand and said, it's not important who did it now. He's already been discovered by the hierarch. It's meaningless to talk about who did it now. Nye Qinyu obviously knew this. However, when it came to Zhang Xiaohua, she couldn't help but want to argue. Seeing that Nye Qinyu was a little unnatural, Valley Master Nye waved his hand and forced a smile. Little you, it's nothing. Don't think too much. I've already discussed it with your eldest senior brother and second senior brother. I don't think it's a big deal. Maybe it's just a coincidence that the hierarch found out about this matter and angered her, so she issued such a verbal order. The two of them really caused some trouble, I'm afraid. I'm afraid she would have already given the order to destroy our Rejuvenation Valley. Oh? That's right. Up until now, Nye Qinyu, who was concerned about Rejuvenation Valley and had defended Zhang Xiaohua for a long time, finally came to her senses. She couldn't help but blush. This was a far cry from her usual cleverness. Immediately, Nye Qinyu remembered and hurriedly said, but Father, our Rejuvenation Valley has always been under the protection of the fragrant cult. In the Jianghu we've really offended many people. Once the fragrant cult spread the news to the Jianghu, I'm afraid there will be many sects coming to make trouble for us. Plus, that's right. Although our Rejuvenation Valley has a special status, but we'll always offend people. These years there have been many people coveting our Rejuvenation Valley. Oh right, and the group that chased after you last time, we haven't found any clues until now. Father, actually, the most important thing is that in the past few years, we relied too much on the fragrant cult and didn't pay enough attention to our martial arts. Although our herbs are famous in the Jianghu, the status of our martial arts is greatly reduced. Someone comes to find us, I'm afraid. Mu Qingxian and Fei he both looked ashamed at the side and said softly, Master, it's all our fault. It's not your fault. Valley Master Nya said proudly, the Jade Foundation Alliance is not so easy to bully. Chapter 926. In the Peach Blossom Forest, Nya Qinyu looked at the full moon that had already risen into the sky. She could not help but feel unusually gloomy. Let's hope that we can be together for a long time. At this moment he wondered how Big Brother Ren was doing in the fragrant religion. Today the Rejuvenation Valley will be punished by the fragrant religion. Big Brother Ren, will he suffer? Zhang Xiaohua, who was far away in the ruins of the fragrant religion, did not seem to be as worried as Nya Qinyu. At this moment she closed her eyes and concentrated her breath. She released her divine sense to feel the surrounding yuan qi of heaven and earth. She drew the pure yuan qi into her body and refined it into vital energy. At midnight, an inexplicable fluctuation was emitted from Zhang Xiaohua's body. It attracted the endless starlight in the night sky. The starlight actually ignored the existence of the seven-colored restriction and directly shot towards Zhang Xiaohua's surroundings. In a moment the starlight formed a cocoon and wrapped around Zhang Xiaohua. As the starlight penetrated into her body, the yuan qi of heaven and earth became even more frenzied. It was no longer as orderly as it was during the day. It spiraled and poured into Zhang Xiaohua's body as if it was entering a deep hole. Within her meridians, the vital energy that was refined by the yuan qi of heaven and earth was circulating crazily under the impetus of the Worry-Free Heart Sutra. It cycled through her meridians again and again. Not long after, the vital energy in her meridians was saturated. However, the surrounding vital energy continued to pour in like water. The most direct result was that Zhang Xiaohua's already wide and tough meridians were ruptured again. However, the vital energy was wrapped around by the star power. The star power was the most nourishing. While the vital energy ruptured her meridians, it was also constantly mending the meridians. As the vital energy ruptured the meridians had already expanded and became even more resilient. When the vital energy in her meridians had gathered to a certain extent and could no longer increase, the Worry-Free Heart Sutra improved again. It actually followed the route of the meridians and rushed towards the bottleneck. This time it was unusually smooth. With the cooperation of the massive amount of vital energy and star power, the 8th level of the Worry-Free Heart Sutra was easily broken through. With the discovery of the new meridians in Zhang Xiaohua's body, the heaven-earth yuan qi from the outside world once again surged in crazily. Almost within the restriction, strong gusts of wind rose around Zhang Xiaohua. The mysterious fluctuation in Zhang Xiaohua's dream became even more intense, and the starlight in the night sky became even denser. At this moment another change occurred. The heavenly lightning outside the seven-colored restriction was supposed to strike the restriction. There was a special mechanism on the restriction that guided the heavenly lightning's life force into the yellow earth core. With the mysterious fluctuation, starlight shone through the restriction. At first it was very little, so it did not affect the refinement of the heavenly lightning. However, as the starlight shone more and more from a sliver to a ray, in the end all the heavenly lightning was attracted by the starlight. They ignored the restriction and directly struck Zhang Xiaohua's head. As the heavenly lightning struck, countless tyrannical heaven-earth yuan qi was born. It was guided by Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense and naturally entered her body. Then the starlight enveloped the tyrannical heaven-earth yuan qi. It was exactly the same as when Zhang Xiaohua attracted the heavenly lightning in the past. A sliver of vigorous life force was isolated by the starlight. As the new heaven-earth yuan qi was refined in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians, the life force disappeared into Zhang Xiaohua's body. However, in the past, the amount of heavenly lightning that Zhang Xiaohua could attract was limited. This time, the heavenly lightning was not attracted by Zhang Xiaohua alone. It was attracted by the entire restriction that was bigger than Dianqi Lake. If Zhang Xiaohua knew the amount of heavenly lightning in her dream, wouldn't her scalp go numb? Yes, needless to say, Zhang Xiaohua's hair was already standing on end. It was indeed her scalp that was going numb. As the number of heavenly lightning increased, the amount of life force isolated by the starlight increased as well. At first it was a little bit, then a little bit, then a little bit. Finally it was like a running stream, flowing directly to a mysterious place behind Zhang Xiaohua's head. Therefore, under the restriction, other than the heaven-earth yuan qi flowing into Zhang Xiaohua's meridians like a whirlpool, the weak life force also gradually gathered into a thin stream and poured into Zhang Xiaohua's body. The life force in the restriction, other than the one formed by the heavenly lightning, was emitted from the restriction to the earth's core. Zhang Xiaohua absorbed the life force emitted from the earth's core into her body. As the life force in the restriction decreased, the flow of life force also affected the earth's core that was suspended in the restriction. Gradually, the earth's core began to deviate from its original position and was gradually guided by the life force towards the top of Zhang Xiaohua's head. Although the earth's core moved at a very slow speed, after a long time it became noticeable. In the end, it actually hung above Zhang Xiaohua's head. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's body trembled and the mysterious frequency changed again. The speed at which Zhang Xiaohua's pores absorbed the heaven-earth yuan qi instantly stopped. But after a while, Zhang Xiaohua's face rapidly changed color. After a few breaths, she regained her calmness. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua's pores opened and the speed at which she absorbed the heaven-earth yuan qi increased again. More life force was absorbed into her body and even more star power was drawn over. Zhang Xiaohua's mental cultivation method advanced again. In a short period of time she actually rushed from the middle stage of level 7 to the late stage of level 8, to the early stage of level 8, to the middle stage of level 8, to the late stage of level 8 and finally to the early stage of level 9. The cultivation of the immortal Tao was most about gradual progress. Zhang Xiaohua's rapid increase in cultivation was a taboo of the immortal Tao. However, while practicing the Worry-Free Sutra, Zhang Xiaohua was also comprehending the heavenly Tao. What was the heavenly Tao? It was the principle of the operation of heaven and earth. The Worry-Free Sutra was but one aspect of the heavenly Tao's cultivation. Zhang Xiaohua saved an old friend from the Misty School on Shixing Peak and repaid her kindness with kindness. It was precisely because she understood the way of karma of the heavenly Tao. When she encountered the dream, the way of karma became the hand of karma. Her cultivation of the heavenly Tao had long reached a new height. In contrast to her understanding, the Worry-Free Sutra's cultivation was much lower. If not for the lack of heaven-earth yuan qi, Zhang Xiaohua could have achieved today's cultivation. In addition, Zhang Xiaohua had entered the aroma cult to train his heart and spirit. His accumulation was considerable. Now that he had encountered such a rare opportunity, and the paradise's vitality was comparable to that of the immortal Tao's heyday, how could his cultivation not improve? If not for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation time was still short and she had only seen and felt everything, and she did not have a more advanced immortal Tao cultivation method, her cultivation tonight would have been much higher than this. Even so, such a fortuitous encounter was something that even the founder of the immortal Tao, Wan Wuxin, could not have imagined. As they spoke, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation improved again. More heaven-earth yuan qi was absorbed into her body and more starlight appeared. Correspondingly, the force of life also increased. Zhang Xiaohua's attraction to the force of life also increased. The earth's core hanging above Zhang Xiaohua's head was originally close to Zhang Xiaohua. With this suction, it was like a moth flying into a flame directly into Zhang Xiaohua's forehead. Strangely, the earth's core was within the restriction. No matter how hard Zhang Xiaohua tried, she could not grab it. With this suction, it entered her forehead. The earth's core entered her Muon palace and did not stop. Instead, it rapidly followed the flow of the force of life to the back of Zhang Xiaohua's head. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. It was as if nothing had happened at all. After an unknown period of time, Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened her eyes. At the bottom of her eyes, a faint flame flashed and her gaze was bright. The moment Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes, the cocoon-like starlight stopped abruptly and disappeared. The heavenly lightning that was striking Zhang Xiaohua's head also changed direction and returned to its previous position, striking on the rainbow restriction. After waking up, Zhang Xiaohua first stretched lazily, then checked her cultivation. Improvement was certain. With the support of this abundant heaven-earth yuan qi, even a pig who knew how to cultivate could improve. However, when Zhang Xiaohua finished checking, he was both surprised and delighted. He was delighted that his cultivation of the Worry-Free Sutra had actually leaped to the late stage of the 9th level. He was also surprised that his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. If his foundation was not stable, it would not be good for his future cultivation. But, since she had already reached such a place, what good ideas did Zhang Xiaohua have? Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua carefully checked her body again. The new meridians and abundant vital energy were all stable and tight. She did not find anything wrong. When Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense, she suddenly realized that without the burden of the delusion breaker eye yesterday, her divine sense had recovered to a range of 10 feet. Now that she tried it, it might have a range of 50 to 60 feet. Hee, Zhang Xiaohua laughed. This trip to Huansu is not in vain. Although the Earth's core is not. Thinking of the Earth's core, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but look up. This was not a big deal. The yellow light from yesterday was gone, and so was the crystal-clear Earth's core. This? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. What is going on? Thinking, she flew to the previous location of the Earth's core and looked left and right. She reached out and touched it with her divine sense. There was nothing. Only the power of life from the 7-colored restriction was slowly gathering. There was even some missing. Strange, where did the Earth's core go? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. Could it have been taken by someone? Zhang Xiaohua thought of this and shouted. Could it be that Nun Jingyi is here? It is very possible. Xia Qing must have already informed Lingering Fragrance Peak with such a huge commotion. Nun Jingyi must have paid attention to this place. She must be here. But, that's not right. Zhang Xiaohua denied. If Nun Jingyi could take the Earth's core, she would have taken it long ago. Why would she keep it until now? Moreover, Nun Jingyi probably does not even know what is inside the restriction. How could she come here? Zhang Xiaohua guessed for a long time but could not figure out the location of the Earth's core. In the end, she came to the conclusion that the Earth's core must be hidden in the so-called different space that Wan Wuxing mentioned. Chapter 927. That's good as well. Out of sight, out of mind. At least I won't be envious of it. Zhang Xiaohua consoled himself. He didn't care about the Earth's core anymore and sat down cross-legged to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. However, when he activated the Carefree Heart Sutra again and drew the thin yuan qi of the world into his body, he discovered that the yuan qi had entered his body and his true qi had been tempered, but there was no change in his cultivation of the Heart Sutra. Even the true qi in his meridians was now saturated. No matter how he tempered it, he could only increase a sliver of true qi. It could not cause any substantial change. Could it be that I've reached a bottleneck? Zhang Xiaohua pondered. After that he tried again, but it was still the same. He understood that there was a limit to how much he could get rich overnight. At this point he had probably reached his limit. Thus he stood up and looked at the place where the Earth's core had disappeared. Regretfully, he rode the wind and went straight to the place where he had broken the restriction yesterday. Now that the restriction had been restored, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. He stretched out his hand and waved Chasing Dream again. The mysterious energy flowed into Chasing Dream and gradually cut open the restriction. Just as the restriction was cut open halfway, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt that the energy flow was decreasing. When I cut open the divine restriction that day, the energy flow had already dried up. If the purple energy in the 100 endurance divine restriction did not flow into Chasing Dream and return to my left arm, the innate divine restriction would not have been broken. Now that the mysterious energy flow has dried up, where am I going to find the purple energy? With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly used the transfiguration technique. A series of crackling sounds could be heard as his body shrunk significantly. Then with a leap he escaped from the restriction. Just as he left the restriction, the originally small opening began to gradually recover. Thank goodness. Zhang Xiaohua flew to the edge of the mountain and heaved a long sigh of relief. Looking at the heavenly thunder above the restriction formation, he couldn't help but feel satisfied. Although he didn't get the Earth's core that Huan Wuxing talked about, he got the Thunder Pearl and solved the problem of the delusion breaker Dharma Eye. At the same time, his cultivation of the Carefree Heart Sutra also improved greatly. This trip was not in vain. Zhang Xiaohua transformed his body back to Pan An's handsome appearance. He stood up and flew back on the wind. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was already at the late stage of Qi refining stage 9 and had mastered half of the Carefree Heart Sutra. Logically speaking, a person who had just stepped into the path of immortality would not be able to use the Imperial Wind technique, let alone fly. However, Zhang Xiaohua was a little strange. He seemed to have an extraordinary mastery of the Imperial Wind technique. He was only at the middle stage of Qi refining stage, but he could already use the Imperial Wind technique to perfection. It was much better than before. Maybe I should try the flying technique again. Zhang Xiaohua, who was riding the wind, was still not satisfied with himself. However, before he could find the chant for the flying technique, he saw a figure sitting cross-legged below him. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and scanned with his divine sense. He understood immediately. What's wrong? Xiaqing, why is she here again? When he flew behind Xiaqing and stood quietly in the air, Xiaqing didn't notice him at all. She seemed to have rested enough and stood up again. She took 3 steps forward, then knelt down and kowtowed 9 times. After that she got up again, took 3 steps forward and then knelt down again. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised. What is Xiaqing doing? Just like that, Zhang Xiaohua followed behind Xiaqing for a while. As expected, not long after, another bolt of lightning struck down. With a boom, the yuan qi in the air exploded again. Xiaqing couldn't dodge in time and her body was pushed far away, falling heavily to the side. When Xiaqing stabilized herself with her qinggong, blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth again. However, Xiaqing gritted her teeth and a determined look appeared on her face. She sneered and said, "Senior, my heart is set on the path of Tao. No matter how hard you try to stop me, unless you take my life, I will still continue to move forward. Senior?" Zhang Xiaohua was hiding behind her and understood. He could not help but be puzzled. In this Huan Su, other than him, there were only these disciples of Mo Xiangong. Where did this senior come from? Could it be the person who took away the Earth's core? Zhang Xiaohua was a little uneasy. He looked around and did not find anything strange within 600 feet of his divine sense. Shua. Just as Zhang Xiaohua retracted his divine sense, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck down along with his divine sense. With a bang, it hit the left side of Xiaqing. Zhang Xiaohua jumped in fright and hurriedly flew back a little. At this time he heard Xiaqing complain again, "Senior, this disciple knows that you are in front. If you didn't save me yesterday, I'm afraid I would have lost my life here. But, since you saved my life, why can't you show some mercy and leave a gap for me to enter the immortal Tao? I am also a direct disciple of Mo Xiangong on Lingxiang Peak. I am your junior. Please take pity on my hardships." As he spoke, he kowtowed again. Oh my! Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood that Xiaqing thought that the person who saved her yesterday was a senior from the immortal Tao of the incense cult. Moreover, she wanted this senior from the incense cult, whom she had never met before, to impart the immortal Tao to her. Seeing Xiaqing like this, he could not help but smile bitterly. He was not a senior from the incense cult. Moreover, even if he had compassion in his heart, what could he use to fulfill Xiaqing's wish? Carefree Heart Sutra. Please, that was from the Misty School or the Misty School's treasure trove. He had no reason to impart it to a disciple of the incense cult. Perhaps he could only give her a primordial stone that he used for cultivation. That was what Zhang Xiaohua initially thought. However, when he was about to reach into his pocket, he subconsciously shook his head. At Shixing Peak he gave Du Feng and Ding Chao Meridian nourishing pills to help them improve their inner strength. After all, they were the 3 beauties of the Misty School and were old friends from the Misty School. If he made use of them in the future, they would be of great help to his second brother, Zhang Xiaohu. The Xiaqing was different. She had been an outstanding disciple of the incense cult since young. Furthermore, she had made it clear that she wanted to seek guidance from the incense cult's senior. He was just a guardian disciple and had nothing to do with any senior. He had never even given a primordial stone to Nie Qinyu, so why should he give it to Xiaqing? If he did this, wouldn't he be a good person? Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua dispelled the thought. The incense cult had its own inheritance and he had no reason to interfere. However, seeing that Xiaqing was determined to move forward, there was only lightning in front of her. It was impossible for there to be any senior from the incense cult. Xiaqing would only end up dead if she continued forward. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua took advantage of the situation and pointed his finger at the back of Xiaqing's head. Xiaqing immediately collapsed to the ground. Speaking of Xiaqing's martial arts, she was one of the top in Immerse's palace. Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't be able to defeat her so easily. However, Xiaqing hadn't rested since 3 days ago. She had only thought of using her hardships to move the unknown senior and was already exhausted. Who would have thought that there would be its sneak attack behind her? Zhang Xiaohua sighed. He picked up Xiaqing and flew back. Just as he was flying, he saw another signal soaring into the sky. Although he didn't understand what it meant, it was needless to say that it was sent by the other disciples who were with Xiaqing. Sure enough, when he quietly arrived, there were 3 or 4 female disciples. There were bloodstains on their bodies and some of their veils had fallen off. They were holding swords in their hands and looked extremely miserable as they stood there. Zhang Xiaohua placed Xiaqing on the ground not far away and opened her acupuncture points. He then used Earth Escape to escape. Xiaqing slowly woke up. When she saw that she was in a different place, she couldn't help but smile. She hurriedly called out, "Senior," then she flipped over and stood up. When she didn't see anyone, she knelt on the ground in disappointment. She cried out, "Senior, even if you don't want to accept a disciple, then can you give yourself to this disciple? You have saved this disciple time and time again, this disciple." Just as she was kowtowing, the other disciples also saw it. They all cried out in surprise and used their qing gong to rush over. "Senior Sister Xia." Seeing Xiaqing like this, everyone looked at each other in dismay. They just looked at each other and didn't know how to ask. Xiaqing cried for a while, but she didn't see any white-haired old man. He was quite disappointed. Wiping her tears, she stood up and asked, "How long have you been waiting for this?" "Senior Sister Xia, there was a sudden earthquake yesterday. All the junior sisters were trapped in the array and fought until the early hours of the morning. We finally managed to escape from the array and came here to look for Senior Sister. And Senior Sister was also nowhere to be found. We thought that Senior Sister was also trapped in the array, so we sent out 3 signals in a row to see where Senior Sister was so that we could meet up. Until just now, when we heard Senior Sister's voice, we found Senior Sister. But what? But we have already searched this place and didn't see Senior Sister. Senior Sister seemed to have suddenly appeared," a female disciple said hesitantly. Xiaqing let out a long sigh. Looking at the flashing lightning in the distance, she couldn't help but feel unusually melancholic. After a long while she asked, "Oh right, what kind of abnormal earthquake happened yesterday?" Reporting to Senior Apprentice Sister Xia, after the tremors a few days ago, there was another huge earthquake yesterday, causing the already dilapidated places in Huansu to be in a complete mess. The most frightening thing was that the boundary of the formation had broken through and moved a lot closer to the core. We were all careless and fell into the formation. And in the array, all kinds of spirit beasts were in a mess. Some were attacking each other, some were peaceful. When we fell into the array, we were attacked by the spirit beasts. Fortunately, we were all at the boundary of the array and escaped with our lives. "Oh, this is bad, Lily," Xiaqing exclaimed. "Have you seen Lily?" Chapter 928. The endless starry sky was silent. Suddenly a ripple spread out. At the same time, tiny rainbow-colored bubbles suddenly appeared in this huge region. It was like boiling water. The bubbles grew bigger and bigger. When they reached a certain size, they exploded with a crackling sound. When everything calmed down, an incomparably huge light figure appeared in the entire region. The light figure was blurry and distorted. There were also traces of purple lightning bursting out around it. At the center of the light figure, a huge triangle suddenly flashed. It rotated slightly and it actually looked like a human eye. It contained endless emotions. At this moment there seemed to be some confusion in the triangle. After a moment, there was a trace of realization and anger. The entire light shadow rotated slightly as if it was about to change direction. However, just as it moved, it stopped. The space shook as if sighing and turned back to its original direction. Then the light shadow flickered and gradually became blurry. The entire space also rotated rapidly. The starlight was absorbed by the disappearing light shadow and gradually formed a black hole. The black hole rapidly shrank until it finally disappeared. Not long after, everything returned to normal. In the ruins of Huan, Zhang Xiaohua put Xiaqing down and immediately escaped underground. After walking for a long time, she emerged from the ground. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua's attention was drawn to the ruins in front of him as soon as he reached the surface. Although the ruins of Huan had been dilapidated, many of the main bodies of the palaces were still there due to the battles between the immortal Dao seniors. He could see their former appearances. But now the remnants of the main bodies were gone. It was a complete mess, as if they had been thoroughly ravaged. At this moment there was a woo sound. A shadow as fast as lightning rushed over and bit Zhang Xiaohua's neck. Zhang Xiaohua had already released her divine sense. How could she not notice it? Without turning around, she stretched out her right arm. It was as if there were eyes on the back of her head. It was right between the shadow's neck. Roar. The shadow roared. It was a fire wolf. Zhang Xiaohua saw the fire wolf in her hand and was surprised. Isn't this thing in the fire element array? Why did he suddenly run into the earth elemental formation? Seeing the fierce look in the fire wolf's eyes as it opened its mouth and was about to spit out a fireball, how could Zhang Xiaohua allow it to wreak havoc? With a wave of his hand, Chasing Dream appeared and sliced open the fire wolf's stomach. With a wave of his hand, a bead smaller than a soybean flew out and the fire wolf immediately lost its momentum. Zhang Xiaohua tossed the fire wolf to the ground. She frowned when she saw many spirit beasts gathering around. She flew into the air and looked at the direction before diving into the ground and heading towards the deep earth temple. Of course, there were still 5 8 trigrams purple gold furnaces waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to retrieve them in the center of the 5 elements formation. At the core of the 5 elements formation, the disciples looked around and said, "Senior Sister Xia, we don't see Lily." Xiaqing waved her hand and said, "A few days ago he discovered the abnormality of the array and told me about it. I sent her outside the array to inform the disciples guarding the Ruijin Hall about it and let them report this information to the lingering fragrance peak in time. However, Lily went out for a long time and didn't come back. Also, according to what you said, there is a big change in the array. The route we took to enter may not be safe. What should we do?" Then Xiaqing gritted her teeth and pulled out a long sword from her waist. She shouted, "Let's go. Let's save Lily first." "Yes, Senior Sister Xia." Although everyone knew that it would be difficult, they had to save their junior sister when she was in trouble. Inside the fragrant religion, the Huansu was in a mess. In the pugilistic world, it was stagnant water with slight ripples. In a beautiful mountain range, the trees were lush, birds were chirping, and all kinds of flowers were competing for beauty. Below the mountain range there were several deep pools connected to each other. The water in the pools was dark green and cold. In the middle of the cold pools, there was a giant island covered in mist. There was no land between the giant island and the mountain range. There were only a few cold pools connected to each other. Not long after, some wooden boats or big ships came out from the mist of the giant island and headed towards the mountain range. At the same time, some people came to the giant island from the mountain range in small boats. Suddenly, a person dashed out from the mountain range. That person came to the nearest deep pool and immediately took out a triangular red flag. While waving it, he ran to a wooden boat that was about to set sail. That wooden boat was originally full of people, but when they saw that person holding the small red flag, a few people who were close to the outside immediately jumped off the boat and left a gap. That person didn't stand on ceremony. He jumped onto the boat first and then cupped his hands to express his gratitude to those people. That wooden boat immediately set sail and quickly headed towards the giant island. After the time it took to eat a meal, a beautiful middle-aged woman in her 40s sat on a chair in a simple and unadorned hall. Below her were 2 rows of chairs. However, at this moment, there was only a white-haired old man sitting respectfully on the left. "Lily, you said we just received news that the Fragrant Cult has given up on Rejuvenation Valley? They won't be protecting Rejuvenation Valley for 10 years. The old man respectfully stood up and said with a smile, "That's right, Sect Master. This news was sent here by my disciple as soon as he received it." "Sent here as soon as possible?" The female Sect Master frowned and sighed. "A messenger pigeon is so fast. It's a pity that we can't use it rashly now. Yes, Sect Master has considered everything thoroughly. It's not time for us to be open and above board. Let's be patient for now." "Lily, you said Why did the fragrant cult suddenly give such an order? Could it be that Rejuvenation Valley has offended the fragrant cult? Yes, according to my analysis, that's exactly the case. I don't think it's a big mistake. Otherwise, the fragrant cult wouldn't have cared about Rejuvenation Valley. This is just a small lesson. The fragrant cult. To think that a small sect like Rejuvenation Valley would ignore it. It can be seen that this is the beginning of the decline of the fragrant cult. You're right, Sect Master. By the way, we've been plotting for many years in the fragrant cult. Do you have any detailed information? The old man looked ashamed and said uneasily, I'm ashamed. Recently, we've received some news that our disciples are doing very well in the fragrant cult. Many of them have reached high positions. However, it's just that the fragrant cult's defenses are very tight. We can only communicate with them once every 2 years when they come out. Yes, I'm really incompetent. Please punish me, Sect Master. No need. This isn't your fault. You've done your best. The fragrant cult's protective formation was set up by the immortal Tao seniors. How could we break it? All our efforts were just to see if there were any flaws in it. Thank you for your tolerance, Sect Master. I've also sent many people into the fragrant cult. I've also sent a young disciple into the fragrant cult. I don't know if the fragrant cult's punishment of the Rejuvenation Valley has anything to do with this disciple of mine. The Sect Master was delighted and laughed. I don't think so. If they found out that the disciple was disloyal, wouldn't they have destroyed Rejuvenation Valley long ago? I think that the fragrant cult is using this as bait to find traces of us. You're wise, Sect Master. The old man was still respectful and smiled apologetically. Our sect has been in hiding for many years in order to find the weakness of the fragrant cult and the other great sections. But after all, they've left behind some clues. It's impossible that they don't know some clues. However, no matter how hard they think, they won't know our origins. Just as Sect Master has said, this really could be a bait for the fragrant cult. Since that's the case, let's beat them at their own game. Rejuvenation Valley has some grievances in the Jianghu. In the past, their enemies didn't dare to make a move because of the fragrant cult's face. This time, the fragrant cult has sent their face to us for a beating. How can we fail to live up to their good intentions? That's right. The old man was also beaming with joy. Didn't the Soaring Dragon Villa want to make up for their incompetence last time? Let's give them this opportunity. I'd like to see how much Rejuvenation Valley still has after relying on the fragrant cult for so many years. That's right. The fragrant religion said that they wouldn't care about Rejuvenation Valley for the next 10 years. Who knows if Rejuvenation Valley will still exist after 10 years? When Rejuvenation Valley is destroyed, will the fragrant religion just watch? If they reach out, they'll be going back on their words. If they don't, they'll be shooting themselves in the foot. When other sects see Rejuvenation Valley's end, who wouldn't be disheartened? There are many sects relying on us. Even if they still care about us on the surface in the dark, when the time is right, we'll make a call. Who wouldn't respond? Sect Master is wise. If we can find the fragrant cult's weak spot and stab them, we'll succeed. The fragrant cult's weak spot? It's easier said than done. Even the Tenryu sect far away in the northwest probably has the same idea. It's only because I'm afraid that there might be some unforeseen circumstances that I'm unwilling to take action. The beautiful woman's words were somewhat obscure. The old man pretended not to hear them. Then this subordinate will give the order? Let the young ones make some preparations and go out for some exercise? Yes. The mysterious sect master nodded slightly. He seemed to be quite reassured by the old man. After the old man bowed, the beautiful woman stood up and picked up a small, exquisite teapot from the small tea table beside her. It was about the size of a palm and the small spout was even smaller. The beautiful woman held the teapot in her hand and played with it for a while. Then she placed the spout between her cherry-red lips. Her thin lips exerted a little force as if she was sucking the tea from the teapot. He sucked for a long time. However, what was surprising was that the beautiful woman's internal strength was so exquisite that she only sucked for half a cup of tea's time. How much tea could that palm-sized teapot hold? But when the beautiful woman finished sucking the tea, she closed her eyes slightly as if she was enjoying it very much. Who knew how much tea she drank in that one breath? This exquisite teapot that was like a toy also contained a universe inside? In the incense cult, in the heavenly 5 elements formation, the 5 elements primordial chi was already in a mess. The pure primordial chi in various places had already mixed into a ball. Various spiritual beasts that relied on the 5 elements primordial chi to survive had also left their original territories and wandered around randomly. Naturally, various spiritual beasts that had a poor sense of the overall situation began to fight for their own small interests. Zhang Xiaohua first flew in the sky. When she saw the chaos in the ruins of Huanshu, she couldn't help but frown. She made a gesture and escaped into the ground. She ignored the instinctive fight and headed towards the Deep Earth Palace and Greenwood Palace. After all, the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace that was suppressed in the eye of the formation was Zhang Xiaohua's treasure. There was no reason for her to steal the chicken and lose the rice. It turned out that Huolang had also come to the Sharp Gold Palace. At this moment he was surrounding a female disciple and attacking her from time to time. That female disciple was already covered in blood. One of her arms was long gone and her empty sleeves were also extremely tattered. The female disciple clenched her silver teeth and struggled to defend with the long sword in her right hand. Chapter 929. The Fire Wolf's attack power was very sharp. Even someone as strong as Zhang Xiaohua would have a hard time dealing with them. How could this female disciple who was besieged by several fire wolves be a match for them? One of the fire wolves spat out a fireball the size of a wicker basket, which rapidly hit the long sword in the female disciple's hand. Soon after, another fire wolf pounced on the female disciple with a hoot sound, and its bloody mouth was about to bite the female disciple's pink face. Her nose seemed to have smelled the stench of the wolf's mouth, and the female disciple's vision turned black and she fainted from happiness. Just as the fire wolf was about to bite off the female disciple's throat, a small sword silently flashed from behind the female disciple's neck. It brushed past the female disciple's tender neck and pierced into the fire wolf's mouth. Following which, a pool of blood burst out from the back of the fire wolf's neck, and the small sword drilled out from within. The fire wolf's corpse fell to the ground with a plop. This sudden change startled the other fire wolves. They looked around vigilantly, but the surroundings were still chaotic and there wasn't anything out of the ordinary. The few fire wolves were still hesitating, when suddenly, a figure flashed out from the ground between them. This person's facial features were picturesque. And it was as if his facial features were really picturesque. The space between his eyebrows was elegant and his height was just right. In his hand was a sword embryo. The moment his figure flashed out, he immediately waved it, and with a pot sound, it hit the waist of a nearby fire wolf. That fire wolf was caught off guard, and as if it had been stabbed by a straw, black blood gushed out of its mouth. Its eyes were filled with disbelief and it fell to the ground. The remaining fire wolves were shocked. They opened their mouths and spat out a few fireballs at the person. Seeing this, the person laughed and said, "You bastard, I am here and you still dare to be presumptuous? I'll let you see eyes means." As he spoke, the person flew in the air and dodged a few fireballs. Before the fire wolves could control the fireballs and catch up, he immediately made a gesture in his hand. The small sword that had been forgotten by the fire wolves flew from the side and pierced into the mouth of another fire wolf. The fire wolf howled in despair and fell to the ground weakly. The fireball flying in the air also fell to the ground instantly. Ha! The person laughed again when he saw this. It's really straightforward. I didn't suffer the heavenly thunder for nothing. Wasn't this person Zhang Xiaohua who was easy to form into Panin? As early as when Zhang Xiaohua broke into the divination 5 elements formation, she had already encountered fire wolves. However, at that time her divine sense was not even 20% of what it was now. Her true chi was also much worse. It was still a little difficult to deal with fire wolves. Now that her skill had greatly improved, it was easy to deal with them. The so-called wolves were the most cunning. Regardless of whether it was the blood wolves or the fire wolves, when the remaining fire wolves saw Zhang Xiaohua's divine power, how could they not know how powerful she was? After a few low howls, they scattered and fled in panic. The small sword-chasing dream swayed a few times in the air and did not chase after them. It flew back to Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the front of the female disciple. First she swept her divine sense over her. Then she cautiously placed her hand on the female disciple's pulse to check. Then she frowned and hesitated. This female disciple was seriously injured. Her arm had been bitten off by an unknown spirit beast. She had lost a lot of blood. Although she had taken the elixir from the fragrant cult and had taken it early her life, it was hard to say. If Zhang Xiaohua left at this time, not to mention the blood wolves, any random spirit beast would be able to eat her. Perhaps I can only send her out of the formation, Zhang Xiaohua secretly thought. Then she took out a yuandan pill from her bosom. Without thinking, she threw it into the mouth of the female disciple. After all, it was also a life. Then Zhang Xiaohua bent down. Just as she was about to hold the female disciple in her hand, there were a few earth-shaking sounds. It seemed that a few heavy giant creatures were walking towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua did not raise her head. She swept her divine sense over and a smile appeared on her face. Then she straightened her body and looked in the direction of those giant creatures. Not long after, a few huge black bears appeared. They were the mountain-shaking bears that Zhang Xiaohua saw at Wan Wuxin's place. Those mountain-shaking bears were far away from the deep earth palace and ran to the sharp gold palace. Their bodies were huge and their defense was extremely strong. In addition, they were extremely strong. In this chaotic five elements formation, they could be considered as the overlords. When the mountain-shaking bear in the lead suddenly saw a smiling stranger in front of it, it unconsciously became vigilant. Before Zhang Xiaohua could say anything, the mountain-shaking bear's eyes showed hesitation again. It stood far away and did not go forward. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Could it be that the mountain-shaking bear saw through the flaw of the transfiguration technique? If even a mere spirit beast can see through it, how can I count on it to deceive Abbess Jingyi, who is far away at Lingering Fragrance Peak? The mountain-shaking bear stared at Zhang Xiaohua and sized her up. It was still uncertain. It looked at the great wisdom sword and then looked at Zhang Xiaohua's unfamiliar face. Then, as if it had discovered something, it laughed and roared towards the sky. It landed on all fours and ran over. It only stopped in front of Zhang Xiaohua. The remaining mountain-shaking bears also followed. However, they were not like the leading mountain-shaking bear. They were still somewhat vigilant and treated Zhang Xiaohua as a stranger. Could it be that the transfiguration technique was not seen through? Or does the leading mountain-shaking bear have a unique ability? Zhang Xiaohua thought. Then she saw the mountain-shaking bear walk forward. It waved its paws left and right as if it was greeting Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and silently used the transfiguration technique to restore her original appearance. Then the other mountain-shaking bear's eyes revealed joy. It seems that the transfiguration technique is still useful. Only the leading mountain-shaking bear can. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and laughed. That's right, before and after she entered Sumeru world there was no difference. However, the mountain-shaking bear's attitude was completely different. It was obvious that it was because of the thing that Wan Wuxing left in her Naiwan palace. Now, even though she had used the transfiguration technique, she was still easily recognized by the mountain-shaking bear. She did not know if the transfiguration technique was useless or if Wan Wuxing's methods were brilliant. It seems that I should find an opportunity to get rid of this immortal Dao Senior's legacy. Although Senior Huan's tone did not sound malicious, and in terms of legacy I am considered his junior by who knows how many generations, but, after all, there is something that I do not understand in my Naiwan palace. I am really worried. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and thought to herself. When the few mountain-shaking bears saw that Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought, they obediently stood by the side. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and looked at these spiritual beasts with little intelligence. She felt a warmth in her heart. She leaped into the air and her feet left the ground. She was taller than the mountain-shaking bear by half a body. She raised her hand and patted its head. When the mountain-shaking bear saw that Zhang Xiaohua was so powerful, its bean-sized eyes flashed with a strong light. The mountain-shaking bear shrunk its head and lowered its paws. It was as docile as the old yellow dog in the Guozhuang house. All right, it's okay. All right. The five elements formation is already in chaos. You old bears don't have to be afraid. Do what you have to do. This poor Taoist still has things to do. Let's meet again if fate wills it. Zhang Xiaohua said as he patted the shoulders of the bears, bidding them farewell. The black bears also understood and shook their heads reluctantly. At this moment there was a commotion in front of them. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly and released her divine sense. She had long understood that from the core of Huan Su, it was Xia Qing who was leading a few disciples towards them. Why, is there one less? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised at first, But when she saw that Xiaqing and the rest were exhausted, and there were fire wolves, saber-toothed tigers, and a few other spiritual beasts around them that she had never seen before, she understood. She was about to go forward, but when she saw the female disciple on the ground and the few mountain-shaking bears beside her, her eyes lit up. She first flew to the female disciple, carried her and threw her on the shoulder of a mountain-shaking bear. That mountain-shaking bear did not understand what was going on, but it still stood there naively and pressed its large paw on the female disciple's back to prevent her from falling. Then Zhang Xiaohua pointed in the direction of the sound and said while gesturing, "Brother Bear, there are a few people over there. They are the descendants of your master Senior Huan. Can you bring them out of the five elements formation?" Although that mountain-shaking bear was a spiritual beast, it could not be compared to Little Martin and Little Dog. How could it understand? It also did not know what the so-called descendants were. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's sign language was easy to understand. After gesturing for a while, that mountain-shaking bear seemed to understand. It shook its head and shook its paw, then ran towards Zhang Xiaohua's direction. After running a few steps, it turned back to look at Zhang Xiaohua, only to see that Zhang Xiaohua had already flown in another direction. As for Xiaqing and the others, they hurriedly followed the path they remembered. This path was originally very safe and would not encounter any spiritual beasts, but now that the five elements formation was in chaos and the formation had been overturned, how could it be safe? Moreover, with these people together, they were more conspicuous than Lily. They had long been tracked by the spirit beasts that had smelled their scent. After a few fights, they had already lost a disciple inside. However, the fortunate thing was that they had consulted each other and had a clear route to get out. Unlike Lily, although she had entered the array earlier, she had been chased by the spirit beasts. She had first been injured, then lost her way. If she had not met Zhang Xiaohua, she would have died. Even so, there was no longer a safe route and danger lurked in every corner. If it were not for the fact that the spiritual beasts of different attributes were wary of each other and attacked each other from time to time, they would not have been able to persevere until now. Just when Xiaqing felt that she had reached the edge of the five elements great array and that she might be able to escape after a few more battles, she smelled the ground shaking again. When she peeked into the distance, she saw that it was a few huge mountain-shaking bears. She couldn't help but feel disheartened. It was already a leaky roof and now it was raining continuously. How could she still have a chance to survive after encountering the mountain-shaking bears that were almost the overlords of the five elements great array? As for the spirit beasts chasing Xiaqing, their eyes were also filled with vigilance. Chapter 930. When the mountain-shaking bear arrived at the scene, there were a few spirit beasts that looked similar to mice but were several times larger in size. They were constantly attacking Xiaqing and the others. Everyone was in a hurry to deal with them. The arrival of the mountain-shaking bear not only made Xiaqing's heart turn cold, but the long sword in her hand also went limp and the strength of her stab was completely gone. Those spirit beasts were quite vigilant and ignored Xiaqing and the others' reactions. They only turned their bodies to the side and stood there in a daze. The mountain-shaking bear didn't care about this and strode into the field. Before they could stabilize themselves, another disciple with sharp eyes saw Lily on the shoulder of the mountain-shaking bear. He cried out involuntarily, "Senior Sister Xia, this is Junior Sister Lily." When Xiaqing heard this, she was pleasantly surprised. However, she didn't dare to move her feet and only stared at the mountain-shaking bears with bright eyes. However, when the mountain-shaking bears entered the field, they were different from the other spirit beasts. They didn't linger at the side and directly surrounded Xiaqing and the other spirit beasts. Then the mountain-shaking bear in the lead raised its head and roared loudly. Its voice spread far and wide. The rat-like spirit beasts were stunned and became furious. They also began to squeak and a few of them even flipped their bodies in the air. This Xiaqing didn't understand, but her heart grew colder. Lily was captured by the mountain-shaking bear and she didn't know if she was dead or alive. However, looking at the bloodstains on her body, she was definitely seriously injured. Since the mountain-shaking bear had surrounded them, they must be treated the same way. Thinking about this, Xiaqing looked at the disciples beside her. Unknowingly, everyone exchanged glances and tightened their grip on their weapons. Their hearts were filled with the desire to die. Around Xiaqing, a few spirit beasts jumped a few times in the air. One of them flew over with a whoosh and clawed at the mountain-shaking bear's face like a yellow wind. Although the spirit beast was fast, the mountain-shaking bear didn't panic. When the spirit beast's claw was in front of his eyes, he raised his thick bare paw and blocked it. Whoosh! There seemed to be a few sparks. The spirit beast used the momentum to twist its body in the air and charged at the mountain-shaking bear. It spat out a small water column. The water column was like an arrow, shooting straight towards the mountain-shaking bear's eyes. When the mountain-shaking bear saw this, it was exceptionally furious. It opened its ferocious mouth and let out a roar. Its massive body was extremely nimble as it leapt forward. It extended its left palm and slapped the water pillar. The water pillar disappeared, but not a single drop of water fell. The mountain-shaking bear's other paw was also extended at lightning speed. When the little spiritual beast was extremely close to it, it immediately slapped its body. With a bang, the little beast was shot down like a stone falling on the ground. Then the little beast jumped out of the ground and ran far away, leaving only a small hole in the ground. Immediately the other small beasts also cried out and fled in all directions. When these small beasts disappeared, the mountain-shaking bear stood majestically and looked around with its small eyes. With a dong sound, it stomped its left foot. The spirit beasts that were still looking around earlier were like monkeys that had lost their tree. They scattered with a loud bang. When they ran far away, they didn't give up and hid behind a few ruins, watching from afar. Seeing the mountain-shaking bear scattering the spirit beasts, Xiaqing didn't feel lucky in her heart. Although these spirit beasts lived in the 5 elements great array and were quite intelligent, they were still wild beasts after all. They had a cruel temperament and viewed human lives as weeds. One of her own junior sisters was torn apart by a heaven-reaching ape in front of its eyes. It didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. Who knew that when she tightened her grip on the weapon in her hand, the mountain-shaking bear still didn't attack. Instead, those mountain-shaking bears still surrounded them from afar, watching coldly. Xiaqing scratched her head. She clearly saw how strong the mountain-shaking bear was. The water pillars that she and her group were exhausted from dealing with were scattered with a slap from the mountain-shaking bear. The spirit beasts that she couldn't even stab with her sword were sent flying with a slap from the mountain-shaking bear. How could she take the initiative to attack? After a long while, seeing that the situation was extremely awkward, a quick-witted disciple suddenly said softly, "Senior Sister Xia, I feel that these mountain-shaking bears seem to be protecting us." His tone was extremely weak and by the end, it was almost inaudible. That's right, this kind of thinking was really inconceivable. However, it was this sentence that made Xiaqing's mind light up. Isn't that so? Previously, at the core of the ruins of Huan, there was a senior from our sect who appeared to save us. This might be the work of that senior too? The more Xiaqing thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. She immediately knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, "But which senior saved us? Please show yourself, and let us thank you." When the other disciples heard this, they were extremely surprised and quickly knelt on the ground. However, after a few kowtows, there was no movement. There were only a few mountain-shaking bears standing at the side. Xiaqing frowned and thought for a while. She stood up and said softly, "Junior sisters, the situation in front of us, this mountain-shaking bear doesn't know what it means. Perhaps it matches my guess. Let's walk forward, what do you all think?" Naturally, no one had any objections. Thus, Xiaqing and the others tried to follow the original route and walked forward for a while. To their surprise, the mountain-shaking bear didn't make things difficult for them. It only scattered around them and followed them forward. Xiaqing almost clapped her hands. She smiled and said loudly, "Thank you for your concerns, senior." Then she quickly walked to the mountain-shaking bear that was carrying Bai He on its shoulder and cupped her hands. "Excuse me. Could you please return junior sister Bai He to me?" Xiaqing's politeness was doused with cold water by the mountain-shaking bear's arrogance. It turned its head away and didn't even look at her. Xiaqing was extremely embarrassed. A disciple beside her was a little anxious. "Senior Sister Xia, let's get out of the formation quickly. It won't be too late to ask for Junior Sister Bai He when we get out." "Yes, Senior Sister Xia, they are mountain-shaking bears after all. They are not us. They may not understand what you mean." Xiaqing naturally understood. She nodded, waved her hand and led the way forward. Everyone had fought hard for a long time and their inner energy was already exhausted. However, seeing that there was hope for survival, why would they care about the damage to their meridians by forcefully using their inner energy? They all forcefully used their inner energy, extracted their inner energy from their meridians, and used their lightness skills to move towards the edge of the ruins of Huan. The mountain-shaking bear was indeed valiant. It took large strides as if the ground was just inches away. It seemed to effortlessly surround Xiaqing. Along the way there were some sporadic spiritual beasts that didn't know what was good for them and harassed them from time to time. However, they were all defeated by the mountain-shaking bear's powerful martial arts. This made Xiaqing and the rest even more nervous. It must be one of the seniors from our cult who took action. There was naturally someone who took action. However, how could it be the seniors from the incense cult in Xiaqing and the rest hearts? Yes, not only was it not a senior from the incense cult, it seemed like it was doing something that was detrimental to the incense cult. Just as the mountain-shaking bear escorted Xiaqing and the rest to the edge of the ruins of Huan, they were still carefree and didn't seem to hide their tracks at all. At this moment there was a sudden earthquake. Without any warning, the entire ground shook violently. The ruins of Huan, which was already broken to the point that it couldn't get any more broken, was once again filled with dust. Not only did Xiaqing and the rest lose their footing and fall to the ground, even the mountain-shaking bear and the rest had a horrified expression in their eyes. Their bodies swayed left and right as if they were about to fall. Fortunately, the shaking was extremely short and stopped in an instant. When Xiaqing got up from the ground, a disciple cried out in horror, "Senior Sister Xia, this is already the second time the array shook. Seems more intense than the last time. It's just that the duration is much shorter. Hurry up and get out. There must be a great change in the array. Perhaps the core thing has changed." Xiaqing was shocked, but then she revealed a joyful expression. Perhaps it's the right time for that thing to be born? Hurry up and report to the cult leader. There's good news, perhaps everyone will benefit. When the rest heard this, they were also delighted. They immediately got up and ran to the edge. Extremely far away was the location of the array core of the Ruijin Palace. Zhang Xiaohua's figure was floating in the air. She was holding the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace that was previously suppressing the array core. Her face revealed a horrified expression. "Are you kidding me? Why is there such a big movement? I'm just taking back the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. It was originally mine." Then she thought about it and realized something. She had put away the 5 elements beads in the 5 array cores of the 5 elements array that she was barely able to maintain. That day when she collected the earth element bead, the entire array shook. However, it wasn't very big. When she came out of the core restriction, the entire array changed again. It must be related to the thunder bead that she put away. Of course, the Earth's core had hidden itself in the nameless void. Perhaps it was also related to the great change in the array. Now she had put away the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace and completely destroyed the 5 elements array. How could it not cause a disturbance? Oh no. Won't my movement attract Nun Jingyi's attention? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. I still need to think of a way to divert her attention. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes turned. She unconsciously came up with a plan. With a smile, she broke through the air and went to the place where she entered the array. Xiaqing and the others walked for a long time but still didn't see a familiar place. She couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that the array changed and changed the route? Just as she was thinking, she heard a long roar from a few mountain-shaking bears around her. Their eyes revealed traces of uneasiness and they slowed down their pace. Xiaqing and the others didn't understand. Their speed was still the same. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiaqing's eyes lit up. Between the gaps of the ruins in the distance, she could see a flat area. Wasn't it the edge of the Huansu? Xiaqing and the others were overjoyed. Just as they were about to rush out, the mountain-shaking bears stopped. With a low roar, they threw Lily on the ground and walked around for a long time, as if they were looking for something. However, they didn't find anything. Then they turned around and strode into the depths of the Huansu. Chapter 931. Seeing that mountain-shaking bear had abandoned Lily, a few disciples hurried forward. Seeing that Lily was still breathing, they didn't dare to neglect her and immediately carried her on their shoulders. After running wildly for a while, they finally exited the Huan ruins and arrived on a flat surface. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. Xiaqing immediately knelt down on the ground and said, "Disciple Xiaqing thanks Senior for saving us on behalf of all the junior sisters." The other disciples also knelt down. Just when they were about to get up and didn't expect any response, a voice came from the distant sky. Everyone was overjoyed. When they looked up, they saw a burly man in a simple robe floating in the distance. Xiaqing was shocked. He was obviously not an elder or leader of the aroma-spreading religion. Could he be a consecrator of some generation? However, Xiaqing immediately denied it. This immortal technique could only be obtained by the leader or the elders. Consecrators couldn't do that. However, looking at this man floating in the sky, she realized that he was even more powerful than the leader. This made Xiaqing scratch her head. "You are all descendants of Ai's old friends. Naturally, I should help you." The man's voice was extremely weak. Xiaqing could only hear him clearly. Before she could say anything, the man waved his hand and flew into the depths of the Huan ruins like the wind. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Ah? The disciples, including Xiaqing, were all dumbfounded. They had heard countless legends of the immortal Dao and revered the deeds of their ancestors. But this immortal Dao divine ability to fly without a trace was something they had never dreamt of even in their wildest dreams. It was Lord Cult Leader. No one dared to think further. "Is that senior sister Xia?" In the distance, while Xiaqing and the others were stunned, a few male disciples of the Ruijin Palace ran over in surprise. The first one was Ren Wufeng, whom Zhang Xiaohua met. Seeing the man in the Taoist robe fly away, Xiaqing and the others were full of surprise and regret. Hearing someone calling them, they calmed down and turned around. As expected, it's senior sister Xia. Ren Wufeng was also pleasantly surprised to see Xiaqing. He looked around and tried to sound her out. "Over the past few days there have been huge changes in Huansu. I was panicking and didn't know what to do. Now that I've seen senior sister, I'm relieved." Xiaqing was non-committal as she nodded and said, "I've made junior brother Ren worry. It's just that the boundary of Huansu seems to have expanded quite a bit." Ren Wufeng cupped his fists and said, "Senior martial sister Xia, you're right. Ever since the first slight tremor in Huansu a few days ago, the edge of Huansu began to expand outwards. I panicked and could only gradually move backwards. The biggest tremor in the middle caused the ruins at the edge of the ruins of waste to be even more dilapidated. The area of expansion was the largest and the speed was also extremely fast. Even the small ones were almost swept into it. The saber-toothed tigers and other wild beasts inside scared me so much that I broke out in a cold sweat." Ren Wufeng was eloquent and said clearly, "Even the last tremor just now, the area of expansion was also much larger." Xiaqing waved her hand and said, "This matter. Have you reported it to sect leader?" "Of course." Ren Wufeng was resolute at first, but then he smiled and said, Although I know that Senior Martial Sister Xia is here and the matter of Huansu should be decided by Senior Martial Sister Xia. It's just that Senior Martial Sister Xia is in Huansu and it's quite inconvenient to send messages, so I took the initiative and sent out the highest level signal on me the day before yesterday. It's just that, you've done well." Xiaqing smiled and nodded. She took out a signal from her bosom and handed it over. She said, "Although you've sent out the signal, sect leader might not care about it with the disciples of Mo Xian Palace around. Send out this signal for me and ask sect leader to come quickly." "Yes." Ren Wufeng took it. He knew that Xiaqing and the others must have encountered some unforeseen event and their inner strength was insufficient, so they let him use it. Seeing Ren Wufeng send out the signal, Xiaqing heaved a sigh of relief and asked in a low voice, "How's Junior Martial Sister Baihe's injury?" A disciple next to her whispered, "Junior Martial Sister Baihe's injury is very serious. Not to mention that she has lost an arm, even the meridians in her body are torn. She needs to recuperate for a while before she can. Well, that's good. As long as she can keep her life, it's a blessing. Feed Baihe another Yuandan pill." However, before Xiaqing finished speaking, the disciple next to her continued, "It's just that there's a medicinal power in Junior Martial Sister Baihe's body that's nourishing her injury. This medicinal power is very similar to the Yuandan pill of our sect. But the medicinal power seems to be much stronger." "Ah?" Xiaqing frowned and stretched out her hand. A wisp of inner strength was transferred into her. and a smile gradually appeared on her face. Yes, this medicinal power is similar to the Yuandan pill. It should be from the immortal Dao senior we saw just now. This also means that the senior is our incense cult's consecrator. This junior martial sister Baiha must have been saved by him. But, that senior looks not much older than us. A disciple asked. There are countless immortal Dao supernatural powers, and it should be very easy to rejuvenate. That senior looks like a middle-aged man, but maybe he's older than our sect leader. Xiaqing explained with a smile. Immortal Dao senior? Middle-aged man. Ren Wufeng was puzzled, but he didn't dare to ask. Junior brother Ren, do you have horses and carriages here? Xiaqing turned her head and asked. Of course, senior martial sister Xia, do you want to use them? I'll go and prepare them now. Ren Wufeng cupped his hands and left. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, she led the disciples of Ruijin Palace back with a few horses and a carriage. Looking at her junior sisters putting the Baiha into the carriage, Xiaqing instructed, Junior brother Ren, there's a huge change in Huansu. Although we've already sent out a signal, Lord Cult Master is busy every day and might not have the time to come over. We still need to report to Lingering Fragrance Peak. We are all injured. Send a few disciples to follow us back to the mountain. Yes. Ren Wufeng swiftly arranged everything. With a few disciples of the Sharp Gold Hall leading the way, the group was about to leave the Huan ruins. At this moment, an odd beast darted out from behind a huge rock not far away. It slanted around the crowd and headed towards the edge of the ruins of Huan. Xiaqing looked at the familiar David's deer and couldn't help but ask, is it the David's deer? Seeing this, Ren Wufeng said curiously, yes. Just a few days ago, a person who claimed to be the disciple of Mo Xiangong of Lingering Fragrance Peak entered the ruins of Huansu. He said that he was sent by Lord Cult Master to pick up senior sister Xia. This odd beast was left behind by that disciple. Disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak? Xiaqing frowned. Is he called Ren Xiaoyao? Yes, it's Ren Xiaoyao. Ren Wufeng was surprised. Could it be that this Ren Xiaoyao isn't the disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak? That's right. He's the disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak personally appointed by Lord Cult Master. Didn't you check his waist token? No, of course I did. But it's my first time seeing this disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak, so? Ren Wufeng nodded and then realized, could it be that senior sister Xia didn't meet him? I thought senior sister Xia had seen him and he's already... Xiaqing waved her hand, I haven't seen him yet. We're all at the core of the ruins of Huansu. How can Ren Xiaoyao enter? Unless Lord Cult Master tells him the route. Then looking at the back of the David's deer she shook her head and said, not to mention that Lord Cult Master won't tell him the route even if he did now, unless God opens his eyes, otherwise, it's impossible for him to survive. Just when Xiaqing came to a conclusion, God really opened his eyes. The David's deer ran to the edge of the ruins of Huansu and stopped at a distance, as if it was extremely scared. In the ruins in front of it, the shadow of a saber-toothed tiger loomed, and then a thin and tall figure flew out. With a bang, it crashed into a mountain rock not far away and there was no movement for a long time. Xiaqing was dumbfounded. She had seen Zhang Xiaohua before. Although she didn't have a deep impression of him, she still knew about his thin and tall figure and his reputation of breaking into Lingering Fragrance Peak. She had just mentioned him and he actually escaped from the ruins of Huansu. Junior brother Ren, go over and take a look, see if Ren Xiaoyao is still alive? Ren Wufeng urged the horse. Halfway through he saw Zhang Xiaohua standing up unsteadily and looking around blankly. When he saw Ren Wufeng his face was filled with joy, and he walked unsteadily towards Ren Wufeng's direction. The David's deer was Huan Huan. It cried out happily and rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua got onto the David's deer with great difficulty, and then urged Huan Huan to come in front of Ren Wufeng. Leaning on Huan Huan's back she said weakly, Junior brother Ren. Ren Wufeng confirmed Zhang Xiaohua's identity as a disciple of the guardian. He didn't dare to neglect and said with a smile, Senior brother Ren, please come over here. Senior sister Xia from Mo Nonggong is returning to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Returning to Lingering Fragrance Peak? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, it's over? She's going back just like that? I don't know, you'd better ask senior sister Xia. Ren Wufeng shook his head. When he was in front of Xiaqing, Zhang Xiaohua struggled to get off the David's deer. Xiaqing frowned and said angrily, "No need, Ren Xiaoyao, you're injured now, it's better for you to sit on the horse." "Thank you, senior sister Xia," Zhang Xiaohua said with a grin. "Ren Xiaoyao, why are you here? Aren't you accompanying Zixia at Lingering Fragrance Peak? Why did Lord Cult Leader ask you to come here? Why did you run into the ruins of Huan by yourself? Did Lord Cult Leader let you in?" Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to speak, Xiaqing threw a bunch of questions at him. Zhang Xiaohua had already prepared his words. When Xiaqing's voice fell, he answered leisurely, "I'm here on Lord Cult Leader's orders to come to the ruins of Huan to fetch senior sister Xia. Of course, I'm indebted to Lord Cult Leader's kindness and didn't force me to go in and explore, but I thought that since I'm already a disciple of the guardian of Mo Nong Gong, I should be able to enter the ruins of Huan. Wouldn't it be better if I could help senior sister Xia inside? So you acted on your own initiative and entered the ruins of Huan?" Xiaqing asked angrily. Chapter 932. Yes. Zhang Xiaohua said curiously, "But I didn't expect it to be so quiet inside. I didn't run into any of the monsters junior brother Ren Wufeng mentioned until a few days ago. I went to a place and before I could investigate in detail the ground shook. Then I saw some strange things that were different from the monsters junior brother Ren Wufeng mentioned. My martial arts are limited. I can't compare with senior sister Xia, so I gave up the idea of going forward and went back the way I came. But it was a quiet ruin a few days ago. I don't know what happened, but it suddenly became lively. If I didn't have the strength to run fast, I would have been eaten by those beasts. I don't know what those monsters saw in me. I don't have much meat on me. What's so delicious about me?" Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. His words made the female disciples of Mo Xian Palace cover their mouths. Only Xiaqing frowned. When she met Zhang Xiaohua in the fragrant cult, she was cold and didn't like him. When she heard about the matter between Zhang Xiaohua and Nye Qinyu, she thought that Zhang Xiaohua saved Nye Qinyu in order to enter the fragrant cult. Later, when she heard that Zhang Xiaohua broke into the Lingxiang Peak and got along with Zixia, she felt more and more ashamed of Zhang Xiaohua's character. Now that she heard Zhang Xiaohua's glib tongue, she was disgusted. She didn't want to ask about his encounter in the ruins of Huanyu and just sneered, "It seems that junior brother Ren is quite lucky. I don't know what he encountered in there and what benefits he got. However, just by seeing junior brother Ren being chased by the saber-toothed tiger, it's not something to be proud of." Well, Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and smiled. "I met." Xiaqing waved her hand and stopped him. "Junior fellow apprentice Ren is the protector disciple of Mo Xian Gong, which is the direct subordinate of Hierarch Darren. Although his position is not high, it is not something I can ask. Since Hierarch Darren sent you to meet him, you should report everything to Hierarch Darren in detail after meeting him." Then without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua's reply, she waved her hand and said, "Let's go ahead. You stay behind." Yes. Zhang Xiaohua was a little confused. Xiaqing was an old acquaintance of hers outside the incense cult. It was because of this relationship that she saved her several times in the Huansu. Although she didn't ask for her gratitude, she didn't need to be so cold. After everyone moved forward, Zhang Xiaohua leaned over the back of the David's deer and slowly followed behind. Thinking about Xiaqing's respect and pleading to her in the Huansu, a senior of the immortal path whom she had never met, Zhang Xiaohua understood. Although her heart was firm, her nature hadn't changed at all. The pride in her heart overflowed even in front of the weak. Was this kind of person suitable to cultivate the immortal path? Zhang Xiaohua didn't know this question and was too lazy to think about it. He just thought about it and threw it to the back of his mind. He began to think about how to deal with Nun Jingyi. Although Zhang Xiaohua used the transfiguration technique to transform himself into Wan Wuxin and deceive Xiaqing and the others, he couldn't guarantee that he could deceive Nun Jingyi. He followed Xiaqing and the others into the Huansu. Now that such a big change had happened in the Huansu, he would definitely be suspected by Nun Jingyi. Since he was the initiator of this change, how could he not be nervous? Moreover, he was full of the secrets of the immortal path. If Nun Jingyi discovered even a little bit of it? But they were all life-threatening. Although Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation had improved greatly in the restriction at the core of the Huansu, he was like a baby who had a mountain of gold and didn't know how to spend it. Although his vital energy was sufficient and his divine sense was comparable to Nanjing Yi's, when he thought about how Nanjing Yi could easily stop Shimujuan's shocking sword with her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua was quite nervous. He knew very well that he definitely didn't have that kind of cultivation. Xia Qing and the rest were all injured, so their movements were not very fast. They slowly urged the horses under them to move and adjust their breathing on the back of the horses. When they were far away from Huan Su and saw the sky, it was already gradually getting dark. It wasn't until everyone set up camp and rested on a relatively flat ground that Zhang Xiaohua racked his brains and thought of a stupid idea. That was to take out all the Dharma artifacts related to the immortal path, find a place and bury them. He didn't have a single Dharma artifact on him. Let's see what Nanjing Yi could find. Zhang Xiaohua was the guardian disciple of Mo Ningong. Of course, he wouldn't stay with the disciples of Ruijin Palace. Xia Qing and the others were female disciples, so they couldn't stay with Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua's tent was set up alone beside a mountain rock. Looking at the night sky, the injured female disciples stayed in the tent to adjust their breathing. The disciples of Ruijin Palace lit a bonfire in the distance and patrolled. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with her divine sense and directly went underground. After walking for a short distance, she found a place to hide. She took out all the things on her body, chasing dream, belt, bracelet, money pouch and so on, and hid them all. Then she set up a restriction to prevent them from being discovered. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua secretly prayed in her heart, "May the passing gods bless me. These are all this little one's belongings. Please don't let anyone discover them." After everything was done, Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat as she remembered the bracelet on her arm. This was her biggest secret. Should she hide this bracelet as well? Taking off the bracelet from her arm, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the thing that she had long ignored. It was made of a dark material and she seemed to be able to see the faint starlight inside. She scanned it with her divine sense, but there wasn't any fluctuation of heaven and earth yuan qi. When she used her divine sense to invade it, she didn't find any abnormalities. It was no different from an ordinary object. And let's take a gamble. My divine sense can't discover this thing. Maybe Abbess Jingyi can't see it either? Zhang Xiaohua comforted herself. After all, this was her most precious thing. She didn't feel at ease leaving it somewhere else. I forgot. Previously, when Senior Wan Wuxin taught me how to refine the stone tablet, she mentioned the origin energy. At that time I couldn't spit it out. Now that my cultivation has improved, I feel that it's possible. Should I refine the stone tablet? I should also see what's inside. If this place is discovered by others in the future, won't I not even know what's inside? After making up her mind, Zhang Xiaohua put the bracelet on her arm and took the jade tablet out of her belt. She looked around and scanned with her divine sense. She found a small cave in the distance. She made a hand seal and flew over. Zhang Xiaohua sat down cross-legged. She stretched out her palm and placed it on the stone tablet that had turned light gold. She silently recited the method to refine the stone tablet. She refined the stone tablet once more. Everything happened naturally. According to Wan Wuxin's instructions, Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of hazy light gold origin energy. It scattered on the stone tablet. Instantly, the stone tablet flashed with a sparkling light. A feeling of freedom came from the stone tablet. At the same time, a voice sounded again. "Fellow Taoist, with your cultivation, this stone tablet can be considered to have been refined by you. Fellow Taoist, you've come from afar, so I invited you in because I had no other choice. Perhaps it wasn't your intention. However, this stone tablet was obtained by I from the Heaven Play 5 Elements formation. Although the things inside are precious, they're different from what I learned. It's fate that I'm giving it to you now. Fellow Taoist, please don't be in a hurry to comprehend it. Just take a look first. It won't be too late to comprehend it when you have the opportunity in the future. Please come in and have a chat." Then the voice disappeared without a trace. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua laughed secretly. Isn't that Wan Wuxin's voice? And judging from the meaning of that voice, it was mine before I entered the passageway. This Wan Wuxin is really scheming. First he left his voice in the stone tablet and let me see the things inside the stone tablet so that I'm tempted. Then he let me enter the passageway. But who knew that I don't have the ability to refine this stone tablet at all? Of course, I don't know anything about the things inside. But what good things are left in the stone tablet? Even Wan Wuxin, the founder of the immortal Tao, said that it's precious? Zhang Xiaohua's curiosity was greatly aroused. He penetrated her divine sense into the stone tablet. She saw that the stone tablet was also an empty place. She couldn't see anything. Could it be that Senior Huan is lying? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled, a transparent human figure suddenly appeared in the empty space of the stone tablet. That human figure waved his hand and a small sword flew out from his hand. Once the small sword entered the air, it multiplied from 1 to 10, then from 10 to 100 and from 100 to 1,000. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with sword light dancing. Could it be that there were already more than 10,000 of them? At the same time, a flow flowed into Zhang Xiaohua's mind. When Zhang Xiaohua digested the flow, she couldn't help but be overjoyed. This flow recorded the technique of controlling the sword. It was called Sword Rendition of the World. And this illusory sword technique was only the first level of the sword technique. Who knew how many levels there were after that? How could this not make Zhang Xiaohua ecstatic? His own driving of Chasing Dream was merely based on a few nameless flying sword moves. Based on his own exploration, it was basically a wild fox meditation. It was fine for him to bully martial artists normally, but if he met someone with superior martial arts, he would be helpless. It was simply impossible for him to have the magical power of 10,000 swords in the metal element formation. And this sword rendition of the world, although the name was as vulgar as weapon rendition of the world, the content inside could not be mentioned in the same breath. The realm of 10,000 swords that Zhang Xiaohua dreamed of was only the first level of the sword technique. It was no wonder that even Wan Wuxin praised it as precious. After Zhang Xiaohua penetrated her divine sense into the stone tablet, she carefully looked at the technique of the transparent human figure several times. After she was sure that she had memorized it, Zhang Xiaohua reluctantly put the stone tablet into her belt and put it into the restriction again. However, this time, although Zhang Xiaohua was separated by the restriction, she could still feel the position of the stone tablet. It was as if she could see it herself. Good. Zhang Xiaohua praised in her heart. So refining the stone tablet has such benefits? I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to find this place. Chapter 933. When Zhang Xiaohua sensed the stone steel's location and was about to leave, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He seemed to have sensed something, but after thinking about it, he couldn't figure out what it was. Could it be another warning sign? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. He burrowed into the ground and headed back. When he saw the bonfire in the Ruijin Hall, he suddenly realized something. I was wondering why it was so strange. It seems like I only sensed the stone tablet's location, but I didn't sense any fluctuations from the stone tablet. This is the consequence of refining the stone tablet? Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed, but he couldn't make up his mind. After all, he was the one who refined the stone tablet. It wasn't strange for him to be able to sense the stone tablet without using the energy fluctuations. However, he didn't know if others, such as Nun Jingyi, would be able to sense the stone tablet's fluctuations with their divine senses. This isn't easy to try. Zhang Xiaohua was a little depressed. It would be best if I could conceal it. If I can't, wouldn't I be losing money? Moreover, the refining method of each artifact is different. The method of refining the stone tablet probably won't work on other artifacts. It's better to get past Nun Jingyi first. It was a quiet night. Zhang Xiaohua calmly comprehended the first stage of the Sword of the World. The chant matched with the human figure in the stone tablet. After tasting it, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but scratch his ears and cheeks. He just wanted to follow the instructions of the technique and control Chasing Dream. He wanted to create thousands of sword shadows in the air. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua escaped from the tent and found a secluded place to practice the Big Dipper Divine Fist. The Big Dipper Divine Fist actually increased by 3 stages, which made Zhang Xiaohua very happy. Then Zhang Xiaohua thought of using the Illusion Breaker Eyes to look at his tempered bones. It was a pity that the Illusion Breaker Eyes had absorbed the power of the lightning and was resting. No matter how Zhang Xiaohua tried to activate the core in his Naiwan Palace, it didn't respond. Ah, the fragrant religion is truly my blessed land. I've gained a lot in the Yulon Grand Canyon, and my cultivation has also increased in the ruins of Huan. Although I didn't get the Earth's core, but I don't have any regrets. After all, on the lingering fragrance peak I met the dream that I looked forward to the most. Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with joy. When he returned to the tent, he bumped into the disciples of the Ruijin Palace Hall. This ordinary action made the disciples of the Ruijin Palace feel flattered and flattered. Xiaqing curled her lips and despised him even more. Everyone set off, and after traveling for another half a day, they arrived at a dangerous place. Between the crevices of two tall mountains, there was a gurgling stream. On the left side of the stream, there was a winding path that passed through the foot of the mountain. When Zhang Xiaohua passed through here that day, he had killed Shimujuan. He was amazed at the cruelty of the battle of the immortal Tao and didn't pay attention to the dangers of the terrain. Now that his cultivation had improved greatly, the range of his divine sense had also increased greatly. Therefore, before he got close to the winding path, he was shocked. When he released his divine sense, although he couldn't see the foot of the mountain clearly, a person hiding in the green grass in the stream caught his attention. "Oh, who is setting up this ambush?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. As far as he knew, other than Lord Jingzhi's side, there was only the Tenryu sect. He had seen these two groups of people. As for the other sects such as the Dalan Temple and the Righteous Alliance, Zhang Xiaohua didn't think that they were obedient and wouldn't send people to infiltrate the fragrant religion. Could it be that this group of people is together with the two people we met in Huansu? As Zhang Xiaohua thought, he followed behind the group and walked forward slowly. He was still leaning over the David's deer, his divine sense probing forward from time to time, hoping to see more. As expected, before they arrived at the tall mountain, Zhang Xiaohua had already discovered a few people on the cliff. Those people were also quietly lying on the ground. There were dozens of huge rocks in front of them. Looking at their posture, it was similar to the attack of the giant ape in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Zhang Xiaohua looked at his divine sense anxiously. He really didn't know how to warn Xiaqing and the rest. Suddenly, a sense of danger rose in his heart. A familiar divine sense spread out in front of him. Abbess Jing-yi. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and immediately retracted his divine sense. He silently used the nameless incantation to conceal his cultivation and divine sense, but it was still the same as before. Although Zhang Xiaohua retracted his divine sense, his eyes were still half open, slightly slanting to look at the tall mountain. After a while, he didn't see any movement at the top of the mountain, but Xiaqing and the rest walked to the bottom of the cliff. At this moment, the person who was leaning over the grass leaped out. With a wave of his left arm, a black light was flung out from his arm, directly shooting towards the disciples of the Sharp Gold Palace who were caught off guard. At the same time, the human figures on the tall mountain also straightened up, forming groups of a few people. They put their hands on the huge rocks and shouted in unison, wanting to push the huge rocks down. However, before they could exert enough strength, they saw a figure suddenly rise from an inconceivable place, leaping high and landing on the huge rocks in front of them. The few people were shocked. When they looked carefully, it was a white-haired old woman wearing a palace robe. Run. One of them was very clever. When the others were still thinking about how this person appeared, he had already retreated, shouted loudly, and turned around to flee to the side. When the person fled, the rest of the people also came to their senses. At this time, how could they guess how this person came up or who she was? As a result, all of them scattered like monkeys when the tree falls, fleeing in all directions. The old woman in the palace robe wasn't in a hurry. With a wave of her hand, a small sword broke through the air, piercing towards the back of one of the people's neck at lightning speed. That person's martial arts was also very strong. When he heard the sound of wind behind him, he didn't turn his head. Instead, he raised his hand and the short sword in his hand struck towards the small sword. However, there was a loophole in the attack. Before the short sword hit, the small sword suddenly rose up and pierced the back of the person's head. Moreover, as the old woman in the palace robe moved her finger slightly, the small sword was pulled out from the back of the person's head, and with a whoosh, it attacked another person in another direction. Under the mysterious means of the old woman in the palace robe, the few people on the top of the mountain turned into vengeful spirits in just a moment. The old woman moved her finger again, and the small sword flew back from the back of the last person's neck. The end of the small sword was connected to the old woman's finger by a very thin transparent silk thread. At the bottom of the mountain, although the ambushers came prepared, they appeared from the water after all. The sound first alarmed the disciples of the Ruijin Palace. Although they were caught off guard, they still managed to dodge the attack in a hurry and only suffered a slight injury. The ambushers originally wanted to attract everyone's attention. Seeing that the ambush failed, they only exchanged a few blows with the disciples of the Ruijin Palace. They didn't see any boulders falling from the mountain, so they knew that things had changed. Therefore they didn't continue to fight and turned to escape. As for Zhang Xiaohua, she stole a glance at everything on the mountain. When she saw Nun Jingyi driving the flying sword and using the small sword to kill the enemy, which was similar to the method she used previously, she couldn't help but feel relieved. She felt that although Nun Jingyi was skillful in using her divine sense, which was the secret technique of the incense cult, in the way of controlling the sword, it seemed that she wasn't much better than her. The flying sword was abnormally fast, but it didn't have any moves to speak of and it didn't transform into any sword light. Nun Jingyi killed the enemy very quickly. By the time the person who ambushed her ran away, she had already floated down from the cliff. Nun Jingyi's figure was mysterious. Like a dancing white lotus, she floated lightly in the air and gradually slid down. In everyone's eyes, wasn't she a falling fairy? Had she already left the realm of martial arts? Sect leader. The disciples of the Ruijin Palace, Xiaqing and the others were shocked. They hurriedly dismounted from their horses and stood respectfully on the ground. Behind Xiaqing and the others, the ambushers turned and fled in the direction of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua stole a glance at the falling figure of Nun Jingyi and couldn't help but sigh. They're both using the levitation technique. But why is the incense cult's technique so beautiful? I learned the levitation technique from the Misty School. Not to mention the levitation technique, even the Imperial Wind technique doesn't seem to be as beautiful as her figure. Zhang Xiaohua could already tell that Nun Jingyi was using the levitation technique. However, she actually dared to use the levitation technique to jump down from such a high cliff. This was beyond Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Back then, Zhang Xiaohua only dared to show off her ability after learning the Imperial Wind technique. While she was thinking, the ambusher had already rushed to the front of Zhang Xiaohua's David's deer. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. She felt that Nun Jingyi's divine sense had already arrived. If she didn't make a move, she would definitely be seen by her. Hence, she stretched out her hand and picked up the great wisdom sword from Huanhuan's back. She lifted her right hand and swung it at the head of the ambusher. That ambusher had also seen Zhang Xiaohua, who was left alone. However, when he saw that she was injured, he didn't put her in his eyes. His purpose was to attract attention, so he let go of Zhang Xiaohua and directly attacked the disciples of the Ruijin Palace. At this moment, when he saw Zhang Xiaohua weakly swinging a sword embryo at him, he raised his sword in disdain and wanted to block it. However, when their weapons collided, an unparalleled force attacked him. Before he could circulate his energy, he felt a pain in his hand. The webbing between his thumb and index finger had already split open. His sword was also shattered. His chest was also shaken and he spat out a mouthful of blood. That person was horrified. This person who seemed to be injured was actually a great expert who was even more brilliant than the disciples of the Ruijin Palace. However, at this moment, the sword embryo that was incomparably heavy in the eyes of that person was once again in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. She swung it like a lamp and smashed it towards that person's chest again. Ren Xiaoya, spare his life. Not far away, Nun Jingyi's voice sounded. At the same time, a divine sense also approached from afar like a python and wrapped around Zhang Xiaohua's great wisdom heavy sword. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to release her divine sense, but she could still feel Nun Jingyi's divine sense on her arm. Although the force was not great, it still surprised Zhang Xiaohua once again. Isn't divine sense unable to move ordinary weapons? Even my divine sense can't enter the great wisdom heavy sword. How did Nun Jingyi do it? Chapter 934. Nun Jingyi's spiritual sense wasn't strong and Zhang Xiaohua could easily neutralize it. However, how could he disobey Lord Sect Leader's orders? Zhang Xiaohua took the opportunity to retrieve the great wisdom sword. At this moment, the disciples of the sharp golden hall who were chasing after the sneak attacker arrived. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua placed the great wisdom sword on Huanhuan's back, the sneak attacker who was lying on the ground looked at Nun Jingyi who was flying down from afar and the disciples of the sharp golden hall who were close by. He sneered and clenched his teeth without leaving a trace. In an instant, a stream of black blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. His body tilted and fell to the ground weakly. Nun Jingyi's spiritual sense left Zhang Xiaohua's great wisdom sword and scanned the surroundings before withdrawing. When the disciples of the sharp golden hall picked up the sneak attacker from the ground, he was already dead. The disciples of the sharp golden hall had no choice but to bring the corpse to Xia Qing and the others. When Nun Jingyi landed from the sky, Zhang Xiaohua, who was at the back of the group, also rushed to the front. He followed Xia Qing and the others to pay respects to Lord Sect Leader. Nun Jingyi waved her hand and asked, "Xia Qing, is there any change in the Huan ruins? Why did you send out the emergency signal again and again?" Xia Qing didn't dare to delay and quickly told her about the changes in the Huan ruins. Before Xia Qing could finish, Nun Jingyi's expression changed drastically and she said, "All of you rest here. We will talk after I go to the Huan ruins." After speaking, she floated up and used the levitation technique to head to the Huan ruins. Reporting to Lord Sect Leader. "This disciple is willing to accompany Lord Sect Leader." Xia Qing stood up and shouted. Nun Jingyi said impatiently, "All of you are seriously injured. You should rest here and recuperate. There is no need to follow me. We will talk after I return." As he spoke, he no longer paid any attention to the crowd. His figure floated up and headed in the direction of Huan Su. Looking at Nun Jingyi floating in the air like an immortal, Xia Qing and the others were full of admiration. However, Zhang Xiaohua criticized her in his heart. "She's just as a the great change in Huan Su is the most important thing for Lord Hierarch. If she wants to rush to Huan Su, she'll naturally use the method she's best at. Martial Dao's lightness skill is not her first choice. It seems that the levitation skill is Nun Jingyi's ultimate lightness skill." Ever since Zhang Xiaohua saw Nun Jingyi's powerful spiritual sense and her exquisite control over it, she felt inferior. However, when she saw Nun Jingyi only knew the levitation technique, she didn't know how to fly. She didn't know how she could fly's flying technique. S was right. Seeing Lord Sect Leader leave in a hurry, Xia Qing and the others followed Lord Sect Leader's orders and prepared to rest. Of course, this was a dangerous place. Although some of the ambushing enemies had been easily killed by Nun Jingyi, there was no guarantee that there would be a second wave. Therefore, everyone still retreated a distance and waited for Nun Jingyi's return. At this time, far away from the fragrant religion in a beautiful mountain villa, there were a dozen people sitting in a hall. In front of each person was a table filled with fine wine and delicacies. In front of the hall was a spacious space and there were another dozen or so beautiful dancers. They danced gracefully and the sound of bamboo instruments could be heard all around. It was a beautiful scene. When the music ended, the dancers stopped. A handsome man in his 50s with dark hair and a handsome face laughed loudly. He waved his hand and the dancers retreated. Even the musicians left quietly. The hall was silent. The man picked up the wine cup on the table, stood up and said, "Longting Villa hasn't been so lively for a long time. It's an honor to have all of you here. Now that the singing and dancing have stopped, let's take a break. Come, let me propose a toast to all of you." The other 10 people also raised their cups and said, "How can we not come when Villa Lord Long summoned us? Come, we also respect Villa Lord Long." As they spoke, they all drank the wine in their cups. Then a group of disciples in brocade clothes came up from the side. They held pots in their hands and filled everyone's cups. Then they silently retreated to the back. Then an old man in purple clothes who was sitting not far away also stood up. He held his wine cup and said with a smile, "Although there are many disputes in the southern Wolin, generally speaking, we live in harmony. Villa Lord Long has put a lot of effort into this. Now more than 10 sect leaders and leaders have gathered together. It's not easy. This old man is not talented, but on behalf of all the sects, I propose a toast to Villa Lord Long." "Very good." The people around him clapped their hands. Villa Lord Long stood up with a smile and also raised his cup. He said, "The singing and dancing are all because of the efforts of all of you. Longting Villa is just doing its duty. How can we have other forces? The Moon Sea sect is the real power in the southern Wolin. Sect leader Su is too modest. Come, let's drink together." The people around him laughed and said, "Let's drink together, let's drink together." Then they raised their cups and drank the wine together. Afterward, the guests and the host drank and chatted happily. When they were drunk, Manor Master Long put down his cup and sighed. He said, "Actually, I wanted to invite all of you to have a chat. It's just that, sect leader Su of the Moon Sea sect said curiously, Villa Lord Long, did something happen to you? If there's anything you need us to do, just tell us. The others also stopped drinking and listened to Villa Lord Long's explanation. Unexpectedly, Villa Lord Long shook his head and said with a smile, "Didn't I just say that the Southern Woline works together? How can there be anything that my Longting Villa can't deal with? It's just that. Cough cough, forget it. It's all in the past. Come everyone, let's drink." Villa Lord Long raised his cup and wanted to persuade them to drink, but sect leader Su didn't listen and said with a frown, "Villa Lord Long, I'm older than you and I want to talk to you. Since you have something on your mind, why don't you say it? Even if we can't help you, maybe we can give you an idea." Everyone in the room laughed and said, "That's right. Villa Lord Long, you don't treat us as friends anymore." "Not at all, not at all." Villa Lord Long laughed. "There's nothing difficult. I just thought of some trivial things in the past. If it weren't for those annoying things, we would have been drinking and chatting happily. Come, let's drink this cup and talk later." Everyone raised their cups. After that, Manor Master Long put down his wine cup and said with an ashamed expression, "Actually, everyone knows about this matter. I didn't hide it from everyone. A long time ago, my son went to Rejuvenation Valley to ask for her hand in marriage. However, he was defeated by an unknown boy." Huh. Sect leader Su laughed and waved his hand. "I was wondering what happened. So it's such a small matter. At that time, my Moon Sea sect also had a few young and handsome men. They went there energetically, but they also returned in defeat. It's nothing, heh." Manor Master Long chuckled. "Sect Master Su is magnanimous. You already have many children and grandchildren, so of course you don't care about these things. However, my unfilial son is dispirited after this blow. He even sent people to inquire about Rejuvenation Valley." At this time, a person next to him also interrupted. "Young Master Long is indeed an infatuated person. Villa Lord Long is so lucky." Villa Lord Long almost rolled his eyes. He didn't know what his son's infatuation had to do with his good fortune as a father, but he only smiled. Sect leader Zhou must be joking. Rejuvenation Valley's third miss already has a husband, but my son is still thinking about her. It's really inappropriate. The other person thought for a long time but still said, "If Villa Lord Long didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Back then my unfilial son also went there full of expectations. However, before he could enter the arena, he ran into Brother Zhou's son. In the end, the two of them sparred in private and injured each other. Neither of them went up." "Ah, that's right. Brother Yuan is right." The man from before also laughed. "However, even if our two brats went up the arena, they wouldn't be able to withstand 3 moves from young Master Long." When this was said, sect leader Su of Moon Sea sect frowned. "I heard that Dragon Fifth was also knocked out of the arena by that unknown brat in 3 moves. I just don't know who that unknown brat is. Rejuvenation Valley's commander Nya didn't announce it in the Jianghu." "That's right, not only did he not announce it, but sect leader Su also doesn't know. He didn't even hold a wedding." "But why is that?" Sect leader Su was stunned. "The martial arts competition for a spouse is over. Why didn't they hold a wedding?" Commander Nya is really muddle-headed. At this time, Villa Lord Long shook his head. Sect leader Su still doesn't care enough about the affairs of the Jianghu. Rejuvenation Valley didn't hold a wedding. After the martial arts competition for a spouse, his son-in-law didn't even show his face. He didn't even attend the banquet afterwards. Isn't this looking down on the handsome martial artists who went to the martial arts competition for a spouse? More than that. Villa Lord Long added oil to the fire. Commander Nya only said that the martial arts competition for a spouse was over. Rejuvenation Valley's third young miss is still young, and that unknown brat is also young and not suitable for marriage, so he threw this matter aside. He didn't know that his careless decision not only hurt the hearts of many young people like my son, but also damaged the reputation of the southern Jianghu. Those handsome martial artists who came from afar, who didn't say that our southern Jianghu is untrustworthy." Sect leader Su was somewhat displeased and shouted. These years Rejuvenation Valley relied on the fragrance cult as their backing and didn't follow the morals of the Jianghu in many things. They owe us a lot in terms of etiquette. Right, this time the fragrance cult said that they wouldn't pay attention to Rejuvenation Valley for 10 years. Is it because they know some of Rejuvenation Valley's evil deeds? To teach Rejuvenation Valley a lesson? Villa Lord Long clapped his hands and said, Sect leader Su is indeed perceptive. That's exactly the case. Think about it, just a martial arts competition for a spouse has caused so much trouble for us. Who knows how many disgusting things have happened before. The fragrance cult's punishment is a warning to Rejuvenation Valley. Oh, it really should be. A few years ago this old man had something to ask of Rejuvenation Valley. I wanted to ask for a medicinal pill, but Commander Nya flatly refused. This really made this old man lose face. At this point sect leader Zhou of the Flying Fish Gang probed, Villa Lord Long, do you think the fragrance cult will really ignore Rejuvenation Valley for 10 years? Chapter 935. Of course. Long Zhuangji said in a serious tone, the fragrant religion has a lot of face. How can they go back on their words? Even if someone destroys Rejuvenation Valley, the fragrant cult won't say a word. Hearing this, a few people had strange expressions. However, they didn't say anything. They only looked at each other and exchanged glances. One of them smiled and said, Rejuvenation Valley has worked with the fragrant cult for so many years. There should be some feelings between them. Who would really go against the Rejuvenation Valley? That's not right. Manor Master Long shook his head. It's just a partnership. If Valley Master Peng's frozen ice garden can get in touch with the fragrant cult, they can also replace Rejuvenation Valley. Can your frigid ice garden also cultivate medicinal herbs and send out medicine boys? Yes, not only Valley Master Peng but Valley Master Yen and Sect Master Zhang also have this opportunity. Of course. This is under the condition that Rejuvenation Valley can no longer work with the fragrant cult. Manor Master Long's voice was low. He then raised his cup and said, Come, let's not talk so much. It's not easy for us to gather here. Let's drink. Ah, come, Manor Master Long. Although everyone had their own thoughts, they all smiled and raised their cups to toast. After a few rounds of drinking, they talked about some interesting things in the martial world. Unknowingly, the topic turned to Rejuvenation Valley and the martial arts competition before the new year. At this time, Sect Master Zhou of the Flying Fish Sect thought for a moment. He looked at Sect Master Yuan of the Raging Wave Sect and said, Actually, there's something I don't know if I should say. Brother Zhou, that's not right. What's wrong? This. Actually, I won't hide it from everyone. Just now, Brother Yuan also said that my son and Brother Zhou's son also went to the martial competition to find a spouse. When he came back, he told me something. I feel that this Rejuvenation Valley's martial competition for a spouse has a lot of filthy aspects. Perhaps it is purely a scam and Commander Nier is just playing to the gallery to make Rejuvenation Valley famous? Manor Master Long and Sect Master Su were also very interested. There was no need to mention the others. They all asked, Is there a reason behind this? Seeing that everyone was paying attention, gang leader Zhou couldn't help but feel a little nervous, as if he regretted saying it. He smiled and said, Actually, Brother Yuan also knows about this. Don't you think so, Brother Yuan? Well, when Sect leader Zhou of Flying Fish Sect mentioned him, Sect leader Yuan of Raging Wave Sect frowned and said with a smile, My son came back from Rejuvenation Valley and told me many things. I wonder which one Brother Zhou is talking about? Gang leader Zhou felt a bit helpless when gang leader Yuan pushed the topic to him. However, he looked at Manor Master Long and cult leader Su, who were sitting at the head of the table. He licked his lips and said, It's just a child's speculation. What we say is different from the truth. Won't Rejuvenation Valley bear a grudge against us? Manor Master Long laughed loudly. You worry too much, gang leader Zhou. Not to mention that everyone here is on good terms with the martial arts world in the south. They definitely won't say what you said. Yes, even if there are some things, they definitely won't say it was you who said it. Moreover, Brother Zhou, even if you don't say it, do you think there's a wall in this world that doesn't have a crack? Manor Master Long chuckled and said, Moreover, Brother Zhou, do you think Rejuvenation Valley still has the mind to worry about other things at this time? I'm afraid that the order from the Cult of Fragrance has already thrown them into a panic. After listening to Manor Master Long's explanation, gang leader Zhou's mood was greatly relieved. He said with a smile, After all, Rejuvenation Valley has been like a fox pretending to be a tiger for so long. I have no choice but to be cautious. Everyone, please forgive me. Come, I'll punish myself with a cup. As he said this, he raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. Then he told them about how Zhou Tao and Yuan Guiyun had met Zhang Xiaohua and Ye Qinyu. Finally, he added, "Everyone, you see, it's been a long time since the martial arts competition for a spouse. This third miss of Rejuvenation Valley is still playing with this Ren Xiaoyao. She doesn't take the martial arts competition for a spouse seriously at all. Moreover, at the end of the martial arts competition for a spouse, that Ren Xiaoyao clearly doesn't have any qualifications, but Old Man Yu and Old Man Ye actually let him onto the stage. It's obvious that this is a trap. No one would believe it if they hadn't already done something." As soon as he said this, the crowd was in an uproar. Manor Master Long's expression didn't change. He turned his head and asked, "Gang Leader Yuan, is what Gang Leader Zhou said true?" Gang Leader Yuan of the Raging Wave Gang said with a wry smile, "My son also said the same thing when he went back. I felt that this was a serious matter, so I didn't dare to make any mistakes. It wasn't until today that I dared to tell Gang Leader Zhou, Rejuvenation Valley has gone too far." Behind him, Valley Master Peng slammed the table and stood up. He said angrily, "Before the new year, my Cold Ice Garden also had disciples who went. They really sincerely admired the reputation of Rejuvenation Valley's third miss. But Marshal Nya actually treated us like this." "That's right." The people behind him also echoed. Most of them were from sects that cultivated medicinal herbs. Then everyone's gazes turned to Manor Master Long, and Manor Master Long looked at Cult Leader Su beside him. Cult Leader Su's face was also filled with rage. He slammed the table and shouted, "What a disgrace! How can our Southern martial arts world have such a shameless sect? If we don't teach Rejuvenation Valley a lesson, I'm afraid they'll do even worse things in the future." "That's right." Manor Master Long continued, "Isn't it because of Rejuvenation Valley's evil deeds that the incense cult lost all face? That's why they spread the news that they'll ignore Rejuvenation Valley's survival for 10 years? Then he looked at the scene and said with a smile, "Actually, this is also a message from the incense cult to the martial arts world. They want to find another sect that can replace Rejuvenation Valley. Don't you all know? Hee, don't say that you don't have such thoughts." Valley Master Peng and the others looked a little embarrassed. They looked at each other and said, "To be honest, Manor Master Long, we've also thought about the meaning behind this. It's just that our sects are weak and alone. How can we be a match for Rejuvenation Valley? Moreover, we don't have a valid reason. We're afraid that we'll provoke the other sects in the martial arts world. We can't even fight against Rejuvenation Valley, let alone some Jade Foundation alliance." It's just a mere Jade Foundation alliance. Do you think we'll be afraid of it if we join forces?" When he said this, Valley Master Peng and the others' eyes were filled with fervor. But they were still a little hesitant. Valley Master Peng cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your righteousness, Manor Master Long. But to be able to cooperate with the incense cult, there can only be one sect. Our sect's strength is about the same. That's easy to say." Manor Master Long seemed to have thought it through. He waved his hand and said, "As long as we take down Rejuvenation Valley first 10 years later. No, it's now. Whoever contributes the most in this dispute will be given the title. All of us here will give our full support. Not only our support as long as we take down Rejuvenation Valley, the things in the valley will be given to anyone here. Wouldn't it be equivalent to Rejuvenation Valley's current strength?" "Good." Valley Master Peng and the others didn't say it out loud. They were all cheering in their hearts. Although Rejuvenation Valley was on good terms with many sects in the Southern martial arts world, they had also offended and suppressed many of them. In the martial arts world where everyone was scheming against each other, how could there be the best of both worlds? Valley Master Peng looked at the people around him and walked out of the crowd with a wine cup in his hand. He said with a smile, "Since Manor Master Long is so righteous, I'll toast you on behalf of everyone. Let's follow your plan." Manor Master Long smiled and also raised his cup. He drank it in one gulp and said, "Where did my plan come from? It's only because I listened to Sect Leader Zhou's words and got Sect Leader Su's support that I thought of it on the spot." "Manor Master, you don't have to be so polite." Sect Leader Su said with a smile, "I'm old and don't care about the affairs of the martial arts world. Otherwise, I would have taught this Rejuvenation Valley a lesson with you. The way Marshal Nye does things, is really unreliable. Isn't it? It's precisely because he has lost face for the Southern martial arts world. If we expose this guy's face now, it will also show that the southern sects are impartial. When the entire martial arts world finds out the truth, how can the entire southern martial arts world face our peers in the martial arts world? Then everyone spoke one after another. They raised the significance of exposing Rejuvenation Valley's conspiracy again and again. In the end, they unanimously agreed that Rejuvenation Valley was the scum of the southern martial arts world. If they weren't eradicated early, it would lead to a disaster in the future. Good. Manor Master Long clapped his hands and said, "It's rare for martial arts friends to be so righteous. I'm really proud to know all of you. Since that's the case, we'll do something according to the will of the heavens. We're willing to be the leader of this matter. We'll expose Marshal Nie's face and bring justice to the entire martial arts world." Great. Everyone clapped their hands. Manor Master Long waved his hand and the disciples all left. He said, "Although this is a righteous action, we still need to prepare for a rainy day. We still need to make a detailed plan. We'll listen to Manor Master's arrangement." Under the applause of the crowd, Manor Master Long slowly discussed the various details with the crowd. Although it was rushed, the details were also considered very carefully. Back at Rejuvenation Valley, a storm was brewing as well. In the 100 Herb Hall, the leaders of the Jade Foundation Alliance were all present. Beside them were a few sects that had been through thick and thin with Rejuvenation Valley. Among them, the Deer Cry sect was at the top. Deer Cry sect's Yu Yen frowned and said, "Brother Nya, the order to spread the incense cult is strange. If it's really as you said and the medicine boy made a mistake this time, this idea was my idea. Speaking of which, it's really, of course." Before Yu Yen finished speaking, Swallowtail Mountain's Ing Zhizhu, who was stationed in Ing Stud Farm, shouted, "It was originally a good opportunity. Why did you have to talk about repaying a debt of gratitude? Stuffing someone you don't know into the incense cult. If I find out, ignoring him for 10 years is a small matter. I'll directly." Old 6 Weapon Forging Sect Si Yakong frowned and said, "Shut up first. We haven't figured out the reason for this matter yet. Don't complain. Ren Xiaoxia has been good to our Jade Foundation Alliance and has benefited Rejuvenation Valley greatly. However, it's just a little bit of help. How can we ignore it? But it's not just a little bit of help. He has offended the incense cult. If it weren't for that bastard, how could such a good thing have ended up like this?" Chapter 936. In the face of everyone's accusations, Valley Master Nye remained silent. Nye Qianyu, who was seated below, had tears in her eyes, looking extremely aggrieved. Nye Qianrong, who was beside her, held her hand as if she was consoling her. After another round of accusations, Nye Qianyu couldn't help but stand up and walk to the front of the hall. She bowed and said, "Uncle Masters, it's all my fault for not handling the situation properly and bringing disaster to Rejuvenation Valley. But I don't think it's Brother Ren who caused this. Brother Ren's martial arts are powerful and he's extremely intelligent. Why, Sai, things have already come to this. Little you, why are you still speaking up for Ren Xiaoyao?" Zhen Xian of the Weapon Refining Sect was a little angry. "That's enough." Valley Master Nye stood up and waved his hand. "Brothers, I've invited all of you here not to investigate the cause of this matter. If that's the case, Rejuvenation Valley can just close our doors and look for him ourselves. Why do we have to, Sai?" Although Ren Xiaoxia might be one of the reasons Rejuvenation Valley is indeed indebted to him, we can't repay him and can only do this. Of course, if any of you feel that I've done something wrong and dragged the entire Jade Foundation Alliance down with me, feel free to. Second brother. Weapon Refining Sect Si Yakong reprimanded. "What are you saying? We've been brothers for so many years. If we're afraid of causing trouble, why would we be sitting here? We've brought many of our sect's elites. Aren't you trying to disappoint us by saying such things?" Valley Master Nye bowed to the ground and said gratefully, "Thank you for your reminder, big brother. I was a little rash just now. Please forgive me." "Don't. There's nothing to forgive. What's important is to get through this crisis." Ing Zhizhu and the rest smiled and didn't think much of it. In the Snowball Stud Farm, Swasiching said in a low voice, "Perhaps things aren't as dangerous as you think, second brother. Rejuvenation Valley's reputation in the pugilistic world has always been excellent. Even their status isn't something that the other sects in our Jade Foundation Alliance can compare to. The incense cult is only giving them a warning this time. Valley Head Nye sighed. Brothers' words are reasonable, but when Rejuvenation Valley befriended some sects, they must have offended many sects as well. Actually, even without these factors, a Rejuvenation Valley that has lost the protection of the fragrant cult is still a piece of fat meat in the eyes of many large sects. Second brother, are you talking about that mysterious power from last year? Ma Fuhu of Soaring Dragon Mountains Fuhu Ranch asked in a low voice. It's just a guess. Valley Master Nye nodded slightly. Ever since last year's martial arts competition to find a spouse, not even the slightest trace of this mysterious force could be found. Even the Longting Villa couldn't find any clues. Let's not go so far. Si Yakong waved his hand and looked down at the hall. He asked curiously, Second brother Nye, why isn't your second girl here? You sent me the news and I rushed over. Could it be that the whale gang is even further away than me? This Valley Master Nye was a bit tongue-tied. He shook his head and said, a married daughter is like spilled water. Not every daughter is on her parents' side. Let's not worry about her. As he spoke, Valley Master Nye looked at Nye Qianrong and Nye Qianyu, his eyes full of affection. Oh, Si Yakong nodded slightly. He then said, the most important thing right now is to set up Rejuvenation Valley's defenses. Rejuvenation Valley has been at peace for many years, and it's lacking in martial strength. Big brother is right. Valley Master Nye was a bit embarrassed. How about this? I'll teach you the elites of weapon forging sect that I've brought, and the other brothers will also teach you the men under their command. You can decide on the overall layout. First, set up Rejuvenation Valley like an iron bucket. At this point he suddenly thought of something and said regretfully, it's a pity that although Rin Xiaoyao returned the 5 elements formation to my weapon forging sect, it hasn't been long. The elders in my sect haven't fully comprehended it yet. Otherwise, we could. After Si Yakong expressed his regret, Nye Qianyu asked timidly, eldest martial uncle, that 5 elements formation, is it really as miraculous as you say? Of course. Si Yakong said resolutely. Back then when my weapon forging sect encountered danger, we relied on that 5 elements formation to overcome it. This is the record of the sect master 2 generations ago. How can it be false? That. Nye Qianyu's face was a bit red. She said in a low voice, your niece is untalented. A few days ago when I heard what father said, I always wanted to help father, but your niece doesn't have the strength to truss a chicken. No matter what I do it's useless. So I thought of the 5 elements Dian formation that big brother Rin taught me. Si Yakong's eyes lit up. He hurriedly asked, so what? So your niece tried to set up the 5 elements Dian formation at the entrance of Rejuvenation Valley. Really? Si Yakong stood up with a ting and said, how can this 5 elements great derivation formation be so simple to set up? You quickly bring me to see it. Seeing that she could do something for Rejuvenation Valley, Nye Qianyu was very excited. Her face was a little red. Nye Qianrong was also very happy. The two of them held hands and brought everyone to the entrance of Rejuvenation Valley. There were a few servant girls at the entrance of the valley as well as some trees and rocks. It looked a little messy. Those who didn't know would turn their heads left and right to find the location of the 5 elements formation. Si Yakong was pleasantly surprised. He quickly walked to the front of the rocks and took a closer look. After a long while he sighed and said, second brother Nye, I really envy you. Even though your smart daughter doesn't know any martial arts, she alone is equivalent to dozens of people. Eldest martial uncle. Is this really useful? Nye Qianyu pointed at the things on the ground in disbelief and asked, I feel that there are still many areas that are lacking. Even those inexplicable things that big brother Rin said at the end, I still don't understand them. Of course it can. Si Yakong said with a smile, these are just rocks. Trees don't move. If they were replaced by strong men who know martial arts, the lethality of their attacks is not something you can imagine. But Nye Qianyu was still worried. I still don't know where to set up the eye of this 5 elements formation. Eye of the formation? Don't know where to set it up? Si Yakong smiled and said, there are 6 great sects in the Jade Foundation Alliance. Even if Rejuvenation Valley doesn't have anyone who is strong in martial arts, the other 5 sects can send out 5 disciples who are strong in martial arts. Isn't that enough? If it really isn't enough, Then we old bones will go all out and be the eye of your 5 elements formation. Is that alright? However, your 5 elements formation is still too small. Perhaps you only considered Rejuvenation Valley's own disciples. Now that the Jade Foundation Alliance is here to help, it's better to set up the 5 elements formation in front of the villa. Xia Kong's mood was very good. Valley Master Nya was also very happy when he heard this. He had a smile on his face. He had never thought that Ren Xiaoyao, who had done Rejuvenation Valley a great favor, would have such a remarkable ability. Even his third daughter, who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, had exceeded his expectations. But Nya Qinyu was a little anxious. Looking at everyone, she walked to see Yakong and said with a blush on her face, "But Big Brother Ren said that using people as the eye of the formation is just inferior. This 5 elements formation can only fight against 10 people and can't unleash the full power of the 5 elements formation." What? Si Yakong was dumbfounded. This kind of thing, how come I didn't know about it? He didn't give such an explanation in the 5 elements formation that he gave. Eldest senior uncle, please don't blame me. Nya Qinyu couldn't care about anything else now and said apologetically, "There are no mistakes in the 5 elements formation that Big Brother Ren copied for you. It was all written by me. It's just that, it's only after eldest senior uncle returned and Big Brother Ren explained the formation to me in detail that's when he told me about it." Haha. Si Yakong laughed and shook his head. He pointed at Valley Master Nya and said, "Second brother Nya, you gave birth to a good daughter. Eldest brother, please don't blame me." Valley Master Nya cupped his fists and said, "After this matter is over, I will let little you explain everything one by one." "Father," Nya Qinyu rebuked him. "This is the secret of Big Brother Ren's sect. Without his permission how would I dare to tell others?" Hee, a secret that won't be passed on? I don't think so." Si Yakong narrowed his eyes and smiled. Eldest senior uncle, Nya Qinyu's face was completely red. Okay, let's not talk about other things. Let's get through the current crisis first. Anyway, Ren Xiaoxiao will return in a few years. At that time I will ask him for some benefits." Si Yakong waved his hand and said. Hearing this, Nya Qinyu's eyes were filled with sorrow. She only said in her heart, "If he can return in a few years, can I still think about him day and night? I'm just afraid that our previous meeting is over and we will never meet again." Seeing Nya Qinyu miserable, Nya Qinrong's heart ached. She walked in front of her sister and patted her shoulder. Nya Qinyu endured the pain in her heart and squeezed out a smile on her face. "That's right, little you. Then, what did Ren Xiaoxia say to maximize the power of the 5 elements formation?" Valley Master Nya saw that his daughter was unhappy and hurriedly changed the topic. Nya Qinyu looked at everyone and walked to her father's side. She whispered a few words in his ear. These few words in Valley Master Nya's ears were tantamount to a thunderbolt in the clear sky. He said in disbelief, He really said that? How is this possible?" Seeing her father so surprised, Nya Qinyu was also puzzled. She asked curiously, "It's just like that. Father, is there anything strange? I was also confused about what Brother Ren said at that time. I don't understand why. If Ren Xiaoxiao was not already in the spreading fragrance cult, if he had said this to me at that time, I would never have sent him to the spreading fragrance cult. Father, why is this?" Nya Qinyu was even more puzzled. What does it have to do with our Rejuvenation Valley? It's more than just related." Valley Master Nya smiled bitterly. "If you didn't mention it now, how could I believe that it was just a coincidence?" "Coincidence?" Nya Qinyu was so shocked that she covered her cherry lips with her hand. "Father, I really don't understand what you are saying. Please explain." Chapter 937. Coincidence? It's not just a coincidence. Valley Master Nya smiled bitterly. Then he looked at the crowd and waved his hand saying, "Brothers, let our subordinates rest first. When little you has finished preparing everything, we'll set up a formation in front of Rejuvenation Manor and let those bastards who covet our Rejuvenation Valley see the power of the 5 elements Dian formation." Valley Master Nya looked at the 5 sect masters of the Jade Foundation Alliance. Elder Yu of Deer Cry Sect, Nya Qianrong, Yu Zhonglin and Nya Qinyu. He smiled bitterly and said, "Brothers, Perhaps you all know that our Rejuvenation Valley has a treasure that can hold down the valley? Treasure that can hold down the valley? Si Yakong and the others were surprised. We've heard of it before. However, it's been a long time and we've never heard second brother mention it. We thought it was just a rumor. Big brother, this treasure that can hold down the valley is real. However, it's always been hidden in a secret place in Rejuvenation Valley and only the valley masters of each generation know about it. Haha, Ingzhizhu laughed. There really is such a treasure. Second brother really hid it well. Yes, second brother, what is this treasure that can hold down the valley? Why are you mentioning it now? Mafuhu also laughed. Valley Master Nya ignored the two of them. Instead he turned to Nya Qinyu affectionately and said, Little you must remember last year when I asked you to go to that place to get something, right? Yes, of course I remember. Nya Qinyu's face was filled with confusion. She nodded and said, Could it be that it's the treasure that can hold down the valley? Yes, if that's the case, it's no wonder that someone covets it and hunts me down. Valley Master Nya nodded first and then shook his head. That thing is related to the treasure that can hold down the valley, but it's also not. Otherwise, why would our Rejuvenation Valley's treasure be placed outside? Nya Qinyu rolled her eyes and said with a smile, According to father, with that thing, can we find the treasure that can hold down the valley? Si Yakong and the others were enlightened. Only now did they understand why a mysterious force spent so much effort to hunt down Nya Qinyu last year. It was all for this so-called treasure that can hold down the valley. Thus, everyone began to look forward to this treasure. Alright, since Rejuvenation Valley has already reached such a stage, all of you brothers have been through life and death together for many years, and this 5 elements Dine formation is going to use the most powerful treasure in the valley. I will not avoid anything. Everyone please wait for a moment. Will you follow me? As she spoke, she strode towards the inner valley of Rejuvenation Valley. Nya Qinrong released Nya Qinyu's hand and nudged her, indicating for her to hurry up and follow her. Nya Qinyu nodded and chased after her. Valley Master Nya led Nya Qinyu into the inner valley without saying a word and went straight to the pill room on the left. They walked all the way to the innermost pill room and pushed the door open. After walking through a few more holes, they came to a wall. In front of the wall was a pill furnace with earth fire below it. Valley Master Nya took the pill furnace and twisted it left and right above the earth fire. No one knew what mechanism he activated, but there was a kacha sound. The smooth wall in front of them gradually rose and revealed a small room. Valley Master Nya casually picked up a torch from the wall and jumped into the room. He walked to the front of a stone pillar in the corner. Nya Qinyu followed him and looked at the protruding stone pillar. She found it strange that there was a depression at the top of the stone pillar. It was an irregular shape. Valley Master Nya walked to the front of the stone pillar and passed the torch to Nya Qinyu. He then took out a brocade box. It was the box that Nya Qinyu had risked her life to bring back. Valley Master Nya looked at Nya Qinyu and raised the brocade box for her to see. Then he opened the brocade box. Inside the brocade box was a small jade box. Valley Master Nya stretched out his finger and tapped on the 4 legs of the jade box. Finally, he tapped on the middle of the jade box and the lid of the jade box opened. Using the light from the torch, Nya Qinyu saw an irregular jade pendant that looked like a stone pillar. Valley Master Nya took out the jade pendant and placed it in the depression of the stone pillar. It was just right. After a while, Valley Master Nya stretched out his palm and placed it on top of the stone pillar. He exerted his energy and pressed it down. A creaking sound was heard and the stone pillar actually sank. Following the sinking of the stone pillar, a small platform rose from the ground. On the platform, there were 5 small brocade boxes that were exactly the same as the previous one. When the platform rose to his chest, Valley Master Nya stopped and picked up a brocade box from the platform. He opened it as usual and smiled as he passed it to Nya Qinyu. He said, Seeing the 5 brocade boxes here, I think you already know what they are. As father. Nya Qinyu didn't hide it and frowned. Could it be that this is the 5 elements item that Big Brother Ren mentioned? That's right. Look at this. Valley Master Nya said and took out the item from the brocade box and passed it to Nya Qinyu. Looking at the small blue stone in her hand that was similar to an ordinary jade, Nya Qinyu asked, This? What 5 elements item is this? Valley Master Nya smiled and said, This is called a vitality stone. I heard that it was a common item used by the immortals 10,000 years ago. This blue vitality stone should be the water element of the 5 elements. Vitality stone? This is the vitality stone that Big Brother Ren mentioned? Nye Qingyu said in surprise. Big Brother Ren said that this item is the most magical. Oh father, let's not talk about you. At this moment even I am beginning to suspect Big Brother Ren. He said that if you use the method of internal energy simulation that he taught you, you can use this vitality stone to activate the 5 elements Dian formation. All of this seems to have been arranged by Big Brother Ren. The method of internal energy simulation? Valley Master Nye asked, what is that? Nye Qingyu slapped her forehead and explained, it is the method that Big Brother Ren taught you, how to refine elixirs. Oh, isn't that so? Valley Master Nye was also surprised. All of this, isn't it all about the treasure of our rejuvenation valley? But Big Brother Ren really didn't know. Moreover, if he had any other intentions he would have taken this brocade box away long ago. Why would he wait until he sent me home? Nye Qingyu explained anxiously. Valley Master Nye smiled. How am I suspecting Ren Xiaoyao? However, this is too much of a coincidence. Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts are powerful. If he forced himself, how could I retaliate? Even if you don't explain, I understand. Father, Nye Qingyu rebuked. Since you know, don't say such things. It's fine if martial uncle said it, but you are not allowed to say it. I won't say it. As he spoke, Valley Master Nye opened the other brocade boxes one by one. Inside were 5 elements vitality stones of different colors. Right, let's go. With these 5 elements vitality stones, if what Ren Xiaoxia said is true, our rejuvenation valley will be able to sit back and relax. Father, what kind of person is Big Brother Ren? How could he lie to me? Nye Qingyu was unhappy again. Alright, then hurry up and set up the array of the Rejuvenation Mountain Manor. Let Father see how the divine powers of the Beidou School are. Oh yes, shouldn't the disciples of the Jade Foundation Alliance familiarize themselves with this array? Otherwise, how can they enter the array and kill the enemy? As Valley Master Nye spoke, he restored everything and placed the jade pendant back into the brocade box, hiding it in his chest. The undercurrents in the pugilistic world were turbulent and the aroma sect was not peaceful either. Outside the Huan Su, a 2-day journey, Nun Jingyi was sitting cross-legged on a small hill. There was no joy or anger on her face. Xiaqing and the rest, as well as the disciples of Ruijin Hall and Zhang Xiaohua, were standing around her respectfully. Sect leader, Xiaqing asked timidly, I wonder if there are any changes in the core of the Huan Su? The disciples' martial arts are limited. I really can't get close to observe it. It's all right. Nun Jingyi said in a deep voice, not to mention you, even I can only observe from the left. I can't get close to the front. The lightning on the mountain is still the same. Although it feels a little different, it is probably caused by the changes in the Huan Su array. That thing should be fine. When everyone heard this, they were relieved. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and thought to herself, that's right. That thing is so smart and can even hide in the void. I can't even catch it with my hands. How could there be a problem? That thing is fine, but what's the deal with the Huan Su array? Xiaqing, tell me everything in detail. Nun Jingyi asked. Yes, sect leader. Xiaqing answered and recounted everything that happened to her and the rest. She even told Nun Jingyi about how she was rescued. However, she changed her thoughts to that of a visit. What? When she heard that Xiaqing was rescued, Nun Jingyi forced herself to remain calm. However, when she heard that there was a person from the immortal Tao flying in the air and coming and going freely, she unconsciously stood up in shock and said in a trembling voice, Xiaqing, tell me in detail about that person's appearance. After listening to Xiaqing's description, Nun Jingyi was even more incredulous. She muttered, How could it be Senior Huan? How many years has it been? How could he still be in this world? Could it be that Senior Huan? He cultivated the great Tao? But he was seriously injured back then. It's impossible for him to survive. If he didn't die, then sect leader Yu of the incense cult, wouldn't have died? But how is this possible? Even the legendary peak of the immortal Tao can't survive for tens of thousands of years. Nun Jingyi was completely confused. Could it be that someone is impersonating Senior Huan? Nun Jingyi naturally guessed. Immediately, Nun Jingyi's face darkened. She released her divine sense and covered everyone present. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She carefully circulated the nameless incantation to suppress her divine sense and true qi. However, at this moment, Nun Jingyi asked coldly, Ren Xiaoyao, I heard from Xiaqing that you've entered the Huan Su? Zhang Xiaohua's expression didn't change. She cupped her hands and said, Yes. Who allowed you to enter? Nun Jingyi's divine sense circled around Zhang Xiaohua. Her tone was as cold as ever. You didn't say that I couldn't enter. Zhang Xiaohua had an innocent expression. She spread her hands and said, This disciple only wanted to help senior martial sister Xia in the Huan Su and repay sect leader's kindness. But before I could do anything I was chased out by wild beasts. Is that so? Nun Jingyi chuckled. You're a good schemer. But what's that in your arms? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Chapter 938. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled when he heard Nun Jingyi's question. Things? Nothing? What is Sir Religious Leader talking about? Nun Jingyi's divine sense didn't leave Zhang Xiaohua. She coldly said, Then, take out the things in your bosom and let me see them. Yes, Zhang Xiaohua obediently said. He then took out the things in his bosom. They were a short sword, a jade box, a token, some miscellaneous items and a piece of silk. Nun Jingyi separated a strand of her divine sense and covered the jade box. She sneered and said, Ren Xiaoyao, what's inside this jade box? Is this yours? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, Sir Religious Leader, this jade box isn't mine. It was given to a female disciple called Jing Yi at Lingering Fragrance Peak by a person called Mo Qingshan. Shut up. How dare you mention Lord Sect Master's name? Before Nun Jingyi could speak, Xiaqing berated her loudly. Sir Religious Leader's name? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He said with a trembling voice, Sir Religious Leader is Jing Yi? When Nun Jingyi heard Mo Qingshan's name she was clearly stunned. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hear any real anger in her snort. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, Sir Religious Leader, please forgive this lowly one. This lowly one has only been spreading the incense cult for a short period of time. Normally when I come early I'm called by Sir Religious Leader. I don't know Sir Religious Leader's name. Ignorance is not a crime. Nun Jingyi waved her hand and said, What's inside this jade box? Have you seen it? Zhang Xiaohua said curiously, Of course I've seen it. Otherwise, how would I know it's for Sir Religious Leader? As he spoke he handed over the blood letter. Nun Jingyi took the letter but didn't read it. She said, Open the jade box. When Zhang Xiaohua opened it, Nun Jingyi asked, Do you recognize this item? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. I know it's called Chao Huandan but I've never heard of it before. Well, although you haven't heard of it, you must know that it's a rare item. Of course, something that Senior Mo risked his life to obtain is naturally a treasure. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Then you don't have any thoughts of keeping it for yourself? Of course not. Zhang Xiaohua said righteously, A gentleman's desire for wealth is justified. This is an item that contains Senior Mo's deep love. I only want to bring it back to Jing. Cult leader, how can I have other thoughts? He's lying. Xiaqing, who was at the side, actually said, Sect Master, the day before yesterday outside the ruins of Huan, I asked him about the situation in the ruins of Huan. He didn't tell me anything at all. Senior Sister Xia, you've wrongly accused me. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand why Xiaqing was making things difficult for her. She only explained, At that time I was about to report it, but Senior Sister was in a hurry to report it to Sect Master, so you stopped me. I didn't have any thoughts of hiding it from you. Ren Xiaoyao, why didn't you say anything when you saw me just now? Sect Master, you didn't seem to give me a chance to speak. Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly, Actually, Sect Master, you're overthinking. If I wanted to keep it for myself I could have just torn the blood letter. No one would know that it belonged to Senior Mo, don't you think so? Well, that's true. Nun Jingyi's tone was obviously gentler. Ren Xiaoyao, take everything back. This jade box and the blood letter. I'll take them. Tell me what happened inside, especially, how you met Mo. Zhang Xiaohua put the things back into her chest and told her about her encounter with Mo Qingshan again. Of course, this wasn't the truth. She only said that she saw Mo Qingshan's corpse while walking around aimlessly. She just took the things and buried the corpse. Then she ran out when the formation shook. Was there anything else next to Mo Qingshan's corpse? Nun Jingyi asked. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head like a rattle drum. No, there were only two things. Maybe there was something else, but I was a little panicked and didn't notice anything. Well, it's good that you were merciful enough to bury his corpse. It's just the location. Nun Jingyi was a little sad. I'm sorry to disappoint you, sect master. I was a little lost. The formation shook and everything became chaotic. Even if I wanted to find it, I couldn't. So I don't look anymore. So what if you found it? So what if you didn't? Nun Jingyi whispered. She then stood up and looked at the ruins of Huanshu in the distance. It wasn't clear if she was looking at Mo Qingshan's corpse or searching for that mysterious Huan Wuxin. After a while, she waved her hand and said, "Let's go back to Lingering Fragrance Peak first." It wasn't just one day. Everyone followed Nun Jingyi to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how others usually followed Nun Jingyi. She only knew that this time, everyone quietly rode their horses and followed Nun Jingyi silently. Nun Jingyi also rode a fine horse and led the way. She was about 10 feet away from everyone. She didn't look back or pay attention to the people behind her. Nun Jingyi had a veil over her face, and Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to release her divine sense. She could only look at the rather lonely figure in front of her and she felt rather sentimental. Even though she was the master of a cult, and not only did she have an awe-inspiring reputation in incense cult, she was also famous in the entire world of martial artists, and there was no one who did not submit to her. She still had the emotions of a mortal in her heart. She might not be able to show them normally, but at some point in time she would be touched by certain memories and certain things, and the tenderness in her heart would always be touched. Other things aside, when Nun Jingyi and Mo Qingshan went through the 3 tests of love together, Nun Jingyi was willing to jump off the cliff for Mo Qingshan. This kind of affection was as deep as the sea. How could she not leave a pure land for Mo Qingshan in her heart? Before today, perhaps the space of the Pure Land had already been sealed. However, in front of the Chaohuan pill that Mo Qingshan had risked his life to obtain, the sky that Nun Jingyi had forcefully supported collapsed with a loud rumble. The memories of the past, the feelings that were like the sea, had drowned her like a tide. Seeing that they had arrived at Lingering Fragrance Peak, Zhang Xiaohua saw the rough stone tablet by the mountain path. She couldn't help but be moved. This rough stone tablet was similar to the stone tablet that she had refined before. Could it be that she could use the same method to refine it? Of course, this thought only hovered in Zhang Xiaohua's mind for a moment before disappearing. If she wanted to do this, she had to find a moonless and windy night. The disciples of Ruijin Palace who were guarding the mountain did not behave the same way as when Zhang Xiaohua came. They came out of the protective formation from afar and stood by the mountain path to welcome Nun Jingyi. Nun Jingyi was expressionless. She rode her horse to the front of the mountain and raised her head to look at the towering Lingering Fragrance Peak. Then she looked at the disciples of Ruijin Palace who were respectfully surrounding her. Soon after, she let out a long howl. This long howl was like metal and stone splitting the air. The sound shook the surroundings and startled countless celestial birds. Lord Sect Leader. The surrounding disciples were horrified. They covered their ears and fell to the ground as they cried out in alarm. Zhang Xiaohua's face was filled with surprise. She also bent over on the back of the odd beast and pretended to be attacked. However, her eyes were secretly looking through Huanhuan's neck. Nun Jingyi's long howl lasted for half a cup of tea's time before she stopped. Then she looked up to the sky and laughed. However, this laughter was filled with sorrow and relief. Then she floated up and used her lightness skill to rush to the mountain path of Lingering Fragrance Peak. After a few leaps, she disappeared without a trace. Her laughter followed her to the top of Lingering Fragrance Peak. After a while, the people lying on the ground got up from the ground with a trace of pain on their faces. Who could say anything? After tidying up, the disciples of Ruijin Palace were still patrolling. Xiaqing and the others calmed down and went up the stairs to Immerse Palace. Inside Immerse Palace, everything was the same. Nun Jingyi was still sitting at the top. Although she couldn't see her face and didn't know her mood, Zhang Xiaohua could still easily feel a kind of relaxation from the air in Immerse Palace. On both sides of Nun Jingyi were Nun Jingfan, Nun Xuezhen, Peacock, Qin Yiyan, and a few others whom Zhang Xiaohua didn't know. They all had doubts on their faces and kept silent. Everyone stood still. Zhang Xiaohua was at the back. Xiaqing went forward and told everyone what happened in Huansu. Everyone was surprised and looked at Nun Jingyi. Nun Jingyi sighed and said, after hearing Xiaqing's report, I immediately rushed to the core of the ruins of Huanshu. Although the great formation of the ruins of Huanshu has collapsed and spiritual beasts are rampaging, the great formation at the core is still there and the heavenly thunder is still there. Nothing much has changed. That thing should still be there. Seeing that everyone was relieved, Nun Jingyi said again, but the Immortal Path Senior who appeared in Huansu. According to Xiaqing's description, it should be Immortal Path's Senior Huan. Senior Huan? Everyone who knew was shocked and shouted, How? How is this possible? That's right. Nun Jingyi was helpless as well. Everyone knows that Huansu was renamed from cult leader Yu to Huansu to commemorate Senior Huan. Since cult leader Yu thinks that Senior Huan has no physiology, then Senior Huan definitely won't be alive. Moreover, how many years has it been? How can there be someone who has lived for so many years in this world? Even if it's the immortal path, its lifespan is limited. Nun Jingfan frowned and said, I think so too. But if it's not Senior Huan, then who could it be? Moreover, the cultivation of the immortal path is so high that it can fly. This is the cultivation of Senior Huan in the records. After pondering for a moment, Peacock said, Fortunately, no matter what, this person is still the forearm of our fragrant sect. Although he can't show his real face, he saved Lily, Xiaqing and the others. Moreover, he can control the mountain-shaking bear. This seems to be an unexpected power. Yes, the Yuandan pill in Lily's body is several times better than the Yuandan pill we're using now. If it wasn't for our fragrant sect's Immortal Path Senior, he wouldn't have been able to make it. Nun Jingyi added. Zhang Xiaohua stood in the hall and looked at Meng's figure. Unconsciously, she focused on listening to everyone's guesses about him. At this moment, a weak divine sense swept over. Then a sword light shot towards Zhang Xiaohua. Chapter 939. When the divine sense swept past, Zhang Xiaohua became alert and focused his attention outside the hall. When the sword light rushed up, he pretended to be absent-minded and looked outside the hall. Zhang Xiaohua pretended to panic and didn't care about etiquette. He took a step forward and fled into Mo Xian's palace. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't release his divine sense and didn't have time to see who was attacking him, he thought that as long as he caught Nun Jingyi's attention, who would dare to be arrogant in Mo Xian's palace? Unexpectedly, things went beyond his expectations. He quickly moved forward and escaped the attack of the sword light. However, when the person who attacked saw Zhang Xiaohua dodging, he didn't give up and chased after Zhang Xiaohua. A sharp light followed behind Zhang Xiaohua. Sect leader, save me! Zhang Xiaohua shouted and wanted to use the ethereal steps. At this moment, Nun Jingyi exerted strength in her feet and floated into the air. With a few steps, she arrived beside Zhang Xiaohua. She stretched out her hand and caught the sword light behind Zhang Xiaohua with 2 fingers. She said coldly, Elder Jinggang, what are you doing? Zhang Xiaohua hid behind Nun Jingyi. When she turned around, she saw Jinggang floating down. Nun Jinggang had a veil on her face, but the undulation of the veil made her look extremely angry. Oh no, could it be that something has been exposed? Zhang Xiaohua's heart thumped. However, he was no longer as nervous as when he first arrived at Lingering Fragrance Peak. He took a look and pretended to tremble. Nun Jinggang? This lowly one. How did this lowly one offend you? You actually sneak attacked me from behind? What Nun Jinggang did just now was the shameless sneak attack from behind in the pugilistic world. Elder Jinggang, do you have anything to say? Jingyi said coldly. Mo Xian's palace is not a place to use weapons. Although you are the sect's grand elder, you still have to abide by the sect's rules. If you can't give a reason, don't blame me for being impartial. Jingyi Shirtai kept calling Jinggang Shirtai elder, but never mentioned the title of senior sister because she was angry. Sect leader is so impressive. Jinggang didn't avoid it and sneered. 3 of my disciples were killed by this shameless brat. How can you make me calm? If I don't kill him, how can I face Shuchuan? Jingyi Shirtai frowned and said in surprise, Elder Jinggang, you can't talk nonsense. How could Ren Xiaoyao kill Yu Shuchuan? Moreover, the 2 of them have nothing to do with each other. There's no reason for them to have a dispute. If I can use my sword in Mo Xian's palace, I naturally have something to use against him. Otherwise, How can I dare to kill in front of sect leader? Jing Gang was furious and didn't put Jing Yi's prestige in her eyes. A trace of anger flashed in Nun Jing Yi's eyes. She looked at the long sword in her hand and scolded, "Put down the long sword. Here. Tell me the whole story. If Yu Zhuochuan was harmed by Ren Xiaoyao, I'll definitely redress her grievances." Nun Jing Gang pondered for a moment and loosened her grip. At the same time, Nun Jing Yi also loosened her grip and the long sword fell to the ground. Nun Jing Gang's arm moved slightly, wanting to grab the long sword. However, just as she moved her hand, she felt a chill. She subconsciously raised her head and saw Nun Jing Yi's murderous gaze. Jing Gang was startled. She heard the sound of the sword falling to the ground. "Humph." Nun Jing Gang snorted and coldly looked at the panicking Zhang Xiaohua. She quickly walked over to Nun Jing Yi's chair and sat down. Jing Yi looked at Zhang Xiaohua and then at the surprised crowd in the hall. She asked softly, "Ren Xiaoyao, do you know Yu Zhuochuan?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Jing Yi was surprised. "How did you know him?" "He is a disciple of Ruijin Hall. Even if you are an alchemy boy from distant Fire Hall, you shouldn't have met him." Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and told her everything about her encounter with Yu Zhuochuan. She even told her about Shimujuan's threat. Finally she said, "This disciple never saw Senior Yu again. You're lying." Jing Gang said sternly, "You killed Zhuochuan when you were testing your martial arts in Emerald Valley." "Emerald Valley? Testing martial arts?" Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. She explained, "Great Elder, what you said is strange. Emerald Valley is a place where disciples test their martial arts. Only this disciple entered that day. How could this disciple see Senior Yu? And even kill him?" Qin Qin was already impatient. He frowned and said, "That's right. Great Elder, your words are a little irrelevant." Jing Gang glared at Qin Qin and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. She said fiercely, "Ren Xiao, can you really pat your chest and swear that you were the only one in Emerald Valley? That you didn't see anyone else?" "Of course." Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate at all. He patted his chest and said, "I, Ren Xiaoyao, swear that I am the only one in Litui Valley, and I have not met a second person. If I speak a lie, may the heavens strike me with 5 bolts of lightning, and may I, Ren Xiaoyao, suffer the pain of being struck by lightning." Her words were powerful and her expression did not change at all. But Jing Gang still shook her head. "It's just a few oaths. You can't take it seriously." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and asked Jing Yi, "When this disciple entered Emerald Valley that day, I saw that the valley was different from what Zhang Pinger said. I wanted to go back and explain, but I was afraid that senior sister Mei Suing would find other problems for this disciple, so I went all the way. Fortunately, I was lucky and found a so-called ghost face mushroom in the innermost part of Emerald Valley. Although this disciple did not know its age, it was already in the innermost part and there was no more. So I braced myself and went back to report. But..." Without waiting for Jing Yi to speak, Jing Gang said loudly, "But Mei Suing did see Zhuochuan enter Emerald Valley that day." Zhang Xiaohua was surprised again. She said loudly, "I don't know. What did senior brother Yu do in Emerald Valley that day?" Did Jing Gang need to say what Yu Zhuochuan did? Just now Zhang Xiaohua had described the scene of her meeting with Yu Zhuochuan. Then there was Shimujuan's words. How could everyone not understand the possible relationship between Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Pinger and Yu Zhuochuan? How could they not know what Yu Zhuochuan was doing in Emerald Valley? Qin Qin glared fiercely at Zhang Xiaohua and said in a low voice, "This kid doesn't look attractive. Why, does he attract bees and butterflies?" Although his voice was soft, everyone in the hall heard it clearly. Zhang Xiaohua's face reddened slightly. Jing Yi thought for a moment and said, "Tell Zhang Pinger from Distant Fire Palace to come to Emotian Palace." Then she said, "Mei Suing, come in and talk." "Yes." A timid voice came from outside the door. The one who came in was Mei Suing. She walked in and looked at the people in the hall. Her eyes flickered. Only when she saw Nun Jing Gang sitting on top did she feel relieved. After coming forward to greet her, Jing Yi said coldly, "Arranging for Ren Xiaoyao to test his martial arts in Emerald Valley and then having Yu Zhuochuan ambush him, was it you who planned this behind the scenes?" "Yes, this disciple." But before she finished speaking, Mei Suing immediately felt that something was wrong. She changed her words and said, "This disciple didn't plan it alone. It was senior brother Yu who ordered this disciple to do it." Jing Gang moved her body but didn't say anything. Good. Tell me the whole story. The matter was very simple. Yu Zhuochuan saw that Zhang Xiaohua treated him coldly. Of course he knew the crux of the matter. He found Mei Suing who also harbored evil intentions towards Zhang Xiaohua. The timing was also coincidental. It was just in time for the fragrance cult's inheritance test. The person in charge of Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts test, eldest martial sister Han Zhuoqi, didn't have time. Thus she gave this unnecessary test to Mei Suing. Therefore the two of them worked together to design this unexpected martial arts test. They wanted to take Zhang Xiaohua's life in Ghost Valley. You saw with your own eyes that Yu Zhuochuan entered Emerald Valley after Ren Xiaoyao? Jingyi asked coldly. Yes, this disciple saw it with her own eyes. Mei Suing looked at Jing Gang and answered. Then, what color was Yu Zhuochuan's clothes that day? Jingyi asked. This. Mei Suing was somewhat hesitant. She whispered, Senior martial brother Yu's Qinggong is very strong. This disciple didn't see it clearly. Seemed to be saying, oh no, it should be white, he. Jingyi sneered. What color was it? Cyan. Mei Suing gritted her teeth. At this moment Jingyi raised her head and said, let Zhang Pinger come in. Who is the other female disciple? Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and saw the indifferent Zhang Pinger and the nervous Shui Linglong come in side by side. Shui Linglong and Zhang Pinger bowed. This disciple was working beside Mo Xian Palace. When I heard Hierarch summon, I hurried over. May I know what Hierarch is here for? Zhang Pinger, tell this Hierarch. A month ago, when my Hierarch's protector disciple Ren Xiaoyao tested his martial arts in Emerald Valley, did he go in alone? Ren Xiaoyao? Emerald Valley tested his martial arts? Zhang Pinger frowned. Her face was slightly red. She looked at Shui Linglong and slightly tilted her head. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua she couldn't help but get angry. However, she was still respectful. She said in a deep voice, on that day senior martial brother Ren went in alone. You didn't see the second person? No. You didn't see Yu Zhuochuan go in? Senior martial brother Yu? Zhang Pinger's face was red. She was even more surprised. However, she seemed to have realized something. She shook her head. No, Hierarch. This disciple stayed at the entrance of Emerald Valley the whole day. I didn't see anyone other than senior martial brother Ren go in. Oh, this is my senior martial sister Shui Linglong. She also accompanied me at the entrance of the valley that day. She can testify. Yes, Hierarch. This disciple Shui Linglong was also at the entrance of Emerald Valley that day. I didn't see anyone go in. That's strange. Lai Chui Valley is shrouded in ghost fog, so it's impossible to come down from above. You can only enter from the valley entrance. If you haven't seen it, how can it be said that Yu Zhuochuan has entered the valley? Chapter 940. Mei Suing, tell me the truth. Did you really see Yu Zhuochuan enter the valley? Jingyi yelled harshly. Mei Suing shuddered in fright. There seemed to be a kind of majesty in that rebuke. Disciple, Mei Suing said with a sobbing tone. Disciple, made an agreement with senior brother Yu. Disciple attracted Zhang Pinger and the others' attention so that senior brother Yu could enter the valley. Disciple, really didn't see senior brother Yu enter the valley with my own eyes. How dare you? Jing Gang leaped up. How dare you? Another voice sounded. Elder Jing Gang, this is Mo Xian Palace. You have repeatedly provoked our sect. Could it be that you know that we won't punish you? You. Jing Gang gritted her teeth. Sect leader, Yu Zhuochuan is my direct disciple and also your martial nephew. Why do you keep siding with an outsider? Sect leader, please be merciful and let me hack this guy to death. Let's see if he still dares to talk back. Shut up. Jingyi yelled. Elder Jing Gang, although Ren Xiaoyao is not a direct disciple of our fragrant cult, he is still a protector's disciple. If there is no real evidence, how can others be convinced if we kill him directly? Then just torture him. Our fragrant cult has many ways to extort confessions. I don't believe that he won't tell the truth. Nun Jingyi shook her head slightly. Eldest senior sister, I understand your feelings, but teaching is like running a country. You can't just do whatever you want. We can't torture a disciple just based on a few baseless words. Moreover, although Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts are high, he is still far from being Yu Zhuochuan's opponent. Senior sister's deduction is based on Yu Zhuochuan entering the valley. But what if Yu Zhuochuan didn't enter the valley? Oh right, did senior sister find anything in Li Tui Valley? Jing Gang shook her head. After receiving Mei Suiying's report, I personally went to take a look. As expected, the ghost fog in Li Tui Valley was mostly gone. I didn't find anything strange. Did you search carefully? Yes, I did. I sent dozens of Ruijin Palace disciples to search the entire Li Tui Valley. There was no trace. Senior sister, that's right. It is as you said, just relying on your God. It's impossible not to find any clues. You didn't see it and the disciples didn't find it. How could it be related to Ren Xiaoyao? But Sect Master Zhuokun was fine at Lingxiang Peak, but Ren Xiaoyao came and disappeared. How can I not be suspicious? Nun Jingyi sighed and looked at the silent Zhang Xiaohua. She nodded slightly and said, the aroma sect has been quiet for many years. Now it's like a stagnant water with no ripples. Not to mention the immortal Dao Senior and Huan Su, even the Dragon Sect, the Righteous Dao Alliance and that mysterious sect have planted spies in our sect. This time when Xia Qing and the others returned from Huan Su, they were attacked by the enemy. That day Xia Qing and the others were seriously injured. If not for my timely arrival, I'm afraid they would have died in the enemy's hands. If that's the case, when the enemy destroys these people like the dead disciples, where will we find them? Don't tell me you're going to find a disciple and torture him? It's a bit chaotic now. The disciples of Spreading Fragrance sect should work together to maintain order in the sect, not fight and scheme against each other. Mei Suiying, you conspired with Yu Zhuochuan to plot against the disciples of our sect. You have violated the third rule of the sect. Fortunately, it was only a plan and not implemented. I'll warn you once. Go back to the hall and receive your punishment. I won't pursue the other matters. Thank you, Sect Master. Mei Suiying didn't dare to say anything. She was already very lucky that Jing Yi didn't delve into her relationship with Yu Zhuochuan. Moreover, from Jing Yi's words, the punishment wasn't too severe. How could she not thank her? Jing Gang sat on the chair and watched as Jing Yi dismissed everyone. He was furious. Although she wasn't certain, she had a faint feeling that Zhang Xiaohua was the one who killed Yu Zhuochuan ever since Mei Suiying went to Ruijin Palace and reported to her. However, she didn't know why Jing Yi was so partial to Zhang Xiaohua and didn't even torture her. It really puzzled her. However, she didn't plan to let Zhang Xiaohua go. When Jing Yi waved her hand to dismiss Xia Qing and the others, Jing Gang rolled her eyes and said, Sect Master, there are dangers everywhere in the sect. All the disciples under us are busy and it's hard to find suitable disciples. Moreover, they are familiar with the entire sect and it's difficult to investigate them. Ren Xiaoyao is a newcomer and no one knows him. In my opinion, it's suitable for him to investigate the spies in the sect. Jing Yi frowned and stared at Jing Gang for a while. She said, Ren Xiaoyao was injured in Huan Su. We can't let him go down the mountain immediately. It won't be too late to let him go after he recovers, right? Jing Gang smiled. Moreover, Ren Xiaoyao is the guardian disciple of our fragrant sect. If we don't do something, I'm afraid many disciples won't be convinced. Yes, what senior sister said makes sense. Nun Jingyi thought for a moment and decided to give Nun Jing Gang a way out. She nodded and said, Ren Xiaoyao, rest for a few days on Lingxiang Peak and heal your injuries. Then go down the mountain and have a look. This time you were almost attacked by the enemy. If you can find one or two among the many disciples, it can be considered as revenge. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, I'll follow Sect Master's orders. After I see Zixia, I'll pack up and prepare to go down the mountain. Junior brother Ren has a good plan. If junior sister Zixia knows, she'll be happy. Peacock, who had been listening carefully, said, Unfortunately, when junior brother went down the mountain last time, junior sister Zixia went into closed-door training and hasn't come out yet. I'm afraid she'll disappoint junior brother. Meng is in closed-door training? Zhang Xiaohua was a little regretful and happy. He asked, I don't know. At this time Qin Qin waved his hand and said, We don't know much about it. We only know that junior sister Zixia is in closed-door training and her time is uncertain. I'm afraid you won't be able to see her before you go down the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and said, Then I'll take my leave. I hope senior sisters will take care of her. Qinchin laughed. Zixia isn't just yours. She's also our junior sister. Don't worry and go. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and left Immerse Palace. He didn't have any injuries and had healed himself along the way. Why would he need to treat his injuries? However, Zhang Xiaohua was still in the house outside Immerse Palace. He closed the door for 3 days and 3 nights. He was thinking along the way, combining the sword playing the world in his mind and the human figure in the stone tablet, and carefully comprehending the sword controlling technique. 3 days later in the morning, the door opened and Zhang Xiaohua's tall and thin figure walked out of the house. At this time there was only confidence in his eyes. It was as if the world was in his hands. Looking at the quiet surroundings, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and released his divine sense. The range of his divine sense wasn't large, only 100 feet. Immediately he understood the situation around him. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly frowned. About 70 to 80 feet away there was a hidden place. There was a disciple of Ruijin Palace hiding there and secretly looking in his direction. Zhang Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then he pretended that he didn't know and took a stroll by the side of the house. Since Zhang Xiaohua came to Immerse Palace, he had been very careful and didn't release his divine sense. Now that he had something to rely on, he found something interesting. The range of 10 feet wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Not long after, many disciples had passed by. Zhang Xiaohua didn't do it intentionally, but he found that there were fluctuations of heaven and earth yuan qi on most of the disciples. Why is that? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised, but after a while he understood that the fragrant religion was a great religion left behind by the immortal Tao for 10,000 years. Moreover, it was under the protection of the array. Although the loss of yuan qi was great, there was still some of it left behind in the fragrant religion. Moreover, there were many artifacts of the immortal Tao, no matter if they were broken, scattered, or useless. Although these scattered artifacts were useless, it couldn't stop the disciples from liking them. Therefore, some of them carried the useless jade pendants on their bodies, and some of them inlaid the fragments of the artifacts on their swords. The fluctuation of yuan qi came from these useless fragments. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Compared to them, he was really poor. Just as he was thinking, a disciple caught sight of him from afar and quickly fled. What's the reason for this? Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to touch his nose. Needless to say, the disciples of the Ruijin Palace must have been sent by Jing Gang. Why did the disciple who just left? Not long after, the disciple returned with something wrapped in yellow silk in his hand. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua, he said in a deep voice, "Are you Ren Xiaoyao's junior brother Ren?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He cupped his hands and said, "That's me. May I know why senior sister is looking for me?" The disciple handed over the thing in his hand and said with a smile, "I am under the order of the hierarch to bestow this internal strength mental cultivation method to you." Internal strength mental cultivation method? Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about it in his heart, but his face was full of joy. He received it with both hands and said, "Thank you for the hierarch's gift." Yes, the hierarch said that Ren Xiaoyao is our sect's protector disciple. Although his internal strength isn't his forte, he can't be too vulgar. This internal strength mental cultivation method is practiced by the disciples of the Immerse Palace of the incense cult. He needs to exhaust himself and work hard to cultivate it. Don't disappoint the hierarch. Thank you for the hierarch's kindness. Zhang Xiaohua bowed. He knew that this was his reward for bringing back Emo Qingshan's relics, so he accepted it with a clear conscience. Chapter 941. Also, Lord Cult Leader said that if there is nothing wrong with your injuries, you should go down the mountain as soon as possible. You have to be more careful along the way. Yes, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, I will pack up and prepare to go out. Senior Martial Sister, please report back to Lord Cult Leader. This disciple will definitely find out what happened. And I will report it as it is. The disciple nodded and turned to leave. After that, Zhang Xiaohua packed up a little and also rode down the mountain on the David's deer. Only the disciple of Ruijin Palace followed her for a while and disappeared. After leaving lingering fragrance peak, Zhang Xiaohua became bolder. She released her divine sense and saw that the disciple of Ruijin Palace who was following her disappeared. She couldn't help but sneer in her heart. Nun Jingyi was the cult leader of Ruijin cult. Her martial arts cultivation was definitely something that Zhang Xiaohua couldn't catch up with even if she rode the David's deer. As for the Immortal Path's magical powers that she had inherited, it was estimated that many of them were also things that Zhang Xiaohua couldn't reach. However, if she were to encounter Nun Jingyi, Zhang Xiaohua only had two magical powers to protect herself. One was the Transfiguration technique and the other was the Imperial Wind technique. Both of these were worse than Nun Jingyi's, not to mention Nun Jinggang, whose divine sense was much weaker than Nun Jingyi's. In addition, Zhang Xiaohua had just comprehended the true Imperial Sword technique. Zhang Xiaohua really didn't put Nun Jinggang in her eyes. Of course, Nun Jinggang was the successor of Ruijin cult and had been immersed in the Immortal Path's cultivation for many years. There was always something that Zhang Xiaohua didn't expect. If Nun Jinggang didn't force her, Zhang Xiaohua would definitely not go against her. After riding on Huan for half a day, Zhang Xiaohua gradually felt impatient. Although Huan's leg strength was good, it was still lacking compared to the Imperial Wind technique. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and found a place with lush trees to throw Huan down. She also found a low-lying place to hide the Great Wisdom heavy sword. Then she used the Transfiguration technique and a handsome man with a moderate figure appeared. He laughed a few times and with a wave of his sleeves, he flew into the air and disappeared without a trace. An hour after Zhang Xiaohua disappeared on a mountain path not far away, a gray figure appeared. This person was wearing gray close-fitting clothes and her entire head was covered. Her face couldn't be seen. Only the curves of her body could be recognized as a woman. The woman jumped onto a tree and looked up at the winding mountain path. She muttered to herself, "This is clearly the path. Why can't I see any trace of him?" Then she laughed and said, "He, could it be that he knows? Did he go in the opposite direction? Then he turned around and went somewhere else? I want to see where he can go in the 19 mountains of Ruijin cult." As she spoke, the woman turned around and headed in another direction. When the woman had just left about 500 feet away on a protruding hill, a weak light flashed. Following which, a handsome man appeared on the hill. Looking at the woman's gradually disappearing figure, he frowned and said, Who is this woman? Is she chasing me?" But then he laughed and said, "How could she be chasing me? Maybe she's chasing that unlucky guy called Ren Xiaoyao." After that he rubbed his nose and did the same thing as Zhang Xiaohua. Then he jumped and went in another direction. Wasn't this handsome man Zhang Xiaohua had disguised as the so-called Panin? After Zhang Xiaohua found her direction, she disguised herself and traveled with the wind. She traveled for more than half a day. In this half a day Zhang Xiaohua rode the wind and performed the flying technique that she had just learned. The flying technique was the best technique in the Misty School. If one's cultivation had not reached a certain level, they would not be able to perform it. However, Zhang Xiaohua was indeed talented in the flying technique. She had comprehended it earlier, but her vital energy was limited and her cultivation was shallow. Thus she could not practice it well. This time she had gained some benefits in the ruins of Huanshu and started to practice the flying technique. She was just at the beginning, so it was the right time. "Yes, it's here." Zhang Xiaohua, who was flying unsteadily in the air, saw a cliff and landed. It was the place where Xia Qing and the others were attacked a few days ago. Just when Zhang Xiaohua wanted to soar up again and take out the things he had buried according to his memory, his heart suddenly moved. He was actually vigilant. It seemed that there was some movement in the stone tablet he had refined. Oh no. Could it be that someone has discovered it? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She immediately went underground and went straight to the place where she sensed the danger. As she walked, Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. "This place is so remote that I can't even see a single disciple. Only the disciples of the Ruijin Palace who are guarding the ruins of Huanshu may pass by. I just buried the things, how could someone discover it? When did my character become so bad?" When Zhang Xiaohua was a little closer, she released her divine sense. Sure enough, at the place where Zhang Xiaohua buried the money bag, there was a person in a black robe. This person was tall and his whole head was covered by the cloak of the robe. Before Zhang Xiaohua could scan with her divine sense to see the face under the cloak, she saw the person move. He seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly turned around and looked around. It was an old man with white hair, a white face and slender eyes. The old man looked around with extreme vigilance. Then he used his qinggong to come to a high ground. Seeing that there was no one else, he muttered something. His fingers moved slightly a few times and he returned to the place where he stood just now. This old man can actually discover my divine sense. But why is he just standing there? If he wants to take out the things that I placed in the restriction, wouldn't he have to dig up the mountain rocks? As she thought about it, Zhang Xiaohua immersed her divine sense into the mountain rocks and looked at the restriction. It didn't matter as the restriction and things were still there. However, outside the restriction there were actually many pitch-black insects. These insects were extremely small and black, just like a black fog. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. This seems to have seen it somewhere before. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was alarmed. She turned around slightly and saw a wisp of black fog approaching her from less than 3 feet above her right hand. Ouch! Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to think. He quickly formed a hand seal and dove into the ground. At the same time an old voice coldly rang out, "Where did this thief come from? How dare you peep at me?" Then the cold voice revealed a hint of astonishment. Obviously he knew that Zhang Xiaohua had escaped underground. Zhang Xiaohua had escaped underground and wanted to heave a sigh of relief. However, when her divine sense swept behind her, she realized that the wisp of black fog had followed her. Since the black fog formed by the black insects could discover the restriction underground, of course, it could also chase after Zhang Xiaohua. Moreover, the insects flew very quickly and Zhang Xiaohua couldn't get rid of them while she was in the earth escape technique. After pondering for a while, Zhang Xiaohua formed a seal and headed towards the restriction. That old man could obviously see Zhang Xiaohua's movement through the black insects. He was slightly taken aback. Then his lips moved slightly and a chanting sound was heard. At the same time his fingers moved again. In an instant a portion of the black insects that were hiding on the restriction secretly came out from the front. The old man had a good idea. He wanted to attack from the front and back, but his divine sense didn't seem strong enough. Perhaps he could only rely on the black insects to determine Zhang Xiaohua's movement. How could he be as agile as Zhang Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohua made a few turns and left the black insects behind her. Then she found an opening and quickly swept past the restriction. When she got closer she saw the black insect that was hiding on the restriction. It was smaller than a flea. One of its antennae was bent and pressed against the restriction. The 2 transparent wings on its back were flapping slightly. On the antennae, there was an even more subtle fluctuation. With this flickering, the restriction was corroded bit by bit. After seeing the appearance of the black insect, Zhang Xiaohua immediately realized that this was the mysterious black insect that she had extracted from Oyan's Mudpill Palace on Shirxing Peak. Could it be that this old man is the consecrator of Lingxiang Peak who had a conflict with Nun Jingyi? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, and her actions weren't slow. She pinched an incantation gesture and hit the original restriction. That restriction shone brightly and shook the black insect a foot away. Zhang Xiaohua took advantage of this gap and reached out her hand to take out the money pouch, belt, bracelet and other items from the restriction. Following that she kept them into her bosom. Only then did she put down the stone in her heart. With a sharp whistle she dashed out of the ground. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua rush out of the ground with a whoosh and float in the air, the already surprised old man's face became even more solemn. He stretched out his hand to reach for a weapon at his waist. However, just as his hand touched the weapon, he paused and immediately pulled out a small, sparkling and translucent jade ruby from his bosom. Holding the jade ruby in his hand, the old man then raised his head and asked in a deep voice, "This, young friend, this thing underground was discovered by me. Why did you snatch it?" "You discovered it?" Zhang Xiaohua saw that the old man wasn't afraid of her using the earth escape technique and the wind controlling technique and even questioned her. She couldn't help but become vigilant. Using her divine sense, she saw that those black insects had drilled out of the ground and were gathering in the air above the old man's head. They were black and faint and didn't move forward to attack. Furthermore, there weren't any black insects around her. She then opened her mouth and said, "These things were discovered by you, but you forgot that these things were buried by I." The old man was shocked and blurted out, "Where did you come from, Taoist priest?" Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said with a smile, "You don't need to know where I come from. You only need to know that the things you discovered are mine. I'm going to take them away now." He. The old man rolled his eyes and shook his head. "You're mistaken, Taoist priest. You obviously came after me. If these things belong to Taoist priest, why would Taoist priest bury them here?" With Taoist priests' magical powers, there shouldn't be many people who can do anything to these things, right? Chapter 942. The old man's question was reasonable and Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss for words. However, the reason could not be revealed to outsiders. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. You old man, you're really unreasonable. If I said that this thing belongs to I, then it belongs to I. Why do you need a reason? That's right, Taoist priest is a person of the immortal Tao. Your powers are vast and you're not someone I can compare to. However, everything under the heavens cannot be reasoned with. If Taoist priest can't produce any convincing evidence, then the old man did not say any threatening words, but the jade rui in his hand tightened. Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with her divine sense. The jade rui was also very lively. It should be an immortal Tao artifact, but she did not know what use it had. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua smiled. That's easy. Of course I can give you a reason. However, you have to tell I who are you. The old man was stunned. After thinking for a while, he said, since Taoist priest is asking, how can I not tell you? Alright. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she reached out and took out Chasing Dream. She did not form any seals but threw it into the air. Then she used her divine sense to control Chasing Dream according to the Sword of the World technique. Chasing Dream floated in the air. First it did not move. Then it suddenly emitted a weak light. That light flashed and then extinguished. Chasing Dream suddenly moved. Like lightning it shot towards the old man. The old man was looking at Zhang Xiaohua. When he saw her throw the small sword, he was already on guard. When he saw the small sword flying towards him, he was even more shocked. The fingers on his left hand moved nimbly as he chanted something. His right hand raised the jade rui. A ball of light green light slowly flowed out from the jade rui. However, before the light could shine, Chasing Dream had already shot in front of the old man. Chasing Dream was like lightning. When it arrived in front of the old man, it jumped back and retreated rapidly. It only stopped when it was 10 feet away. Then it jumped up and down in the air. Whoosh! Only at this moment did the brilliance of the jade scepter open. It was like a wall that blocked the old man's body. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but smile when she saw that the imperial sword technique was indeed extraordinary. It was only her first time trying it out, but the speed of the Chasing Dream was several times faster than when she did not know the trick to controlling it in the past. Following that, the Chasing Dream trembled again and the brilliance reappeared. At this moment, two identical Chasing Dreams appeared out of thin air, one in front and one behind. They were just as fast as before. With two consecutive bangs, the light screen formed by the jade rui swayed and the old man's figure swayed along with it. The two Chasing Dreams intertwined and swooped down again. The old man's expression changed greatly. His left hand did not dare to be negligent. His fingers moved again as he chanted. Half of the black cloud above his head flew down and the other half attacked Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua did not have any expression on her face. She reached into her bosom and took out a fire talisman. She threw it out. With a ping sound, the talisman exploded around the black bugs. Sparks rained down and covered the black bugs that were attacking them. However, when the fire dissipated, the black bugs were still flying in the air. Not many of them were burned to death by the fire. Oh, could it be that these black bugs can only be destroyed by the delirium eye or little black? When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, her expression changed. Of course, little black was not by her side and the delirium eye did not have any movement. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal. Zhu Meng immediately turned around and rushed towards the black bugs. However, there were too many black bugs. Although Zhu Meng knocked a few of them to the ground, it was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Most of the black bugs ignored it and swarmed over. Zhang Xiaohua retreated a little when he saw the black worms approaching. He extended his hand and took out the beast head paperweight. This thing had mysteriously subdued the fire crows in the ruins of Huan. Perhaps it would be useful. As expected, the moment the beast head paperweight appeared, the black worms instinctively paused. However, under the command of the old man, they flew over again. However, their flying formation was no longer stable. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Just like in the ruins of Huan, she channeled her vital energy into the beast head paperweight. However, this time it was different from the ruins of Huan. The beast head paperweight did not suck in all the black bugs like it did in the past. Of course, it was not to no avail. As Zhang Xiaohua channeled her vital energy, the black bugs seemed to feel afraid. They did not charge forward but circled around a few feet in front of Zhang Xiaohua, rolling left and right. The old man was also stunned. He waved his left hand and hurried sounds came from his mouth. He seemed to be urging the black bugs, but the black bugs escaped his control and stopped. Unknowingly, the two of them were in a stalemate. Or rather, they were both feeling awkward and helpless. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes turned. She waved her hand and Zhu Meng split into two and flew back into Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Then Zhang Xiaohua flew back a few feet and laughed. How is it? Can this prove that this item belongs to I? When the old man heard this, he was stunned at first. Then he revealed an unconcealable joy. Although he did not dare to loosen his grip on the jade rui in his right hand, his left hand did what Zhang Xiaohua did. With a wave of his hand, the bugs that had turned into black fog flew back. When they reached the old man's side, they entrenched themselves on top of his head. Taoist priest, you are indeed skilled in the art of sword manipulation. I can't compare to you. Needless to say, just based on the fact that Taoist priest can control the flying sword inside, I know that this item must have been left behind by you. The old man said with a smile. He did not bother to distinguish whether the flying sword was taken out from the ground or not. Since we have identified the item, you can tell I. Are you? Zhang Xiaohua narrowed her eyes and asked from afar. She did not move forward. She thought that the old man would beat around the bush. Who knew that the old man said loudly, I am Lei Hong from the Greenwood Palace. May I know who Taoist priest is? Then he asked with a strange tone, could it be the spring equinox or hibernation awakening? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and pretended not to know. She said, what spring equinox or hibernation awakening? I am Panin. Panin. When Lei Hong heard this, he pondered for a moment as if he was thinking about something. Then he asked, Senior Pan, forgive me for being slow-witted. Senior's cultivation method was not passed down by the fragrant religion. Moreover, your supernatural powers are obviously superior to the fragrant religion's Nun Jing Yi. May I know? Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and sneered. How can you know I's origin? I just don't know why you are around the Huan Su if you are from the Greenwood Palace. Lei Hong also smiled and said, of course I am here on the orders of the sect leader. I am here on official business. Zhang Xiaohua did not believe that this guy could go against Nun Jing Yi and attack O Yen. Of course he was not a good person. Maybe it was related to the sneak attack a few days ago. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua put away the beast head paperweight. She cupped her hands and said, in that case, you can continue with your business. I will leave first. After that, she made a gesture and used the art of riding wind. She went straight in one direction and disappeared in a moment. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua suddenly leave, Lei Hong did not dare to move. He still held the jade scepter and stood there quietly. After waiting for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he commanded the black bug to circle around for a long time. He even checked the ground. After confirming that there was no trace of Zhang Xiaohua, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered to himself in shock, where did this immortal senior come from? He looks quite young. How can he be so powerful? Maybe, he is not a hibernation awakening. His power. I am afraid that he is close to the few heavenly kings in the sect. Then Lei Hong shook his head slightly. Fortunately, this senior is not from the incense cult. Otherwise, it would be difficult. However, even if it is difficult, what can he do? He has not returned to the Tenryu sect for a long time. I am afraid that the heavenly kings have trained many experts. It's a good thing that he doesn't have a way to restrain this soul puppet of mine. Otherwise, this old life of mine would have to die here today. This is a big piece of news. Let's wait for the incense cult's restriction to be lifted and send the news out quickly. Don't delay the sect leader's plan. As he spoke, Lei Hong took out a coarse black bottle from his bosom and kept the black soul puppet. Just as he was about to keep the bottle, he stopped and released a small soul puppet. Then he held the jade scepter in his hand and used his qinggong to fly in another direction. After Lei Hong and Zhang Xiaohua left, there was only a gentle breeze blowing in this unremarkable place. No one knew what had happened here. 10 days later, on a mountain peak that reached the clouds, there was a sudden movement among the lush greenery. Between two trees, a ball of faint light flashed and a tall and thin man emerged from the ground. It was Zhang Xiaohua. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had a smile on his face as he looked at the beautiful scenery on the mountain peak. He smiled and said, as expected, there is also an 8 trigrams purple gold furnace on Kuanglu Peak. I have already gathered 17 alchemy furnaces. Only Jiuhua Peak has not been visited. I am curious, what is the use of these 18 alchemy furnaces? Ever since Zhang Xiaohua obtained the belt and other items that were hidden underground and failed to win the battle with Lei Hong, he went to the 19 peaks of the incense cult. Kuanglu Peak was the second to last one. As Zhang Xiaohua expected, there was a hidden alchemy room at the peak of each peak. There was an identical 8 trigrams purple gold furnace inside. However, when he saw the 17 identical alchemy furnaces in the belt, Zhang Xiaohua was even more suspicious. No matter how bored the seniors of the incense cult were, they would never place an alchemy furnace on each peak. Moreover, they were identical. What was the purpose of these alchemy furnaces? The 17 pill furnaces in the belt were placed together, and there was a faint connection between them. However, if one looked carefully, there was no trace of it. After sitting in the forest for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to go directly to Jiuhua Peak. For the past 10 days or so, he had concealed himself and practiced his flying technique while walking in the aroma cult. He also felt that it was quite tiring. Now that he had arrived at Kuanglu Peak, which was right next to Jinghai Lake, he couldn't help but have the thought of going to take a look. Chapter 943. Jinghai Lake was the place where Zhang Xiaohua first entered the fragrant religion. It was quite a large lake, and it was also the place where people entered and exited the fragrant religion. Zhang Xiaohua's immortal cultivation had greatly improved, and her divine sense was also a lot stronger. Therefore, she also had the intention to explore Jinghai Lake. Forming a seal with her hand, Zhang Xiaohua's body flew up and broke through the sky. Her figure gradually dimmed, indicating that her flying technique and concealment technique had greatly improved. The flying technique was indeed powerful. Although Zhang Xiaohua had just entered the sect, it only took her the time to drink a cup of tea to arrive at Jinghai Lake. From afar, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. She only felt that the fluctuation of heaven and earth's origin energy above the lake was very strong. Especially above the lake, there were several fluctuations that swept across, and it was very chaotic. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and temporarily dispelled the idea of exploring the lake. She formed a seal and landed in the forest beside the lake. The forest was lush with branches and leaves, and the wind blew the leaves, creating a rustling sound. After Zhang Xiaohua landed, she did not use her qing gong. Instead, she walked step by step in the shade of the trees. The mottled sunlight penetrated through the forest, and it was particularly dazzling. Her feet stepped on the 1-foot-thick underbrush, and the rustling sound made Zhang Xiaohua recall many things. This was the place where Zhang Xiaohua first met the outstanding disciple of the Dan Repository Hall, Lu Lihong. It was also in the morning that Zhang Xiaohua saw the sanctimonious side of Lu Lihong. The dragon scale fruit that she obtained was also taken away by Lu Lihong. However, the things that happened after that were even more unimaginable. She met Lu Lihong again, fought with him, and was ambushed and killed by him. All of this happened in the span of a few months. At this moment, she was revisiting old memories. Where was the expert who deceived her in the past? He had already turned into a handful of soil in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to check. In just a moment, she saw a lot of precious herbs in the forest. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua disdained to pick them. Although the herbs in the Yulon Grand Canyon were refined in the Shishing Peak, the remaining herbs were enough for Zhang Xiaohua to use. Although the herbs in the forest were good, they were far from what Zhang Xiaohua had, so naturally, it did not attract her interest. Just when Zhang Xiaohua casually glanced around, suddenly an obscure fluctuation appeared, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared again. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. He focused his divine sense on the place just now, but there was no more movement. Could it be that I saw wrongly? Zhang Xiaohua thought with a frown. However, he still changed his direction and went to the place where the fluctuation came from. When he got closer, he found that the place where the fluctuation appeared was out of the forest, right next to the Jinghai Lake. Looking carefully, Zhang Xiaohua was surprised to find that it was the place where she and Chong Chong had set up camp. Could it be that there is something fishy underground? Zhang Xiaohua thought, and the obscure fluctuation suddenly appeared again. Just like before, it disappeared in a moment. Of course, this time, Zhang Xiaohua saw it clearly with her divine sense. It was a small bead under the ground not far away. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to check the surroundings of the bead. After confirming that there was no danger, she walked over. The bead was not buried deep and Zhang Xiaohua easily took it out. Looking at the gray bead in her hand, Zhang Xiaohua concentrated her divine sense and wanted to delve into it. However, the bead seemed to have a strange restriction. It did not isolate her divine sense, but when she tried to force her divine sense into it, the restriction shook violently, and a chaotic aura came out from within the bead. Suddenly, a sense of danger rose in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. Her expression changed and with a flick of her wrist she immediately threw the gray bead towards the Jinghai Lake. The bead shot out like an arrow from a bow. Even so, when the bead flew to the surface of the lake, the restriction on the surface of the lake was triggered. Before the restriction could activate, there was a weak flash of light followed by a loud bang. The bead actually exploded on the surface of the lake, and the explosion caused huge waves to rise from the bottom of the lake. What is this? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. If the bead exploded in her hand, wouldn't she lose her life? No matter how light it was, she reckoned that she would not be able to keep her arm. Is this something that was forcefully buried? Or was it buried by someone else? Zhang Xiaohua was about to ponder, but there was another movement and a weak divine sense swept over. Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed slightly, and a fierce look flashed in her eyes. He seemed to have an idea. She pinched a spell and first she escaped into the ground. After a short while, a few disciples wearing the uniform of the Wuming Hall hurriedly rushed over. Before they arrived, they saw a woman wearing tight clothes. Her head was wrapped tightly, and she was using her qing gong to stand high above the bushes. After the explosion, the surface of the lake returned to normal. However, the restriction on the surface of the lake was even more chaotic. How could these low-level disciples of the Wuming Hall know about this? They checked for a long time but they did not find anything, so they had to go elsewhere. When these disciples went far away, the woman hiding in the bushes revealed herself. Her exposed eyes stared at the surface of the lake for a long time, as if she was thinking about something. At this time, the sound of leaves swaying could be heard from not far away. The woman raised her eyebrows, stood up and looked for the source. Ren Xiaoyao. Before the woman could get close, she saw Zhang Xiaohua's exposed back. She blurted out, "You are indeed cunning. I have been chasing you for a long time, but I could not find any trace of you. If I did not have a sudden impulse to come to the Jinghai Lake to take a look, who would know that you were hiding here?" Zhang Xiaohua heard the sound behind her and she pretended to be afraid. She used her qing gong ethereal steps and went into the depths of the forest. Ethereal steps? The woman seemed to be very familiar with ethereal steps. When Zhang Xiaohua used it, she saw through it. "I knew that there was something wrong with you. I did not expect your problem to be so big." Zhang Xiaohua did not look back. She controlled her speed, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, so that the woman behind her could not catch up. After the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the two of them went into the depths of the forest. The woman was so angry that she forgot to consider why she could not catch up to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua continued to run forward until she found a spacious area. Zhang Xiaohua stood under a tree with her arms crossed. She turned around and said with a smile, "Great Elder Jing Gang, why are you chasing me?" When the woman heard this, she unconsciously stopped and changed her voice. She asked curiously, How did you know it was me?" As she spoke, she removed the cloth that was wrapped around her head, revealing her white hair and wrinkled face. "Haha." Zhang Xiaohua laughed. "In the entire fragrant cult, you are the only one who can't get along with me. Other than you, who else would care about a small character like me?" "It's that simple?" Jing Gang was stunned and asked in disbelief. "Of course, other than this, what else could it be? You changed your voice and clothes, but you didn't even let me see your face. If I didn't guess, how would I know?" Jing Gang slowly nodded and sneered. "Since you know it's me, don't seem to be afraid." "Why should I be afraid?" Zhang Xiaohua also sneered. "Lord Sect Leader knows how dissatisfied you are with me, so he followed your tone and sent me down the mountain. You went down the mountain without permission to kill me. Aren't you afraid of being punished by Lord Sect Leader?" "Punished?" Jing Gang laughed. "Let's not talk about the fact that I went down the mountain through a secret passage. Jingyi only knows that I went into seclusion to cultivate and doesn't know that I went down the mountain. Even if she knew, I would have killed you long ago. What else can she say? It's just a few words of punishment. Do you think I would abandon the decades of relationship between us for a mere disciple? Zhang Xiaohua held her chin and didn't say anything. Then she heard Jing Gang say, "Actually, I was a bit anxious that day. If you hadn't found Emo Qingshan's relics and I hadn't listened to Mei Xian's words, I would have lost my mind and only wanted to kill you to avenge Shuqian. I lost Jing Yi's face in Emo Xian's palace. Do you think I wouldn't have killed you on Lingering Fragrance Peak?" "But," Zhang Xiaohua said thoughtfully, "you don't have evidence that I killed Yu Shuqian. How do you know that I killed her?" "Evidence? It's just something from the legends. As long as you have the slightest chance, this old woman will kill you and kill all the people who can kill Shuqun. The real murderer will also be killed by this old woman," Jing Gang said with a sneer. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. "I'd rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one person go. Great Elder, what a good plan. I, Jing Gang, kill people. Do I still need to plan?" Jing Gang said proudly. "That's true." Zhang Xiaohua put down her hand and said, "There's an old proverb that says those who kill will be killed by others. I don't know if Great Elder has heard of it." "Ha." Jing Gang laughed. "I have heard of it, but I don't understand. Renshao, you've said so much. You can die now." As she spoke, Jing Gang stretched out her hand and a long sword came out of its scabbard. "Wait a moment." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand. "Doesn't Great Elder want to know whether I killed Yu Zhuqian or not? There's no difference whether you killed her or not. It won't be too late to tell me after you die." "Is that so?" Zhang Xiaohua said as he reached out his hand and took out something from his bosom. When she saw the item in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, Jing Gang's eyes widened. She scolded angrily, "Ren Shao, you brat, you actually got the purple phoenix hairpin. Zhuqian was indeed killed by you. Give me your life." As she spoke, she raised her long sword. It was very similar to Shi Mujuan's sword. She was going to stab Zhang Xiaohua. "That's not all." Zhang Xiaohua sneered and took out another purple phoenix hairpin from his bosom. He held both purple phoenix hairpins in his hands and waved them in the air a few times. He smiled and said, "Your two precious disciples have become ghosts in my hands. I'm afraid you will follow in their footsteps. Yu Zhuqian left early and I'm afraid she couldn't wait for you. Shi Mujuan, on the other hand, is probably still waiting for you." Chapter 944. Mujuan? When Nanjing Gang saw the two identical purple phoenix hairpins in Zhang Xiao's hands, the shock on her face could no longer be described with words. She might have suspected that Yu Zhuqian had died in Zhang Xiao's hands, but that was merely a suspicion. It was merely based on a woman's intuition. In fact, she herself was half convinced. However, she had never thought that Shi Mujuan would die in Zhang Xiao's hands. She had never thought that this would happen. Furthermore, Nanjing Gang had left the mountain alone to hunt down Zhang Xiaohua. Apart from her extreme hatred for Zhang Xiaohua, she also felt helpless. Ever since Shi Mujuan had left the mountain to train, he had never returned. Nanjing Gang's other disciples also had their own matters to attend to. They were all within Nanjing Yi's field of vision and could not be randomly assigned. Nanjing Gang had no choice but to leave the mountain herself. Otherwise, she would have sent Shi Mujuan over. This was because, in her heart, Zhang Xiaohua was no match for Shi Mujuan at all. However, when she heard Zhang Xiaohua say that Shi Mujuan had been killed by her, Nanjing Gang could not believe her ears. However, the two purple phoenix hairpins in Zhang Xiaohua's hands were real. They had been bestowed upon Nanjing Gang by the previous sect master after she had received the inheritance. They had accompanied Nanjing Gang for many years and had only been given to Yu Zhuqian and Shi Mujuan later on. Even without using her divine sense, Nanjing Gang could tell with her naked eyes that these were genuine purple phoenix hairpins. Her two precious disciples would never have casually disposed of such precious items. The only possibility for these purple phoenix hairpins to fall into Zhang Xiaohua's hands was that the two of them had really died in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. At this moment, Nanjing Gang could no longer be bothered to consider the reason behind her two disciples' deaths. She formed a seal with her left hand and Zhang Xiaohua felt the purple phoenix hairpin in her hand move slightly as if it was about to leave her hand. Oh no! This purple phoenix hairpin has actually been refined by Jing Gang. Zhang Xiaohua's mind raced. She swept the hairpin with her divine sense and put it into her purse. Seeing that the purple phoenix hairpin had suddenly disappeared and that she could no longer feel it, Nun Jinggang was even more shocked. Then a trace of understanding flashed through her eyes. You're from the Tenryu sect? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. He had encountered such questions countless times. Only Lei Hong from the Greenwood Palace didn't ask him if he was from the Tenryu sect a few days ago. I don't care if you're from the Tenryu sect or not. After I kill you to avenge my 2 disciples, I'll settle the score with that bitch Xixia. I'd like to see how Jingyi will protect her. Nun Jinggang gritted her teeth as she spoke. She waved the long sword in her hand and her figure rose from the ground. She was going to stab the space between Zhang Xiaohua's eyebrows. Hearing Nun Jinggang call Meng a bitch, Zhang Xiaohua was furious. Her eyes narrowed and she reached out to take out Chasing Dream. Nun Jinggang's figure danced in the air. Her sword was very charming and it attracted all of Zhang Xiaohua's attention. It was as if only the tip of Nun Jinggang's sword was the most beautiful color in the entire world. She could only stand up and face it head-on. That was the only choice at this moment. This was the move that Shimujuan had used before. However, in Nun Jinggang's hands, its power had increased greatly. Putting aside the fact that Nun Jinggang's power had increased, just looking at the indescribable power of this move in her hands, it was definitely not something that a man like Shimujuan could use. Perhaps this shocking sword was created by the fragrant religion specifically for women. How could Zhang Xiaohua's mind be attracted by this? With that thought in mind, Chasing Dream in his hand leaped forward to meet the attack. Flying sword? Nun Jinggang almost blurted out. However, she did not dare to be careless. The sword in her left hand did not change. Instead, she reached into her clothes and took out a jade talisman. She crushed it and a faint white light immediately flashed. It gradually formed a protective light shield around her. However, Chasing Dream was not fast at first. When the protective light shield appeared, it immediately trembled and split into 2 identical small swords. At the same time, it sped up and flew towards Nun Jinggang's left and right sides. Before Nun Jinggang's protective light shield could be formed. When Nun Jinggang saw this, she could not help but be shocked. She finally understood Zhang Xiaohua's power. However, she was not nervous. She formed a hand seal and 2 weak divine senses appeared. One on the left and one on the right, they flew towards Zhang Xiaohua's flying swords. Zhang Xiaohua's divine senses had already covered the entire area. When he saw Nun Jinggang's weak divine senses, he could not help but laugh. However, when he saw that her divine senses could split into 2, he was curious. Hence, he used one of the divine senses to change the direction of the 2 flying swords. One from the top and the other from the bottom, they pierced towards Nun Jinggang's body. However, Nun Jinggang's 2 divine senses were also magical. Like maggots, they followed the changes in the 2 flying swords and wrapped around them with great agility. At the same time, the long sword in Nun Jinggang's left hand was in front of Zhang Xiaohua's face. Even though he was facing Nun Jinggang, Zhang Xiaohua did not look as pathetic as when he faced Shimujuan. The tip of the long sword was like a dazzling meteor that was about to land on Zhang Xiaohua's face. Zhang Xiaohua immediately moved. He did not hide underground. Instead, he formed a hand seal that he had prepared beforehand. A faint light red light appeared in midair and blocked the tip of Nun Jinggang's sword. However, with a soft poof, the light red light did not stop the tip of the sword for long. It was pierced through by Nun Jinggang's long sword. The tip of the sword pierced through the light and continued to land on Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Nun Jinggang sneered, "It's just the Tenryu sect's insignificant technique. How can it block my fragrant sect's ultimate technique?" "Is that so?" Zhang Xiaohua replied with a smile. Then he leaped into the air and flew into the sky. Levitation technique? Nun Jinggang was astonished once again, but the long sword in her hand missed its target. Even though her qinggong was good and her swordsmanship was amazing, she could not levitate. How could she catch up to Zhang Xiaohua? By the time Zhang Xiaohua rose into the air, the 2 Chasing Dreams controlled by his divine sense were already in front of Jinggang Shirtai. Although Jinggang Shirtai's divine sense was weak, her speed was not slower than Zhang Xiaohua's. Moreover, Jinggang Shirtai seemed to have grasped the incense cult's immortal Dao secret art. She was actually able to block Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword. While both of their divine senses were locked in a stalemate, Nun Jinggang's light barrier formed around her body. Nun Jinggang's face had a trace of tranquility. I didn't expect you to know the levitation technique. This is out of my expectations. When Nun Jinggang saw Zhang Xiaohua floating in the air, she kept her long sword and took out a palm-sized triangular object. She sneered, "It's a pity that I didn't know you were from the Tenryu sect. I came out in a hurry and didn't bring any weapons. However, this Sangharama plate is enough to take your life." Nun Jinggang was arrogant. Zhang Xiaohua stood in the air and sneered, "Let's try it then." As he spoke, he urged his divine sense. Two chasing dreams swirled around Nun Jinggang's body and rapidly pierced towards her. When Nun Jinggang saw this, she didn't reply. She silently chanted an incantation in her heart. Her left hand also formed a seal. The two strands of divine sense danced in the air in an attempt to block the flying swords. Zhang Xiaohua's face was expressionless, but he sincerely wanted to see the results of his 10 days of cultivation. He made another hand seal and the two flying swords trembled again. Suddenly, there was a moment of absent-mindedness and 4 identical flying swords appeared. They circled around and stabbed toward Jinggang Shirtai's body. Nun Jinggang's expression changed slightly. She stopped chanting the incantation and immediately, another divine sense appeared and wrapped around one of the flying swords. Fortunately, Nun Jinggang can only split 3 divine senses. If she split 4, wouldn't my flying swords be blocked by her? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. He had been cultivating the imperial sword technique and had improved in the past few days. He could split the chasing dreams into 4. Although there was still a long way to go before he could reach 10,000 swords, it was still a fundamental change. If he cultivated according to this method, he could definitely reach the realm of 10,000 swords. At this moment, when she saw that she could only split 3 divine senses and couldn't contend against Zhang Xiaohua's 4 flying swords, Nun Jinggang immediately changed her strategy. She used the 3 divine senses to guard and only waited for Zhang Xiaohua's flying swords to pierce through before attacking and blocking the flying swords. In the past, Zhang Xiaohua had only used flying swords to deal with martial artists. He had never seen immortals use their divine sense to fight with flying swords. For a moment he was at a loss and did not know how to deal with it. He could only use his divine sense to drive the flying swords. Like a fly, it flew towards Shirtai Jinggang's body, randomly greeting her. After a few more minutes, the Sangharama plate in Nun Jinggang's hand gradually glowed. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He tossed his hand and the dragon binding hoop flew out. The moment the dragon binding hoop was tossed out, it expanded and turned into a huge hoop that wrapped around Nun Jinggang's body. Seeing how powerful the dragon binding hoop was, Nun Jinggang calmed down. Her left hand stopped moving and she took out a small seal from her chest. She raised her hand and threw it into the air. It was a small seal. Following that, Nun Jinggang took out a piece of primeval stone from her chest and pointed at it. The primeval stone flew onto the seal and the seal suddenly expanded. It also flew up and blocked Nun Jinggang's head. The dragon binding hoop flew onto the seal but couldn't wrap around it anymore. My God, so this is because you didn't bring a suitable artifact? Seeing that Nun Jinggang took out an unknown seal and used a primeval stone to control it, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sneer. If you took a suitable artifact, how could I survive? Nun Jinggang is being honest. Zhang Xiaohua counted the artifacts in his bag and didn't feel that there was anything worth using. He could only focus on controlling the flying swords and piercing them towards Nun Jinggang's body. Zhang Xiaohua's strategy was effective. He was controlling 4 flying swords while Nun Jinggang only had 3 divine senses. It was precisely because of the advantage in numbers that Zhang Xiaohua gained. Under Zhang Xiaohua's wholehearted control, chasing dreams stabbed into Nun Jinggang's body with a soft bang in just a short moment. Chapter 945. The chasing dream dagger stabbed into Nun Jinggang's body like a bolt of lightning. This time it was different from when Zhang Xiaohua used the dagger to fight against the mysterious bronze-masked old man. It was also different from when she fought against Shimujuan. The dagger's power was not on the same level. When the chasing dream dagger stabbed into Nun Jinggang's body, there was a flash of white light. The dagger was blocked and the light dimmed. This caused Nun Jinggang's expression to change. Even Zhang Xiaohua's face revealed a trace of a smile. Although the chasing dream was agile when fighting against the bronze-masked old man, it was easy for the old man to catch it. When it encountered Shimujuan, the chasing dream could not win against the long sword in his hand. It was only now that Zhang Xiaohua had learned the true art of sword manipulation. Only then did she know how domineering the immortal flying sword was. Just one slash was enough to dim Nun Jinggang's protective light shield by 30%. If she continued in a spurt of energy, wouldn't she succeed with just 3 or 4 slashes? Zhang Xiaohua was wild with joy. On one hand she activated the dragon binding hoop and on the other, she activated 4 more sword lights. She continuously stabbed in from all directions. On the other hand, when she saw that 30% of her defensive light shield had been pierced, she could not help but panic. She hastened the activation of the Sangharama disc in her hand. As a result, the light on the Sangharama disc became even brighter. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she frowned. Her divine sense discovered that there was not much qi of heaven and earth in the surroundings. She knew that once this Dharma artifact was activated, there would definitely be a different movement. After thinking for a moment, she formed a hand seal and her figure rapidly rushed towards Nun Jinggang. She also took out the nameless dagger in her hand. Nun Jinggang was stunned when she saw Zhang Xiaohua suddenly go against common sense and actually get close to her. However, when she saw Zhang Xiaohua's flying speed, how was this the levitation technique she remembered? She unconsciously clenched her teeth. With a pew sound, she spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto the Sangharama disc in her hand. The Sangharama disc absorbed the essence blood and shone resplendently. Soon after, a resounding sound was heard. Immediately, a large cluster of blue light appeared on the Sangharama disc. That light rose into the air. With a turn, it rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua, who was already very close to it. And where the light rolled, there was the sound of waves crashing of the shore. In Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, it was different. The blue light had turned into a huge wave, covering the sky and earth as it came crashing down on him. It was not even 3 feet away from his head, but he could already feel the power of the wave. The power of the wave was different from the power of Zhang Xiaohua's Prajna heavy sword. It was a kind of simulation of qi of heaven and earth. It had a feeling that the world was filled with qi of heaven and earth, and there was nowhere to escape to. This. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He had experienced this feeling in the weak water array. There was no better way to break it. At this time, when he saw it again, he immediately turned around and flew away. However, the blue wave did not give up. It chased after Zhang Xiaohua and rushed into the air. Zhang Xiaohua's flying technique could not be said to be fast, but the wave of qi of heaven and earth was even faster. With a hua sound, it rushed behind Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be slow. He turned around and dodged the wave. A few water droplets splashed past and hit Zhang Xiaohua's arm. With a few qi lai sounds, Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve was pierced, and the water droplets hit Zhang Xiaohua's simple robe. A wave of bone-piercing pain came from his arm and Zhang Xiaohua almost grimaced. What kind of magic weapon is this? It's clearly a wave of water. How can there be water droplets? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Could it be that this wave of water is also real? Zhang Xiaohua's guess was right. There were indeed a few drops of primordial water hidden in the Sangharama plate. Each drop had the power of 1,000 kadis. The waves of primordial water were also very powerful. Otherwise, Jinggang Nun would not have to fiddle with the Sangharama plate for so long. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was about to use the levitation spell to escape, Jinggang Nun panicked. She wanted to chase after him, but then she came to a realization. She stood there steadily and focused on controlling the Sangharama plate. Zhang Xiaohua flew more than 10 feet away and temporarily escaped the attack of the wave. He stood in the air with an uncertain expression. He could escape, but if he did, what would happen to his dream? Not to mention Jinggang Nun's torture, even Jingyi Nun might not let him go. However, if he didn't escape, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Jinggang Nun. The Sangharama plate. The attack was too strange. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to deal with it. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was strong. He could still control Chumeng within 10 feet. The 4 Chumeng continued to attack Jingyi Nun. Jingyi Nun's divine sense was unable to cope with the attacks, and in a moment of carelessness she was stabbed by Chu Meng again. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was able to control the flying sword from such a distance, Jing Yinun's face turned gloomy. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was much stronger than hers. Seeing that her defense was about to collapse, Jing Yinun moved the Sangharama plate. A ray of light shot out from the plate and chased after Chu Meng. When the ray of light reached Chu Meng, it turned into a wave and slammed down. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense immediately felt the unparalleled power from Chu Meng. He couldn't help but be alarmed. He hurriedly controlled the small sword and flew back. The wave of light couldn't catch up to the small sword, so it circled around Jing Gang's body to prevent the flying sword from attacking again. Chu Meng transformed into 4 parts and floated in the air restlessly. Zhang Xiaohua's expression was extremely ugly. His arms had the strength of 10,000 jin, and he looked very impressive with the great wisdom sword in his hand. However, he had painstakingly tempered his bones and obtained the great wisdom sword by chance. Yet, all of this couldn't compare to the other party's magic tool. Furthermore, he knew that Jing Gang's cultivation was inferior to his. Not to mention her divine sense, she didn't even know the levitation technique. However, the other party's strange magic tool was able to ignore this difference. At this moment, only the dragon binding hoop was still in the air. It was in a deadlock with Jing Gang's small seal. However, it was obvious that the small seal was controlled by Jing Gang's martial arts techniques. It didn't need to expend his true energy. What should I do now? Zhang Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. He was a little depressed. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and Chu Meng flew back to his left hand. He then reached out with his right hand and took out a small mirror. It was the small mirror that he had used to kill Shimujuan and block the huge blade in the metal array. Then Zhang Xiaohua held the mirror with both hands. He naturally threw Chu Meng to the ground. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had taken out a new magic tool, Jing Gang naturally became more cautious. However, when she saw that it was a small mirror from afar, she couldn't help but be stunned. Hence, even Zhang Xiaohua's action of throwing away the flying sword was due to carelessness. She pointed her finger and the brilliance that flew out of the Sangharama plate intensified. The sound of water within the brilliance surged, waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to attack. Zhang Xiaohua's face was as calm as still water. He circulated his true energy and poured it into the small mirror. He didn't know how to use this magic tool and could only use it according to his previous experience. However, after pouring his true energy into the small mirror for a long time, there was still no change, of course. This was within Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. However, Jing Gang didn't know. She didn't know what was so special about Zhang Xiaohua's magic tool. When she saw that Zhang Xiaohua was rushing towards her with the small mirror in hand, she focused all her attention and prepared for battle. She gathered all the brilliance of the Sangharama plate in front of her chest and waved it forward, rushing towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's expression didn't change when he saw the huge wave crashing towards him. He raised the small mirror and faced it head-on. However, when the huge wave approached the small mirror, there was no change. Seeing this, Jing Gang was even more alarmed. She was afraid that the small mirror would unleash a powerful attack. However, when the huge wave came into contact with the small mirror, Jing Gang felt an immense sense of danger. This, without waiting for Nun Jing Gang to make a move, four identical dream-chasing swords suddenly appeared on her back and stabbed into her back at the same time. Zhang Xiaohua's face was also filled with joy. He retreated and flew back to where he came from. It turned out that when Zhang Xiaohua threw Zhu Meng on the ground, he had already used his divine sense to go around the range of Jing Gang Shirtai's divine sense and stealthily arrived behind Jing Gang Shirtai. Taking out the small mirror and holding it with both hands was just to attract Jing Gang Shirtai's attention to conceal Zhu Meng's movements. As expected, Jing Gang Shirtai had been tricked. Only when Zhu Meng had split into 4 did she notice. However, it was already too late. No matter how fast Jing Gang Shirtai's divine sense was, it was impossible for her to block the flying swords. The jade talisman that Jing Gang Shirtai had crushed earlier had already been pierced twice by Zhu Meng. 2 of the 4 flying swords had already pierced through the light shield. When the light was extinguished, the other 2 flying swords had already pierced through Jing Gang Shirtai's back. Jing Gang was shocked, but she didn't have any other choice. However, there was no despair in her voice. Sure enough, when the flying swords stabbed into Jing Gang's back, they didn't pierce through. It turned out that it wasn't only Zhang Xiaohua who had a protective robe. How could the fragrant cult's great elder not have a personal protective robe? However, just as Jing Gang heaved a sigh of relief, Zhu Meng, who was sticking to her back, lifted the tip of the sword. It was just like how Zhang Xiaohua used to hold Zhu Meng or how she used to control the sword. With a woo sound, the sword suddenly stabbed towards Jing Gang's neck from a strange angle. The flying sword's angle was very tricky and its speed was very fast. Nun Jing Gang had just released her spiritual sense to wrap around the other flying sword when this fatal flying sword easily bypassed her spiritual sense. No, Jing Gang's eyes were about to crack. Soon after, a look of hatred appeared on her face. Just before Zhu Meng pierced the back of her neck, she spat out another mouthful of essence blood and desperately activated the Sangharama plate. The surging waves howled as they pounced toward Zhang Xiaohua. Chapter 946. Zhang Xiaohua used the small mirror to attract Nun Jing Gang's attention. Once the flying sword pierced Nun Jing Gang's back, he would immediately retreat. It was a pity that he did not expect Nun Jing Gang to have a defense close to her. This sword did not succeed and he had no choice but to use his original move. In this moment of delay, he lost the opportunity and was unable to completely escape the area of the wave. What made Zhang Xiaohua even more shocked was that Nun Jing Gang was also a powerful character. When she saw that the situation was not going well, she actually had the thought of dying together with Zhu Meng. She did not care about Zhu Meng, who was piercing the back of her neck. Instead, she spat out a mouthful of essence blood and used all her might to activate the Sangharama plate. At this moment, the monstrous wave was even bigger and the force contained in the water was also greater. Zhang Xiaohua's intuition told him that if the wave hit him, wouldn't he be smashed into meat paste? However, at this moment the wave was already right in front of him. It was too late for him to escape. Regardless of whether it was the flying technique or the earth escape technique, they were all useless. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohua could only raise the small mirror and pour all the vital energy in his body into it. The small mirror did not change at all under the infusion of vital energy. When the wave formed by the Xiantian primordial water hit the small mirror for about 3 inches, a ball of light blue light suddenly rose up. The color of the light was similar to the color of the wave. Following the appearance of the light, a huge suction force appeared from the small mirror and pulled the vital energy that Zhang Xiaohua poured into it. Not only that, the entire small mirror was like a bottomless pit as it continuously sucked in the vital energy in Zhang Xiaohua's body. In just a moment, the vital energy that Zhang Xiaohua had obtained in the Huansu was completely sucked dry by the small mirror. Zhang Xiaohua's meridians, which had been forcefully absorbed by the true qi, had ruptured in many places. A heart-wrenching pain was transmitted into Zhang Xiaohua's mind, and he could not help but grit his teeth. After absorbing all of Zhang Xiaohua's zhenqi, the blue brilliance of the small mirror became even more dazzling. With a loud clang, the blue brilliance soared into the sky and collided with the monstrous waves. Then, just like a real wave with a walla sound, Zhang Xiaohua felt a tremor in her hand. An incomparably huge force was transmitted from her hand. Gritting her teeth, Zhang Xiaohua exerted all of her strength in both hands and desperately pushed upwards. That blue brilliance actually resisted the monstrous waves. It was as if the monstrous waves had collided with an incomparably hard shore. Just as the huge wave flowed backwards, Zhang Xiaohua's chasing dream, which was stabbing towards the back of Abbess Jing Gang's neck, was also inserted as expected. However, at this moment Jing Gang Nun no longer paid attention to the flying sword behind her. She just opened her eyes wide and looked at the small mirror in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. She said in disbelief, "How Tian mirror? How did it become?" Before she could finish her sentence, chasing dream had already pierced through her neck, and she could no longer say another word. When Jing Gang Nun fell to the ground, her eyes were still wide open. It was unknown whether she was unwilling to die like this, or she could not believe what she had just seen. In short, the palace master of the Ruijin Palace of the Spreading Incense Cult, the great elder of the Spreading Incense Cult Jing Gang Nun, was killed on the spot by Zhang Xiaohua, who had no reputation in the pugilistic world. Without Jing Gang Nun's control, the brilliance of the Sangharama plate was immediately extinguished. The monstrous waves instantly rolled back, and with the sound of water, they were sucked into the Sangharama plate. The brilliance of the small mirror in Zhang Xiao's hand was instantly retracted, and it returned to its normal state. The small seal on top of Jing Gang Nun's head fell to the ground silently. With a plop, as Jing Gang Nun fell to the ground, Zhang Xiaohua also sat on the ground. This battle of life and death could be said to have exhausted him. Although it was only a short battle, Zhang Xiaohua truly understood that the battle of Immortal Tao was not only a battle of cultivation, but also a battle of spells and weapons. Most importantly, it was a battle of wits. Sitting on the ground, Zhang Xiaohua took out a vitality stone. As he absorbed the vitality to replenish his vital qi, he recalled the battle with lingering fear in his heart. Early on, during the battle with Shimujuan, Zhang Xiaohua gradually understood the cruelty of the battle of Immortal Tao. Then, during the probing battle with Lei Hong, he gradually understood the essence of the battle of wits. Although Lei Hong's cultivation was not only 1 star lower than Zhang Xiaohua's, it was difficult for Zhang Xiaohua to successfully kill a spiritual puppet without injuring himself without using the delusion breaker Dharma Eye. Therefore, when he encountered Jing Gang Nun's pursuit this time, Zhang Xiaohua changed his previous battle strategy right from the start. In the past, when Zhang Xiaohua made a move, he would test out his Dharma artifacts one by one. He would even throw out jade talismans one by one. Of course, this was useful to a certain extent, but it also indirectly exposed his strength and the Dharma artifacts he had, allowing his opponent to be fully prepared. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaohua heard that Jing Gang Nun did not bring any handy weapons this time, he muttered in his heart. Needless to say, Jing Gang Nun was Shimujuan and Yuzhuachuan's master. Whatever Shimujuan had, Jing Gang Nun would definitely have. She definitely had more defensive jade talismans than Shimujuan, and they were of a higher level. If Zhang Xiaohua used the offensive jade talismans like before, Jing Gang Nun would definitely have more defensive jade talismans and even better defensive techniques. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua did not use any jade talismans, regardless of whether they were offensive or defensive. This caused Jing Gang Nun to misunderstand that Zhang Xiaohua did not have any jade talismans. Therefore, after crushing 1 defensive jade talisman, Jing Gang Nun did not crush a second one. Also, when Zhang Xiaohua started to drive the flying sword, she used both her divine sense and spells. This also caused Jing Gang Nun to misunderstand that Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword could only be driven by the spells of her fingers. When Zhang Xiaohua threw Zhu Meng on the ground and raised the small mirror with both hands, she did not notice where Zhu Meng went. These were all things that Zhang Xiaohua had considered when the fight started. Especially after Zhu Meng broke through 30% of Jing Gang's defense with 1 sword, Zhang Xiaohua knew that this plan had a chance of success. Therefore, he prepared to carry it out. Step by step, according to his plan, he made Jing Gang Nun fall into his trap. Of course, this plan was very shallow. As long as Jing Gang Nun crushed another defensive jade talisman, Zhang Xiaohua might have to flee. This was related to Zhang Xiaohua's experience in fighting immortals, and more importantly, to Jing Gang Nun's lack of experience in fighting immortals. Zhang Xiaohua did not use the defensive jade talisman and the crimson spirit protection because he wanted Jing Gang Nun to forget about defense. In the end, Jing Gang Nun really forgot. However, Zhang Xiaohua's plan was flawless, but he still ignored Jing Gang Nun's madness and her determination to destroy everything. If Zhang Xiaohua did not have the crimson spirit protection and the defensive light shield, the giant wave of the Sangharama plate would definitely take Zhang Xiaohua's life. Fortunately, the so-called Hao Tian mirror in Zhang Xiaohua's hand could actually reflect the giant wave. If not, even if Zhang Xiaohua stabbed Jing Gang Nun to death, he would also die under the Sangharama plate. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua had already replenished a portion of his vital qi. When he fought with Jing Gang Nun just now, although there was no sound, there was still some light from the celestial device. It was possible that the patrolling disciples of Wuming Hall would discover it. It was not good to stay here for long. Zhang Xiaohua kept the small mirror, dragon binding hoop and chasing dream. Then he picked up the Sangharama plate and the small seal on the ground and looked at them with interest. After that, he threw them into his belt. As for Jing Gang Nun's corpse, it was lying on the ground. Her eyes were wide open, making Zhang Xiaohua feel uncomfortable. Great Elder Jing Gang, perhaps it was because of your indulgence that led to today's outcome. If it was not because of your protection, Yuzhuachuan would not have met me and would not have asked me about the matter between Zhang Pinger and me. Even if you wanted my life, I would not have killed Yuzhuachuan. As for Shimujuan, this fellow was not wronged. He actually wanted to snatch my dream. It was already a blessing that I did not kill him. He actually wanted to kill me? Who do you think I should blame? You're even better. You did not even have evidence that I killed him. You wanted to take my life just based on a sentence from someone else. You even did it in front of His Excellency the Hierarch. Speaking of which, it is funny. You are the great elder of the Hierarch. You have countless methods to take my life. However, you have a guilty conscience and do not dare to make things difficult for me in public. That is why you use such methods behind my back. Sigh, it is a pity that you personally chased me for more than 10 days. In the end you still died in my hands. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Nun Jinggang's corpse. Endless feelings of karma welled up in her heart. After a moment she sighed. She stretched out her hand wanting to throw out a fire talisman. However, just as she was about to throw it out she subconsciously paused. She thought to herself, this Nun Jinggang is not Shimujuan or Yushuachuan. If they die, they die. If they go missing, then they go missing. Nun Jingyi might not care too much about them. However, Nun Jinggang is a well-known figure in the cult of fragrance. She is His Excellency the Hierarch's great senior sister. How could Nun Jingyi not look for her? If I don't have her corpse, Nun Jingyi will definitely suspect me. After all, I was the only one who had a conflict with Nun Jinggang in Emotian's palace. It was very disadvantageous for me. If I keep Abbess Jinggang's corpse, Abbess Jingyi will know at a glance that it was done by someone from the immortal Tao. Haha, the first thing she would think of would be the Heavenly Dragon sect. Why would she think of a nobody like me? With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua chuckled. She took out the Sangharama plate and the small seal from her waist and casually threw them on the ground. She looked around to make sure there were no loopholes. She then formed a hand seal and prepared to fly away. However, just as he flew out 100 feet, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and turned around to return. Zhang Xiaohua landed on the ground and kept the small seal and the Sangharama plate in her belt. Then she released her divine sense and scanned Nun Jinggang's body. She then took out the nameless short sword and slashed it across Nun Jinggang's chest. Immediately, several jade talismans and 2 jade slips slipped out from the slit in her clothes. There are more chapters. Chapter 947. Several days later, Zhang Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged on the towering Jiuhua Peak. His eyes were looking ahead at the seemingly endless sea of clouds and the red-crowned cranes that occasionally rushed out from the clouds. His eyes were filled with a smile. Ever since he killed Jinggang Shirtai, Zhang Xiaohua immediately fled. He first used a flying technique to fly to the faraway Yanluo Peak. He showed himself at Yanluo Peak and used Emotian Palace's guardian disciple token. Accompanied by a few Heaven and Earth Hall disciples, he asked a few questions and saw the scenery of Yanluo Peak. After resting for half a day, he left the mountain under the respectful escort of those disciples. Afterwards, Zhang Xiaohua did not stop and ran to a few nearby peaks. It was really a coincidence that he met the Tenryu sect's disciple that he saw outside Huansu. Zhang Xiaohua took advantage of that disciple's unpreparedness and suddenly stopped him. He wanted to use Bewitching Finger to make that disciple speak the truth. However, that disciple seemed to have received some special training. He spoke hesitantly and was not very clear. Not to mention the situation of the Tenryu sect in the Tenryu sect, he couldn't even ask anything about the Tenryu sect itself. Instead, he knew the situation of the other sects in the Tenryu sect and did not hide anything. This made Zhang Xiaohua not know whether to laugh or cry. He was just looking for the spies of the other sects in the Tenryu sect. As a result, it could be said that he hit the mark by a fluke and knew quite a lot. It turned out that other than the Tenryu sect had the most spies in the Tenryu sect. Moreover, from what this disciple of the Tenryu sect had said, that mysterious power had been in the Tenryu sect for a long time. Over the years, the number of spies that had infiltrated the Tenryu sect was second only to the Tenryu sect. Of course, other than the 2 sects that Zhang Xiaohua already knew, the Dalan Temple, the Misty School, the Righteous Alliance, and other sects that had some reputation in Jianghu had more or less sent people to the Tenryu sect. This situation was not only known by this disciple of the Tenryu sect, but also by Mo Shuigong. A few years ago, the head of the Tenryu sect had ordered the Ruijin Temple to encircle and annihilate the spies on a large scale. However, these spies were like weeds on the plains. After the encirclement and annihilation, they rose up again in just a few years. After the encirclement and annihilation, the Tenryu sect stopped. In any case, the Tenryu sect had similar spies in the other sections. These spies only passed on information to the outside world and didn't do anything big. The other sects also turned a blind eye to them. After knowing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. The things he had done were all sensational, especially when he killed Nanjing Gang. If it was an ordinary Tenryu sect spy, they definitely wouldn't make a move. He didn't know if he could shift the blame to the Tenryu sect. However, although that disciple didn't mention the leader of the Tenryu sect's spies in the incense cult, when he thought about what Lei Hong from the Greenwood Palace said, there was an 80 to 90% chance that it was him. Moreover, he had actually tried to harm Mo Yen. Letting him take the blame could be considered a light punishment. Afterwards, Zhang Xiaohua followed the disciple's words and walked through several mountain peaks, searching for all the people he thought were spies. With Zhang Xiaohua's immortal Dao concealment technique, no one was able to find any trace of him. Under the influence of Bewitching Finger, those disciples said a few more things. These things didn't deviate from the Tenryu sect's words, but they were more detailed. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at Jiuhua Peak with the last 8 trigrams violet gold furnace in his mind. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was sitting at the top of Jiuhua Peak and using his divine sense to sense the 8 trigrams violet gold furnaces in his belt that had a mysterious connection. He thought to himself, now that I've obtained all of the 8 trigrams violet gold furnaces and placed them together, nothing strange has happened. I've also carefully examined all of the furnaces. They're all exactly the same. Even the refinement chants on the inner walls are the same. Moreover, just now I refined all of the 8 trigrams violet gold furnaces again and spat out the last of my true life origin. However, I only gained a faint connection with them. I only know that these 18 pill furnaces must have a special use, but I don't know what they're used for. I forget it. The time hasn't come yet. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and took out a jade slip from his pocket. This jade slip was from Nanjing Gang. When Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave, he suddenly remembered that he had 2 violet phoenix hairpins in his pouch. They belonged to Nanjing Gang in the past. Since she could control them, she naturally had a method to refine them. Therefore, he turned around and found 2 jade slips on Nanjing Gang's body. As expected, the jade slip contained the method to refine the violet phoenix hairpins. Of course, this jade slip was something from the incense cult. Other than the violet phoenix hairpins, there was also the Sangarama plate that he had just obtained. Even the small seal, the devil exorcism seal, had a method to refine them. However, Zhang Xiaohua had been in a hurry these past few days. Moreover, he was worried that the incense cult's artifact would emit a unique aura if he refined it. Therefore, he didn't refine it. After all, the current situation was somewhat dangerous and it was better to avoid trouble first. At the back of the jade slip there were a few simple pill recipes. They weren't for healing. Zhang Xiaohua roughly looked at them and guessed that they should be classified as poison or confusion. The herbs used were also very strange and were quite similar to the ones he had obtained in the Ghost Valley. However, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't interested in them. With a wave of his hand he kept the jade slip into his pouch. Then Zhang Xiaohua took out another jade slip. This jade slip was also from Nanjing Gang. However, at this time when Zhang Xiaohua immersed his divine sense into it and finished reading the contents, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. I was wondering why Nanjing Gang's divine sense was so weak and could be divided into 3 parts. Each part could be controlled individually and could even block my flying sword. As for Jing Gang Shirtai, she was able to extend her divine sense from afar and entangle my great wisdom sword as if it had a shape. It turns out that Zhuanxiang cult has such a miraculous technique that can split one's divine sense into small divine senses. Furthermore, this divine sense can actually leave the body and have other wonderful uses. Compared to the divine sense imprint in God's Guide, each has its own merits. However, this divine sense manipulation technique can infinitely fine divine sense. If this technique is cultivated to the realm of great success, it can actually control several types of magic tools and attack at the same time. In the battle of the immortal Dao, this is an extremely powerful divine ability. After Zhang Xiaohua understood the importance of magic tools in the battle of the immortal Dao, he was extremely sensitive to the effects of this technique. In his battle with Nanjing Gang in the end, because he was distracted to control Chasing Dream, he couldn't use the flying technique at the same time. His body paused for a moment, but it was this moment that almost caused him to be consigned to eternal damnation and suffer the same fate as Nanjing Gang. If he had learned this divine sense manipulation technique earlier, with one divine sense controlling the flying sword and the other controlling the dragon binding ring, wouldn't he be able to easily retreat? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes unconsciously lit up. 10,000 swords shooting at the same time was of course the highest realm of the sword of the world. Right now he was only able to split one into 4. If he mastered the divine sense manipulation technique, then, would he be able to use one strand of divine sense to control the flying sword? Would this flying sword be able to split into 4? If he could split many strands of divine sense, wouldn't each strand of divine sense be able to control one flying sword? Splitting one into 4? The more Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He knew the power of flying swords. Now that he lacked defensive magic tools, the more he could control these flying swords, the more powerful their attacks would be. This divine sense manipulation technique was tailor-made for him. Unfortunately, this divine sense manipulation technique only split and controlled divine sense, but it didn't have a way to train divine sense. This made Zhang Xiaohua a little depressed. Although God's guidance could strengthen divine sense and cultivate the heart of herbalism, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation of God's guidance seemed to have reached a bottleneck. Although he had been working hard, there hadn't been any obvious progress. The expansion of his divine sense was only due to the increase in his cultivation level. But why is Nun Jingyi's divine sense so strong? Could it be that it isn't due to this divine sense manipulation technique? Zhang Xiaohua thought gloomily. Although it was just a thought, Zhang Xiaohua still made a hand seal and entered the alchemy room he had just found. Then he immersed his divine sense into the jade slip and read the divine will cultivation method in detail. Then he began to cultivate. The day passed quickly. When the sun was setting, Zhang Xiaohua came out of the alchemy room. Just as he was about to fly into the sky, he suddenly slapped his forehead and landed on the ground. I have already obtained the 18 pill furnaces and investigated the spies of the various sections. What else do I need to do? Meng is currently in seclusion and I don't know if she has come out yet. If I return to Lingering Fragrance Peak, I won't be able to see Meng. Even Nun Jing Gang's matter will implicate me. Rather than attracting Nun Jingyi's attention in Mo Xian Palace, why don't I take a stroll around the Spreading Fragrance sect and wait for Nun Jingyi's attention to the Tenryu sect before returning to gather information on the spies? Furthermore, this is already 9 Radiance Peak. I remember that the Tenryu sect disciple mentioned that there is a strange place in the jade mine under 9 Radiance Peak. It might be a passageway that leads to the outside of the Spreading Fragrance sect. Why don't I go down and take a look? It would be best if there is a passageway there. If there isn't, I can at least get some good jade stones. It's worth it. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua concealed herself and flew into the depths of 9 Radiance Peak. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not know where the entrance to the mineral vein was, it was dusk now. Teams of Shuyu Hall disciples were returning from the mineral vein. As long as they went in the opposite direction, it would be easy to find it. Sure enough, it didn't take long for them to find a heavily guarded place. Indeed, this place was not a cave as Zhang Xiaohua had imagined. Instead, it was a gorgeous courtyard at the foot of the mountain. Could it be that I made a mistake? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was thinking, she saw the door of the inner courtyard open. A pair of exhausted Shuyu Hall disciples filed out. Their attire was different from what Zhang Xiaohua had seen earlier. It was coarse and dusty. Chapter 948. After the group of disciples came out, they were not in a hurry to go to the main door. Instead, they split up and entered the small houses on both sides of the courtyard. When Zhang Xiaohua scanned the houses with his divine sense, he laughed involuntarily. Wasn't that the place for washing up? Not long after, someone came out in a clean and tidy Shuyu Hall uniform. He came to the main door and the guard at the door skillfully searched the disciple. He waved his hand and let the disciple out. Then all the disciples were checked before they went up the mountain in groups. Oh, so this is the entrance to the jade mine. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and made a hand seal. He went underground and dived into the courtyard. However, when he reached the belly of the mountain, he encountered a layer of restriction that blocked Zhang Xiaohua's way. It seems that the fragrant religion values this jade mine very much. They set up this restriction when they were still cultivating the way of immortality. Looking at the sturdiness of the restriction, it seems that it is not weakened by the lack of vital qi. This jade mine is indeed full of vital qi. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua came out from the ground and appeared in a small house. Looking around the ordinary house, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense again. After a long while he retracted it and frowned. This is going to be difficult. The house near the mountain is obviously the entrance to the mine. There are 5 guards in the house, and the most annoying thing is that the door to the left of the house is a restriction. This restriction is the entrance to the mine? A disciple walked out from the restriction of the house. There was a slight fluctuation of vital qi. Then the disciple took out a small triangular jade token and handed it to the guard beside him. He then cupped his hands and walked out of the house. The guard kept the jade token and placed it in the bag beside him. Then his eyes brightened as he stared at the entrance that looked no different from an ordinary door. This is difficult. Although I have a concealment technique, it is unavoidable that my body will be exposed when I pass through the restriction. I will definitely be seen by these 5 people. It won't be difficult to subdue these 5 people. However, if more people come over, they will inevitably be discovered. Why don't we break this restriction? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but have the idea of forcibly breaking the seal again. But at this time, the disciple who had just come out happened to walk past these houses. As he walked, he muttered, "Why am I so unlucky? Why was it always the smallest die every time? Motherfucker, just this night shift alone was already worth 10 days and he still had to continue today." He really didn't understand. It was just a mining place. Why was it so expensive? It's been like a day for decades. Oh no, it's been like a day for hundreds of years. There are people watching from the outside, but there are also people watching from the inside. Is there a need for that? Sai, is this Wang Laolu cheating? No, I have to get some information from him. Is there a trick to rolling dice? Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed when she heard this. Her body moved slightly as she rushed to the door. Just as she was about to leave, someone shouted, "Ing Laosi, do you still want to eat?" That person replied, "Yes, yes. Can't you see that I'm going over? You guys are going back to the mountain in a while, but the pitiful me still has to be on night shift." Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She stopped and pondered for a moment before she sat down cross-legged. As expected, in just the time it took to finish a meal, Ing Laosi picked at the grass between his teeth and slowly walked over. There was no one else beside him. The corners of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth curled up into a smile. When Ing Laosi reached the door, he extended his finger and dragged him into the house before he could fall to the ground. Throughout the entire process, not a single sound was made. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua transformed into Ing Laosi's face and put on his clothes. She slipped out of the house and followed Ing Laosi's route back to the house. I didn't expect it to be so troublesome to enter the jade mine at the foot of the 9 Radiance Peak. Not only is the jade token used to enter the house different every time, but there are also 5 guards who are constantly on guard duty. Every 2 hours there will be someone patrolling the place. If I didn't bump into Ing Laosi, it would be difficult for me to enter. Even if I managed to stop the 5 guards, I would still be discovered if I went in. With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the house. When the guards in the house saw someone enter, their faces turned cold. However, when they saw that the person who entered was Ing Laosi, they relaxed and revealed a mocking look in their eyes. One of the disciples laughed and said, "Ing Laosi, why are you on guard duty again? Could it be that you want to become the most outstanding disciple of our cleansing Jade Hall this year?" Zhang Xiaohua could easily disguise himself as Ing Laosi, but he could not change his voice completely. He was afraid that he would give himself away, so he circulated his zhenqi and his face immediately turned red. He gritted his teeth and opened his mouth, but no words came out. Why did Ing Laosi suddenly change his personality? Doesn't he grumble every time he goes in? Just as Zhang Xiaohua cursed in her heart, the person who took the jade token earlier scolded with a smile, "You little brats, why are you making fun of an honest person? Didn't I get ridiculed by you guys when I complained yesterday? After that you said that he was talkative. Today he became a taciturn gourd without a mouth and you said that he was boring? You must be kind and honest." As he spoke, he took out another type of jade token and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He laughed and said, "Ing Laosi, if you don't have anything to do, don't play dice with your group of scoundrels. Can't you see that you lose every time? Although we are not betting on pills, the jade mine is very cold. If you keep on guard duty, be careful that your body won't be able to take it." Zhang Xiaohua took the jade token and pretended to be grateful. She cupped her hands and walked towards the small door. That person was stunned and scolded with a smile, I said that for your own good. Why didn't you even say a word of thanks? As he spoke, he stretched out his leg and kicked Zhang Xiaohua's buttocks. The strength of the kick was not small. Zhang Xiaohua staggered and rushed into the small door. Within her divine sense, the door fluctuated and the jade token in her hand glowed with a light that was invisible to the naked eye. Zhang Xiaohua went in. Behind her, she could still hear the laughter of everyone. Zhang Xiaohua let out a cold snort from his nose, but he looked up into the distance. Zhang Xiaohua was in a square hall. The surroundings were empty except for a few luminous pearls inlaid on the walls. In front of the hall was a deep and winding passageway. The passageway was very spacious and it could fit several horse carriages side by side. This was out of Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. This passageway was indeed formed by a restriction and her divine sense could not penetrate it. Even the small door behind her was isolated from Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. However, at this moment the passageway was quiet and there was no movement. It seemed that everyone had finished their work. Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. She released her divine sense and walked along the passageway. At first, the chi of heaven and earth in the passageway was not much different from the outside. Around the passageway there were very few jade stones. As Zhang Xiaohua went all the way down, the number of jade stones on the stone walls of the passageway gradually increased. The chi of heaven and earth gradually became denser. As Zhang Xiaohua went down, the passageway began to open up in all directions. There were many forks and caves. It was too much for the eyes to take in. However, Zhang Xiaohua ignored all of this and walked casually looking for the passageway that led to the bottom. After a long time, Zhang Xiaohua gradually came to a place where the light was slightly dimmer. Although there were some luminous pearls in these places, they were extremely rare. There was only one every few feet. It seemed that the disciples of Shiyu Hall rarely came here. There were many jade stones on the stone walls and the quality was much better than the ones above. However, the dimmer the light was, the denser the chi of heaven and earth. Zhang Xiaohua walked all the way and used her divine sense to check the passageway. She wanted to find some clues from the restriction around the passageway. However, she could not find the place that the disciple mentioned. There are many forks in this passageway and there are many disciples of Shiyu Hall. Who knows where the place that the Tenryu sect's spy mentioned is? It is impossible for me to find it by myself. Moreover, I did not get any information from Ying Laosi when I used the ecstasy finger just now. This means that the place that the Tenryu sect's spy mentioned should be very secretive. Sai, why don't I capture that guy and ask him properly? Zhang Xiaohua thought regretfully and was ready to stop. After all, the jade stone vein was so huge that she was like a headless fly that couldn't find anything. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the jade stone vein in the Yulon Grand Canyon. The chi of heaven and earth was extremely dense. It was just that her earth escape technique was not complete and her cultivation was limited. She was currently in the middle of the jade stone vein. This jade stone vein was definitely much bigger than the previous one. Moreover, the disciples of Shiyu Hall had already dug the passageway to the bottom. As she went down, there were more and more jade stones and the quality was getting better. Who knew what good things would be in the deepest part? Moreover, the chi of heaven and earth was even denser. She might even be able to find the place where the incense cult's immortal cultivation was passed down. There would definitely be better things in there. When she thought of the good things, Zhang Xiaohua's heart beat faster. She increased her speed and used the imperial wind technique to go to the deepest part of the jade stone vein like the wind. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xiaohua finally arrived at the bottom of the jade mine, the end of the tunnel. There was only a luminous pearl embedded in the ceiling, and there was no other way to go down. Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand to touch the slightly sparkling and translucent jade stone. She extended her divine sense and felt that there were many more jade stones in the 500 feet below them. Moreover, the restriction of the passageway did not stop here. Could it be that there's something down there? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her chin thoughtfully. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua formed a hand seal and burrowed into the ground, heading towards the depths of the jade mine. Chapter 949. Zhang Xiaohua didn't give up. He used the earth escape technique to travel to the deepest part of the jade mine. He wanted to find the secret of the incense sect's immortal Tao. However, even after a long time he still did not discover anything even after he had reached the depths of the ground. Moreover, as he went deeper and deeper into the ground, a powerful force that could not be resisted by human strength grew stronger and stronger, trying to squeeze him out of the ground. Maybe I'm wrong? Although the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi below 9 Radiance Peak is abundant, it isn't the place for the incense sect to impart their immortal Tao. Since that's the case, I might as well find more jade. It would be even better if I could find the legendary jade essence. As Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, another idea popped up in his mind. He began to search around in the deepest part of his body. Just as he was searching, a powerful Yuan Qi fluctuation suddenly came from the front. It was detected by Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense that was sweeping around. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. Such a powerful Yuan Qi fluctuation was most likely produced by an extremely powerful mystic tool. However, when he got closer, the scene in front of him left him flabbergasted. There was a colorful and gorgeous rainbow in front of him. It was like a rainbow coming out from the ground and going straight up. Zhang Xiaohua was even more surprised when he scanned the area with his divine sense. Each of the 5 colors was a piece of top-quality jade essence. It was sparkling and translucent. It was incomparably beautiful. However, when Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go forward and dig, he realized that the entire rainbow of jade essence was surrounded by a powerful restriction. This restriction was so strong that Zhang Xiaohua had never seen it before. When Zhang Xiaohua came back to his senses and took a closer look, he found that the entire ground beneath his feet was covered in such restrictive spells. It was as if the entire ground beneath the jade mine was covered, leaving only the chalcedony area leading to the outside world. Zhang Xiaohua was very happy. Needless to say, she really found the place. Underneath this restriction should be the place where the incense cult's immortal cultivation method was passed down. However, this restriction was extremely peculiar and its fluctuations were not very obvious. If Zhang Xiaohua had not seen the rainbow-like jade essence and deliberately probed it, she would not have been able to find it so easily with her divine sense. Even now, within his divine sense, the restriction was like the earth, seemingly endless, covering the entire area beneath his feet. Isn't this a little too much? Even the Sumeru world that Wan Wuxin and Senior Huan were in couldn't be compared to it. No wonder the incense sect was able to survive even after the immortal Tao was annihilated 10,000 years ago. Just this continuous restriction alone is not something the Misty School can compare to. Then, the Dalan Temple that is as famous as the Cult of Fragrance? And what kind of legacy did he rely on? In my impression, the Dalan Temple's elder Chong Gong seemed to be an ordinary Jianghu expert. At that time I had just started practicing martial arts and did not even have the slightest inkling of the immortal Tao. How could I know if Elder Chong Gong was from the immortal Tao? Moreover, even now, with the nameless cultivation method, I can conceal my cultivation. Even someone as strong as Abbess Jingyi could not detect it. How could the dignified Dalan Temple not have such a method? Then, what about the Tenryu sect that is even more powerful than the Cult of Fragrance? Is their heavenly king also from the immortal Tao? Qin Shiyue's master seems to be called Garuda or something. Perhaps he is also from the immortal Tao? For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua thought of many things. But then with a smile in his eyes, he muttered to himself, "What does this have to do with me? My Beidou school has not been established yet. When I have the opportunity to establish the Cult of Fragrance in the future, I will let Panin go and take a look." With that, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense and used the earth-burrowing technique to search above the restrictive spell for a long time. First, he wanted to see how the restrictive spell could be broken. Second, he wanted to find a secluded place. If he broke the restrictive spell and entered, he would not attract the attention of the disciples of the Cult of Fragrance. However, after the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Zhang Xiaohua could not figure out what the restrictive spell was. He only vaguely felt that there were some similarities between the restrictive spell and the rabbit talisman in his Naiwan palace. But when he looked at it carefully, he felt that there was a big difference. The jade slip that Elder Hua had left behind also had some similarities, but when he looked at it carefully, he found that there was a big difference. What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua touched his chin and hesitated. Previously, when he was at the core of the ruins of Huan, he had used the flow on his left arm and chasing dream to break the restrictive spell of the heavenly thunder. He already felt that the flow was showing signs of drying up. Perhaps it could not support this use. But if he did not use it, how could he be reserved when a treasure was right under his feet? After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua gritted his teeth and seemed to have made a decision. He scanned with his divine sense and found a place that was far away from the five-colored chalcedony. When he reached the edge of the restrictive spell, Zhang Xiaohua reached out his hand and took out Chasing Dream. He waved his left hand and Nameless pierced his sword. As expected, the mysterious flow flowed out from his left arm. However, it was obviously much weaker than before. Although this flow was very weak, when it poured into Zhu Meng was still able to easily cut a hole in the restriction beneath its feet. However, there were still restrictions at the bottom of the hole. It wasn't until Zhang Xiaohua had set up 18 layers of restrictions in one go that a strand of clear light emerged from the restrictions. After that, a strand of aura that was extremely weak yet extremely powerful and practically shook Zhang Xiaohua's mind directly emerged and caused Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense to tremble. What is this? Why does it feel so familiar? Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. The 18 layers of restrictive spells that he had just cut started to fuse together again. Zhang Xiaohua did not have time to think. He plunged his head into the restrictive spell. However, within the restrictive spell, before he could stand firm and see what was in front of him, the weak aura from before became overwhelming. It was a kind of submission from the bottom of his heart. It was an instinct from the bottom of his heart. It was a kind of worship from the bottom of his heart. It was a kind of worship from the bottom of his heart. It suppressed him tightly, forcing him to bend his knees, forcing him to go limp. I understand now. Zhang Xiaohua tried his best to hold on. Suddenly he thought of this feeling. When he was on the deserted island outside the sea and obtained the Great Wisdom Sword, didn't he encounter a huge eye in the depths of the magma? Didn't he feel the same way at that time? However, the feeling now was even stronger than before. It almost made him unable to breathe. Zhang Xiaohua forced himself to form a seal. His body swayed as he floated in the air. Although he tried his best to release his divine sense, the oppressive feeling was not only pressuring him from the bottom of his heart. Even his divine sense was forced not to be released. Just as he was about to open his eyes and look at everything in the restrictive spell with his naked eyes, suddenly after the oppressive aura, another divine sense as huge as the will of the heavens swept over. A divine sense? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. The feeling when the divine sense swept into Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace was similar to the feeling when Zhang Xiaohua encountered the huge eye previously. Last time the divine sense was as heavy as a rock. However, it was not released and seemed to be in a deep sleep. However, this time the divine sense was flexible. It was just that. Zhang Xiaohua also faintly felt that it was extremely tired, extremely old, extremely obscure and extremely empty. Although this divine sense was like that of an old man, it was also like the will of the heavens that could not be defied. When the divine sense swept over Zhang Xiaohua's body, Zhang Xiaohua felt as if he was naked. What nameless mantra? What concealment mantra? What concealment mantra? They were all useless. Of course, when the divine sense swept into Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace, Zhang Xiaohua did not have any resistance at all and allowed it to enter directly. Suddenly, when the divine sense touched the layer of golden divine restriction outside the elixir core, the divine restriction emitted a layer of bright light and bounced off the divine sense. Immediately, two talismans emitted the same color and flashed out from the divine restriction. They were the two talismans, one dragon and one tiger. Once the two dragon and tiger talismans appeared, it was as if they were alive. One curled up like a dragon soaring to the ninth heaven, and the other opened its claws like a howling mountain. In an instant, the roar of the dragon and the roar of the tiger resounded. From Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace, a kind of qi power was produced. It was a kind of qi power that resisted the invading divine sense. Although the qi power of the dragon and tiger talismans was small, it was extremely pure and vigorous. Combined with Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, it actually formed a sharp contrast with the matchless divine sense. For a moment, the divine sense was different from Zhang Xiaohua's imagination. It did not entangle with Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense and spread out again. This doesn't seem to be divine sense. With the support of the dragon and tiger talismans, Zhang Xiaohua could faintly resist the overwhelming and suffocating qi power. She could actually stand up straight. Although she still could not release her divine sense, there was no longer that oppressive feeling like before. She could even open her eyes. However, when Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes, the scene before him was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. Even the things he had seen in the restriction at the core of the ruins of Huan could not compare to what was before him. In front of Zhang Xiaohua was a vast and boundless space. She could not see the end of it with her naked eyes. Far away in front of Zhang Xiaohua, there was a green gourd suspended in mid-air. The shape of the gourd looked familiar. It was exactly the same as the gourd on the sleeves of the disciples of the pill department in the pill expanding hall. However, this was not the most unforgettable thing for Zhang Xiaohua. Just below the green gourd, she could vaguely see the outline of a huge dragon head. Behind the dragon head, the faint outline of a pale yellow dragon body extended endlessly into the distance. In Zhang Xiaohua's eyes there was no end to it. Dragon vein. When Zhang Xiaohua saw everything in front of her, she almost fell from midair. After thinking for a long time, such a word popped up in her mind. And this word seemed to be something she had seen in a jade slip or in a biography, or in a legend in the countryside. Chapter 950. When Zhang Xiaohua saw the vague outline of the dragon's head, he couldn't help but be shocked. When he calmed himself down, he looked at his surroundings curiously. It was obvious that above his head was a vast expanse of light blue, just like the clear blue sky outside. Below his feet, there was a faint golden outline of water ripples. This outline wasn't as clear as the dragon's head in the distance, but upon closer inspection he could tell that it was the body of the dragon vein. How long is this dragon vein? Could it be that it spirals within the restriction? Zhang Xiaohua frowned. At this moment, the aura from the dragon and tiger talisman in Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwan palace was able to withstand the aura from the dragon vein. However, his divine sense couldn't leave his body, so he was no different from an ordinary person. Of course, the dragon vein was incomparably huge. Even if Zhang Xiaohua could release his divine sense, it could only cover a range of 400 to 500 feet. Compared to the dragon vein, it was just a drop in the ocean. How could he see the entire dragon vein? Just as he was thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, this is bad. When I entered, it was already night. I have been outside the restriction for a long time. Could it be midnight now? At this moment, a strange fluctuation appeared on Zhang Xiaohua's body. Before Zhang Xiaohua could react, he immediately fell from the sky and fell straight into the vague outline of the dragon vein. The strange thing was that when Zhang Xiaohua's body fell, the fluctuation became more intense. Boundless stellar energy shot out and wrapped around Zhang Xiaohua. At this moment he was at the edge of the dragon vein's spine. The dragon vein seemed to be resisting and wanted to prevent anything from entering. However, the starlight was just a ripple that passed through the spine without any obstruction. Zhang Xiaohua fell into the dragon vein. After entering the dragon vein, it was different from the outside. Although it was also empty, there was a slightly viscous thing that was similar to the chi of heaven and earth and starlight flowing in the dragon vein. It seemed to be the essence of the dragon vein. Right in the center of the enormous essence of the dragon vein, something that was countless times thinner than a strand of hair was fluttering slightly, like a strand of hair brushing against one's face in the wind. Coincidentally, when Zhang Xiaohua's body fell beside the strand of hair, he floated in the air and didn't move anymore. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be meditating as usual. He was sitting cross-legged. The mysterious fluctuation in his 5 centers facing heaven body continued to surge, drawing in the starlight from the sky. In his meridians, the Carefree Heart Sutra was also activated, slowly absorbing the starlight and the heaven-earth yuan qi within the restriction into his meridians. At the beginning, everything was the same as before. However, after a while, the suction force on Zhang Xiaohua's body gradually increased. The pores all over his body opened up like a bottomless pit, swallowing the little heaven-earth yuan qi in the dragon vein, as well as the things that were similar to heaven-earth yuan qi. Therefore, the thing that was thinner than a strand of hair started to sway even more vigorously under the suction force. When it started to sway even more, an extremely weak and almost inaudible fluctuation came from far away. When it came into contact with the fluctuation on Zhang Xiaohua's body, it immediately approached intimately as if it had seen sweet dew. The starlight from the sky was being refined in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians. An extremely small portion was used in the meridians, an extremely small portion was integrated into the vital energy, and the rest was gathered in a mysterious place behind Zhang Xiaohua's head. The weak fluctuation also followed the trajectory of the starlight after it was refined and entered that mysterious place. The moment the fluctuation entered, it immediately shook violently as if a person in despair had found a way out. An unparalleled joy came from far away, and then a dragon's roar resounded through the restriction. Tremor. A huge tremor. When the dragon's roar sounded, the entire dragon vein shook violently, and the entire restriction also moved up and down with this tremor. Then the thing that was thinner than a strand of hair started to sway again. This time it was different from before. The previous sway was like a seaweed, then the current sway was like the tail of a fish. To be more precise, it was the sway of a dragon. As the thin strand of hair moved slightly, the entire dragon vein swam. Far away, under the green gourd, the huge outline of the dragon's head was slowly moving towards Zhang Xiaohua. Inside the outline of the dragon's head, where the thin strand of hair was, there was a dragon head that was invisible to the naked eye. It opened its eyes and used two extremely thin golden dragon claws under its abdomen to move forward with difficulty. Above the dragon's head, there were a few formations that covered the dragon's head. In the middle, there was a strong suction force that continuously sucked the heaven and earth yuan qi in the dragon vein into the formations. The formations then sent the heaven and earth yuan qi into the green gourd above the dragon's head. The gourd was upside down, and the mouth of the gourd sucked the heaven and earth yuan qi in. On top of the gourd there was another strange formation. On top of the formation there was a layer of restriction. On top of that, there was the strange five-colored chalcedony that Zhang Xiaohua saw outside the restriction. At this moment the formation was absorbing the heaven and earth yuan qi in the dragon vein, but at the same time, it also restricted the movement of the dragon's head in the dragon vein. Although the dragon's head was slightly tilted and the dragon's claws were also exerting force, there was only a rumbling sound and it couldn't move much. Seeing that no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get close to Zhang Xiaohua, the dragon that couldn't be seen by the naked eye became anxious. The huge dragon's head also revealed its anxiety. A dragon's roar resounded through the restriction, but there was no one else in the restriction other than Zhang Xiaohua, so who could hear it? Another 10 minutes passed, but there was no change in the situation. The seal under the green gourd was suppressing the huge and empty dragon vein. The remaining dragon soul in the dragon vein was also gradually stabilizing. However, at this moment the situation took a turn for the better. The tiny dragon soul that was close to Zhang Xiaohua's body gradually swayed left and right with the circulation of Zhang Xiaohua's carefree heart sutra. It slowly approached Zhang Xiaohua's body, and when the dragon's head felt the attractive force, its tiny eyes opened in surprise. As a result, the dragon soul beside Zhang Xiaohua swayed unconsciously, and it consciously moved closer. Not long after, it was also sucked to the side of Zhang Xiaohua's pores, following the trajectory of the yuan qi and the heterogeneous yuan qi in the dragon vein. However, regardless of whether it was the yuan qi of heaven and earth or the heterogeneous yuan qi in the dragon vein, they were all extremely minute. They were exactly what Zhang Xiaohua's pores could absorb. The essence of the dragon vein was different. It was a material object and not something that the Carefree Heart Sutra could absorb. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't intend to absorb it, but the dragon soul was intentionally being absorbed. As the dragon soul's intentional actions and Zhang Xiaohua's unintentional absorption of the yuan qi, more and more dragon soul gathered around Zhang Xiaohua's body. In contrast, the empty dragon vein that only had an outer appearance became more and more stuck together. This situation only gradually stopped when a huge butterfly-like dragon tail appeared. However, although the slender dragon soul could be ignored, the huge outline of the dragon vein couldn't be ignored. The dragon tail and the dragon's body that connected to Zhang Xiaohua's body formed an airtight encirclement. Although the starlight that filled the sky was able to reach Zhang Xiaohua's surroundings, the pure dragon soul and the outline of the dragon vein blocked all the pores on his body. For a moment, the amount of starlight that was absorbed into his body was greatly reduced. Not long after, the undulations on Zhang Xiaohua's body changed again. Suddenly, at the core of the Carefree Heart Sutra's meridians, which was the middle dantian's Shanzhong acupoint, a faint golden brilliance flashed. This brilliance formed a circular arc that expanded outwards and enveloped the slender dragon soul. Immediately, a powerful suction force was born from the halo and sucked the dragon tail in. What was even more unbelievable was that the enormous outline of the dragon vein, which was many times larger than Zhang Xiaohua's body, was also sucked into Zhang Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupoint along with the dragon tail. Feeling that its tail was being sucked in, the dragon head that was extremely far away was not shocked but happy. It didn't put up any resistance and allowed itself to be sucked in. Therefore, on this night, other than refining the starlight and absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth, Zhang Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupoint on his chest also had the strange phenomenon of absorbing the dragon vein and dragon soul. It was unknown how much time had passed, but the dragon vein seemed to be endless. There was no sign of it ending. The dragon head, which was initially extremely shocked, gradually revealed an expression of impatience. The dragon head moved slightly as if it wanted to break free. The dragon soul paused slightly, and the faint golden halo immediately produced a suction force that was stronger than before, preventing the dragon soul from breaking free. When the dragon soul saw this, it seemed to have learned the trick and charged forward with all its might. Just as the dragon soul expected, as the dragon soul struggled to break free, the suction force from the Shanzhong acupoint increased several times and the speed at which the dragon soul was being sucked in also increased. After a long time, the starlight on Zhang Xiaohua's body began to dim and the suction force also decreased slightly. The dragon soul panicked and seemed to know that the starlight was about to dissipate. It unconsciously opened its small dragon mouth and the dragon mouth on the outline of the dragon vein widened. With a dragon roar, it threw itself at the array above its head. The suction force of the array increased greatly, but as the dragon vein approached, it produced a repulsive force that seemed to maintain a balance. However, the situation at the Shanzhong acupoint was the opposite. As the dragon soul struggled, it first relaxed slightly and then a mysterious fluctuation shook. Zhang Xiaohua's entire body emitted a faint golden brilliance and the Shanzhong acupoint immediately produced a strong suction force. This force was coincidental and acted on the dragon soul when the array produced a repulsive force. With a loud swoosh, the entire seal shook. Following which, the seal was emptied and the dragon soul was sucked into Zhang Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupoint. Chapter 951. In order to maintain the balance, the formation above the dragon vein produced a repulsive force towards the dragon's soul. Who would have thought that the dragon's soul would be sucked into Zhang Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupoint and be sucked into her meridians in a flash? At the same time, the formation instantly produced another suction force, wanting to continue binding the dragon vein under the formation. However, at this moment, the dragon vein and dragon's soul had already entered Zhang Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupoint. The restriction was empty and there was no trace of the dragon vein left. As a result, the entire array formation stopped moving. As for the dragon's soul had succeeded in its trick and was sucked into Zhang Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupoint as it wished. However, the dragon's soul took too long to be absorbed. At the same time that Zhang Xiaohua was absorbing the dragon's soul, she was also absorbing the starlight. The vital energy in her meridians also flowed along with the Carefree Heart Sutra. The tail of the dragon vein and dragon's soul entered the Shanzhong acupoint and did not gather in the middle dantian. Instead, they flowed along with the vital energy and entered all the meridians in Zhang Xiaohua's body. It was not a big deal that the dragon vein and dragon's soul entered her meridians. If the dragon's head entered the middle dantian, firstly, the middle dantian was the center of vital energy and formed a separate space. Even if the dragon's soul was as large as the dragon's soul, it could still be stored. Secondly, the dragon's soul was an item of vital energy and was the best at changing. Previously, it was suppressed by the formation within the restriction and could not change at will. Now that it had entered the middle dantian, it only needed to shrink and it could be completely stored. Unfortunately, the Carefree Heart Sutra that Zhang Xiaohua cultivated at night was precisely to refine the endless starlight from beyond the heavens. The things refined by starlight were the most vital. When the dragon vein entered Zhang Xiaohua's meridians, it stuck the dragon vein and Zhang Xiaohua's meridians together. In this night, the refined starlight played a major role and stuck the dragon vein to all of Zhang Xiaohua's meridians. When the dragon's soul entered Zhang Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupuncture point, the dragon's soul knew that the situation was not good. When the dragon's soul shrank, it could not do as it pleased. Instead, the dragon's soul seemed to have become one with Zhang Xiaohua's meridians. For a moment the dragon's soul was shocked. It had just escaped the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den. In a moment of panic it did not care about anything else. The dragon's soul was already extremely weak and had long been on the verge of death. If it had not seen the majestic vitality behind Zhang Xiao's head, how could it have allowed this mortal to absorb it? Now that it had fallen into such a state, it could not be calculative about gains and losses. The dragon's soul let out a dragon's roar and its body shrank rapidly. In just a moment, it had shrunk from an unimaginable length to a 3-inch small dragon. At this moment the small dragon looked even more dispirited. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's meridians were still operating the Carefree Heart Sutra. An endless stream of starlight and the yuan qi of heaven and earth were being refined into her Shanzhong acupuncture point and then into her meridians. The small dragon looked like it could not stand steadily. Then the small dragon stretched out its body and rushed into her meridians. It followed the refined starlight and headed straight for the mysterious place behind Zhang Xiaohua's head. In another moment, the mysterious undulations around Zhang Xiaohua's body stopped abruptly. The projected starlight also dissipated abruptly. Everything disappeared without a trace. However, within the boundless restriction, there was no trace of the enormous and weak dragon's vein. A faint dragon's head appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupuncture point. At this moment her entire meridians had been occupied by the dragon's vein. Or rather, because of the refined starlight, the dragon's vein had faintly fused with her meridians. In the future they would definitely fuse together. When the starlight dissipated, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes. A sharp light flashed in her eyes. It was the invisible majesty after absorbing the dragon's soul and dragon's vein. What's going on? When she saw that there was nothing in front of her, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel surprised. Furthermore, it was obvious that the majesty that made her unable to breathe yesterday had disappeared. The green gourd in the distance was still there and she could release her divine sense as usual. However, Zhang Xiaohua felt that her divine sense was different from before. However, if she wanted to point out the difference she could not pinpoint it. The range of 400 to 500 feet did not expand, but the things that she could sense with her divine sense were different. It was as if Zhang Xiaohua could sense the remnant aura left behind by the dragon's vein yesterday. Where could such an enormous dragon's vein go? Zhang Xiaohua bit her lips and was a little depressed. Could it be like the earth's core and hide in the void? However, when she looked at the green gourd, Zhang Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. However, since the dragon's vein was gone, Zhang Xiaohua's movements were more free. When he flew to the bottom of the gourd, his divine sense saw that there were several formations below the mouth of the gourd. He could not help but feel even more surprised. What kind of formation is this? In the empty air there were 5 weak fluctuations of vital energy. However, these fluctuations did not have a source and seemed to have appeared out of thin air. The fluctuations of vital energy in each place were different, but when the fluctuations of these 5 places were put together, they formed a new formation. Seeing the magic of this formation, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be curious. He flew forward and observed carefully. This formation had disappeared just now and was also in a static state. Zhang Xiaohua was not afraid of anything. After observing for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua was still puzzled. He could not find the source of the vital energy of heaven and earth. Suddenly Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and his face was filled with disbelief. He reached out his hand and took out a jade box from his chest. He struck a few incantations on the jade box and opened the jade box. What greeted his eyes was a blue pearl. It was the water element pearl that Zhang Xiaohua obtained from the ruins of Nirvana Heavenly Evolution 5 Elements Formation. Taking out the water element pearl, Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense. At this moment what Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense saw was different from before. He felt the uniqueness of the water vital energy in the water. Then he looked at the 5 formations that were emitting different fluctuations in the air. He flew straight to one place and scanned with his divine sense. He compared the vital energy fluctuations of the water element pearl with those of the 5 formations. After that he took out the other 5 elements beads and compared them with the energy waves of the 5 formations. Standing in the air he stroked his chin thoughtfully. As expected, the energy waves emitted by this formless formation are the same as the water element beads. It should be of the water element. The energy waves emitted by the other formations are also responding to the other 5 elements beads. Needless to say, this is also a 5 elements formation, but what is this 5 elements formation for? After pondering for a while, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the original location of the dragon vein, then at the top of the green gourd. Suddenly, an unimaginable thought appeared in his mind and he was overjoyed. Zhang Xiaohua immediately made a gesture and flew towards the top of the green gourd. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua returned with a face full of joy. That's right, there is still a formation above the green gourd. At the bottom of the green gourd, there is a faint trace of pure vital energy of the universe being sent into the formation. If I am not wrong, the vital energy of the universe is being sent out to replenish the seal, allowing it to be as strong as ever. Where does the pure vital energy of the universe in the green gourd come from? Isn't it coming from the invisible 5 elements formation? And where does the vital energy of the universe in the 5 elements formation come from? Isn't it the dragon vein that I saw yesterday? If the vital energy of the universe had not been absorbed by the 5 elements formation for so many years, how could the dragon vein be barely visible? Impressive, impressive. The seniors of the aroma sect are truly impressive. Just for this layer of restrictive spells, they were able to suppress a dragon's vein and use the essence of the dragon's vein to transform into the chi of heaven and earth to support this restrictive spell. But this restrictive spell only contains the dragon's vein. What's the point of maintaining it? Before Zhang Xiaohua could figure out the problem, another thought lit up Zhang Xiaohua's mind. This invisible formation can actually gather the vital energy of the dragon vein. Could it be the spirit gathering formation that was mentioned in Elder Hu's Jade Scroll? Is it the formation that was used to gather the vital energy of the universe together during the heyday of the immortal Tao so that the cultivators could absorb the vital energy of the universe many times more than usual? At that thought, Zhang Xiaohua's heart burned with passion. Indeed, heaven and earth yuan qi was scarce at the moment. If there was a spirit gathering array that could gather the already scarce heaven and earth yuan qi, not to mention a breakthrough in cultivation, even if there was enough heaven and earth yuan qi to allow people to sense it and set foot on the path to immortality, that would be a great merit. However, she could not find the source of the vital energy of the universe. It seemed to be hidden in the void, which made Zhang Xiaohua scratch her head. What can I do? Zhang Xiaohua stared at the void in front of her and scanned it with her divine sense. She frowned. After scanning the area with his spiritual consciousness for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua unknowingly discovered some clues. He was currently standing beside the water element array and holding the water element pearl in his hand. The yuan qi fluctuation in the air seemed to be resonating with the water element pearl. Whoever started the trouble should end it. It seems like the water elemental pearl is the only way to find out the secret of the water type formation. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the water elemental pearl in her hand and sighed. If only the delusion breaker Dharma I could open and see through the void, I wouldn't have to spend so much effort. Brain power. As she thought about it, Zhang Xiaohua tried to inject her vital energy into the water elemental pearl. He was right. She did not know how to use the water elemental pearl. The only thing she knew was to inject her vital energy into it. It was really boring. Of course, a blunt method was undeniably a method. As Zhang Xiaohua injected her vital energy, the water elemental pearl gradually emitted a faint blue brilliance. This brilliance was very weak, but it was able to cause a change in the energy waves. As the energy waves of the water elemental pearl changed, the dozens of energy waves in the formation hidden in the void also changed slightly. Zhang Xiaohua was elated. She scanned the area with her divine sense and memorized the positions of the dozens of energy waves clearly. Using the same method, Zhang Xiaohua also memorized the positions of the other 4 energy waves. Zhang Xiaohua did not know what was in the void. He only knew that as long as he changed the dozens of energy waves into vital stones of various attributes, he should be able to imitate the 5 elemental spirit convergence formation. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.